Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Alta by Mercedes Lackey, narrated by Ryan Burke. 1. Overhead, the stars that filled the night sky, the ornaments upon the robe of the goddess of the night, seemed close enough to touch. The Camisine wind whined in the tops of the trees of the oasis beside him. Even at night, it never completely ceased. It smelled of baked stone, with a hint of desiccated plants. He had come to learn that the desert was not all one sort of landscape. He had escaped over stony hills into the pure sand of the desert dune country. Now he was in yet another sort of desert, a place of marginal life. The sand beneath Vetch was not as comfortable to sit in as one might suppose. Since this wasn't dune country, the ground was hard beneath a surface mix of dust, sand, and pebbles. He was glad of his bedroll now, since it provided a layer of softness between himself and the ground. Strange. When he had been Kefti the Fat's serf, he wouldn't have noticed how hard it was. In so short a time he had gotten used to certain comforts. Yes, it was the time of the Camisine, and the ever-present wind whined over the desert, carrying with it a film of dust and sucking away moisture. But this was an oasis, with carefully tended date palms, and Vetch's camp was downwind of the palm grove. The Bedou camped within the oasis, permitting Vetch the downwind side for his own camp, so the Camisine would not trouble him much tonight. Vetch's scarlet dragon Avatra slumbered at his back, her body warm inside the pit he had dug in the sand and lined with stones heated in his fire. Fuel was as precious out here as water, but tonight no one begrudged the effort of collecting it for him. Firstly, this clan of veiled ones boasted many camels and could afford the dried dung for the fire, and secondly, Avatra had earned the right to her fuel and more. She had eaten well today, taking down 4 of the desert gazelles. The first time had been this afternoon, twice in rapid succession, enough to feed her well at midday. The second time had been with the help of Vetch's sling, and enabled the 2 of them to provide an evening meal not only for Avatra herself, but for Vetch and the clan of veiled ones who were hosting him on this last evening in the desert. There was a faint scent of roasting meat on the Camisine tonight, the last remains of the evening feast. He was within striking distance of the goal he had sought for so long. Soon he would cross the border that divided Tian lands from Altan. Soon he would be among his own people, and although he probably looked outwardly calm, inside he was afire with excitement, and at the same time afraid. This moment was one he had dreamed about for so long, but dreams were one thing, reality another. Once he had dreamed of having a dragon, too. Now he had one, and Avatra was so much more than he had been able to imagine. She gave him freedom, and tied him to her with bonds of responsibility and love. He had never envisaged how much she would mean to him. It was a glorious burden he would never have given up for the world, but it meant that he was no longer beholden only to himself. In fact, when given a choice between his own welfare and hers, and there had been many such choices on this journey, he would always choose hers. He could not help himself. She was his beloved after all. Now, faced with the prospect of crossing into the land he had once thought of as his goal, he knew that no matter what his dreams had been, they could not possibly replicate what he would encounter. Those dreams might be better than what he actually found, or they might be worse, but they would probably be different, and that alone was reason for fear. But this was as far as the talismans that the veiled ones had provided as a series of guides would take him. Tomorrow one of them would personally take him to within sight of the Altan border, the lands where the desert ended and the swampy delta began, and leave him there. Tonight, unlike previous evenings, he was not alone at his fire. He shared it with one of the mouths of the Bedou nomads, an enigmatic and apparently sexless creature covered from head to toe in one of their characteristic, belted blue robes and over-vest dyed with indigo. As with all of the others, the mouth was veiled by a drape of cloth that showed only the eyes, Both sexes wore the veils, a practical consideration when one lived in a land where the wind never stopped, and neither did the dust. He had never heard of any of the Bedou going without their veils, but then he had never heard of the Bedou going outside the desert. That the costume made the veiled ones even more enigmatic to outsiders was, he was sure at this point, a source of endless amusement to them. He still could not tell whether these mouths were male or female. Perhaps they were neither. It was altogether possible that they were a kind of eunuch. He didn't find that idea as discomfiting as he might have once. If the mouths were a sort of eunuch, it was not something that had happened against their will. And certainly there were priests of certain obscure gods even among his own people who volunteered for such a sacrifice. Some believed that those who had done so obtained the special favor of their god, others that to remove sex from one's life opened one to visions or granted great magical power. For some, such a sacrifice was worth the gain. This particular mouth was regarding Vetch from the other side of a smaller fire than the one that had heated Avatra's rocks, watching with a direct and clear-eyed gaze over the veil. The mouth had asked Vetch to tell his tale in full, and had been simply regarding him quietly for some time now, but Vetch hadn't made any effort to ask why. The mouth would tell him, or not, in good time. Vetch still wasn't entirely certain what role the mouths played in the lives of the veiled ones. They didn't seem to be priests, quite. They weren't exactly magicians either, although they did work magic, the magic that created the talismans that guided him from clan to clan, for instance. They certainly were the only ones who spoke to outsiders, but they weren't precisely interpreters, nor were they ambassadors. All bargaining with outsiders was conducted by them, yet they were not traders, and they weren't leaders of their people either. In fact, if he could have guessed anything at this point, it would have been that they were, literally, the voices of their clans, that somehow they knew what everyone in the clan thought or wanted with regard to an outsider, and they were the tool through which those wants, thoughts, and needs were expressed. But they certainly had their own personalities, for every single one he had encountered so far was as different from the last as any two individuals could be. Some had barely spoken at all, and held themselves coldly aloof from him. Others had been positively garrulous, interested to hear whatever of his own story he cared to impart, and forthcoming with news of the world outside the desert, if not of details of their own lives and customs. Some had been terrified of Avatra, others treated her like a kind of giant falcon, with the respect that talons and teeth deserved, but no fear at all. This one was somewhere in between, but operating on the helpful side of the accounting. The mouth had been wary of Avatra and inclined to keep Vetch and his charge away from the Bedou camp, but otherwise friendly enough. The mouth had asked careful questions about Vetch's life as a serf, as well as his treatment by the Dragon Jousters, Ari in particular, and about the journey that had brought them here. Perhaps Avatra's gift of meat had paved the way for that, and this mouth sat at Vetch's fire now as if wishing to be there, and not as if mounting guard over the outsider. "You call yourself Kuron, son of Kuron," the mouth said abruptly, although his voice did not break the silence so much as insinuate itself into the silence and part it. "So you have asked us to address you, and yet you do not think of yourself as that person." How does the mouth know that? It was something that Vetch himself had not realized until the moment it was pointed out. Vetch considered that in silence without retorting immediately, giving himself time to analyze the thought. He had, over the course of these travels, also learned to keep his mouth shut and think about what a mouth said before he responded to it, having shoved his foot rather neatly into his own mouth a time or two in the early part of his journey. "I have been Vetch, the serf, far longer than I have been Kuron, the keeper of Avatra and dragonrider," he said at last. "And yet, if you enter into your native land thinking of yourself as Vetch, your own people would treat you thuswise," said the mouth, with a touch of warning in the tone. Vetch the serf is a person of no worth and no account, deserving of no consideration or special treatment. He felt a kind of stillness settle into his gut. This was important. He wasn't certain why it was important, but it felt important. Again, Vetch considered the words carefully. What was the mouth trying to say to him? "And," he ventured, "and perhaps they will try to take the dragon from you." "She won't go," Vetch replied, with some heat, and yet sure of himself. She wouldn't, of course, and this was absolutely the one thing he had no fear of. Unlike the dragons that were captured as fledglings and tamed, he had raised Avatra from the egg. She was bonded to him as any creature could be, as no other dragon save one had ever been bonded to another human. That one and that other human were perhaps the most important part of his past that there was. Cachette and his former master, the jouster Ari. They flew in the service of the great king of Tia. Both of them were his enemies in name now, and yet were his friends in fact. It was Ari who had engineered his escape when Avatra had made her first flight with him clinging to her back, all hope of concealing her existence any more gone off on the Camisine winds. Ari and Cachette lay behind him somewhere, in the lands claimed by the High King of Tia. He could not think of them without gratitude, and yet it was a gratitude tinged with pain. If he could have, he would have never left them, and yet they were Tians, and he was Altan, and if they ever met again, they would probably have to fight each other, and possibly to the death. Still, Cachette would permit no other to ride him but Ari, and Avatra would be the same with Vetch. He had absolutely no doubt of that, for Avatra had actually tried to face down Cachette, who was many times her size, when she thought the Great Blue was threatening Vetch. "Nevertheless," persisted the mouth, "they will try. They may starve her until she eats Tala-treated meat and is drugged into submission. Unless you make yourself into Kuran, son of Kuran, Altan Jouster. Unless you come to believe that you are that person, then no one will presume to doubt that you are entitled to ride her." Vetch closed his eyes for a moment. A mouth never ever said something as an idle observation, and along with all of the passage rights that Ari had purchased for him with his gold of honor had come another, the right to be instructed in whatever any mouth thought might be useful. Some of the mouths had honored this more in the breach than the observance, but this one seemed to be offering sound advice. "Can you teach me to believe?" he asked finally, opening his eyes. The mouth regarded him with solemn dark eyes above the veil. "Perhaps. I can, at least, give you a guide to teach yourself. First, among our people we have a saying, assume the attitude of prayer, and in time the attitude will become the prayer. I put this to you. Already you are aware of how you hold yourself, for this tells your dragon much, and instructs her on what she should be thinking about what is around her." Vetch nodded. That was plain enough. Dragons were supremely sensitive to the language of body and posture. "So, mind now, Kuran, son of Kuran. Put yourself in the attitude of a free-born man, or even one of wealth or noble birth. Recall how the masters of your master held themselves, and hold yourself in like manner. Behave in all ways as the jouster in training of Tia would, and within Alta you will be taken as one who has authority by right. Behave in all ways in that manner, and this becomes second nature. Your spirit will come to believe what your body tells it." A pause, as those dark, enigmatic eyes gazed at him. "To begin with, you might raise your head that you may look down your nose at those who are inferior to you. Such a posture conveys a great deal." He blinked at that. and self-consciously straightened. No more hunched shoulders, no more deference. He must look people in the eye as if they were at least his equals and possibly his inferiors, and yes, down his nose. "Good," said the mouth approvingly. "Another thing. The jousters of Alta, like those of Tia, are permitted to take what they need within reason. If you offer to pay for anything, once you cross that border, there will be suspicion. If your dragon hungers, then, find the great estate, land, and take whatever she needs. Do not permit anyone to question you. Say you are a jouster in training if need be, but no more." "But am I properly garbed for such a thing?" he asked doubtfully. Doubt, it still ate at him, made him think. Sooner or later, they're going to find out I'm an imposter, a thief. Sooner or later. After all, he had no armor, no helm, nothing but a selection of common kilts. He did not look the part, although he could not see anything but the eyes. There was a softening there that suggested the mouth was smiling. "The chances are, the larger the estate, the less likely there will be anyone of rank about who might even consider questioning you or your rights. Go in, demand food and water, and even clothing if you will, and leave. Jousters of Alta are ranked as lesser nobles. There are fewer of them, and they are valued higher." The mouth's eyes closed for a moment, as if listening to a voice only the mouth could hear. "I believe," the mouth added, "although I do not know, that this is the only way, save through the priesthood, that a man of the common folk may become ennobled." Vetch nodded. This was more good advice, and not something he would have thought of. "If I were in your position—" A pause. "This is speculation. But if I were in your position, I would feign offense if anyone were to question my rights." Vetch sighed. That was going to be hard. What were the odds he'd be able to continue this charade for very long? He wasn't ready for this. He had been so long the lowest of the low. Yet for Abatra's sake, he would try. No, he would not try. He would succeed. He must succeed. He had nowhere else to go right now. She was barely half-grown, and they could not continue to live in the wilderness. She was doing all right, but she wasn't prospering, and the bigger she got, the more food she would need. To raise her properly, he either needed to turn her loose among others of her kind, or take her to a jouster's compound. There was no other choice. "Do not hunt unless there are no large estates, for this will be a waste of your effort, and you should be making for Alta City, not wandering about," the mouth concluded. "Though I think you will find estates in plenty, and remember to act as an Altan of rank. The dragon conveys the rank. You have the dragon, therefore you have the rank, by the very laws of the land." "I have the rank. The dragon confers the rank. And I must do this for her." "Have you any other advice?" he asked quietly. The mouth's eyes closed for a moment, as if considering. In one thing the ruling of Alta differs from Tia. The great kings and great queens rule jointly, and there are always 4 of them, 2 sets of sacred twins. So refer to the great ones, not the great king. In all other ways, rulership is similar, and until you come to Alta City and reveal yourself for what you are, the tongues of Alta and Tia are similar enough that you should have no difficulty in passing yourself as some jouster in training from a distant province. And now it is time for sleep. Since I must come with you on the morrow, the journey to where I must leave you will be long in time if not in distance. To save time, you might need to spend in hunting. I will have a child bring a beast for your dragon's meal." As abruptly as the conversation started, the mouth rose and left. And there seemed no reason to do anything other than follow the mouth's advice and sleep. The last leg of this part of his journey began before dawn. Avatra woke and nudged him. He, after all, was supposed to get her breakfast. He sat up and blinked sleepily at a bit of movement, lighter shadow against dark, at the edge of the oasis. The pre-dawn light slowly turned the world from shades of darkness to a world painted in tones of blue-gray. And the mouth had told him the truth last night. There was already a small boy with a goat waiting for him to awaken. The mouth had not told him to pay for the goat, and yet it seemed churlish in the extreme not to do so. These people fought the desert, and fought it with all their strength and cunning to wrest a living from it. It was not fair to take and give nothing in return. He rummaged through the coins that Ari had left with him, and which he had not yet used, and offered what he considered to be a fair price for the beast. It must have been, for without a word the child pushed the halter rope at him, took the coins, and ran off. He hadn't been required to pay for Avatra's food the times when their hunting had been without success. That was one of the rights that Ari had bargained for. But somehow it just seemed polite to do so now, especially when he was passing out of their guidance. Being fed on the way because he had failed at hunting was somehow different from this, though he could not put his finger on how. Avatra was not used to having her breakfast delivered alive if she was not hunting it, but she was obviously not averse to the notion. The goat, however, was petrified. Feeling rather sorry for it, Vetch dragged it by the halter rope with all 4 hooves making furrows in the ground until Avatra got tired of waiting, levered herself up out of her pit, stalked over to them both, and dispatched the beast with a single impatient blow of her foreclaw before it had a chance to bleat in terror. He left her alone with it, and made his own preparations for leaving. There was bread from last night, and onions and a little meat. He did not have a great deal to pack either. By the time she was finished, leaving nothing but the halter rope this morning, so was he. And so, apparently, was the mouth. Vetch looked up to see the mouth waiting in the shelter of the date palms, the halter of a camel in one hand. Once Vetch was aware of the preparations, the mouth made the camel kneel and mounted, curling one leg over the front of the saddle and locking a foot behind the other knee, then giving the beast the command to rise. With a groan of complaint, the camel climbed back up to his feet, and the mouth started off, tapping the camel's shoulder with a crop to make it trot. The camisine whined, filling the silence that the mouth left behind. Carried on it were the smokes of cooking fires and the breath of the deeper desert where even the Bedou did not venture. Vetch took his time in harnessing Avatra. It wasn't as if they would have any trouble finding their guide once they were in the air. In fact, they would probably have to spend a lot of time circling overhead as the camel crossed the desert beneath them at what would seem to be the pace of a tortoise compared to that of the dragon. And that was, in fact, exactly what happened. Although the rider was out of sight by the time Avatra pushed off the ground with Vetch on her back, it was not long before Vetch spotted their guide, and it took relatively little effort to catch up. Avatra was a fine flyer now, and Vetch was used to the bounding wing beats that left the stomach somewhere behind. In fact, unless he actually thought about it, he never even noticed it. He was so in tune with her, it sometimes felt to him as if they were part of a single, united creature, conqueror of the air. At first, Avatra had to do a great deal of actual flying, doubling back and forth across their guide's path in that particular combination of flying and gliding that dragons used when there were no thermals to ride. And the air of early dawn was cold enough to numb the feet and hands and nose. Avatra didn't like it much, and to tell the truth, neither did Vetch. He shivered in the chill, and was just grateful that the camisine gave Avatra something to ride. If this had been still air, she'd have had to work a lot harder. It was the god's own gift that she had made her first flight at the beginning of the camisine, for the wind had aided them all across the desert. Had it not been the season of the wind, he had the feeling that they would be making old bones together in the sand, even now. But as the sun rose and the sand began to heat up, he stopped shivering, and Avatra was able to switch from tacking back and forth on the wind to flying as hawks and falcons of the desert did, spiraling passively up one thermal, then gliding down until she found another to repeat the process, following roughly the same course as their guide. For his part, as far as Vetch could tell from above, the mouth was singularly unperturbed about whether or not they were keeping up, but kept the camel at a steady, ground-eating lope. Fast enough to make good time and the sort of pace a camel could keep up indefinitely. Vetch was keeping an eye on the horizon as well as on their guide, and when, shortly after midday, a thin line of green appeared along it, he was not at all surprised that their guide chose the shelter of a thicket of acacia trees to stop at, and dismounted. The mouth didn't wave to Vetch from below, but then again, he didn't need to, for the message of the green horizon was clear enough. The mouth had brought them to within sight of land claimed only by Alta. Peaceful land where he could not run into either fighting or Dragon Jousters. It was time for him to leave the desert and his guide. Avatra drifted down to the waiting Bedu, and back-winged to a graceful landing. She'd gotten a great deal better at them than she used to be, and the mouth nodded toward the horizon as soon as she had folded her wings. "Half a day, and you will be where you wish to be, across the border in Alta. I hope that this proves to be truly what you desired," the mouth said. Half a day. That seemed about right. In the clear air of the desert, things were a lot farther away than they seemed to be to one who had been born in the land reclaimed from the swamp. He shaded his eyes with one hand and peered out into the western distance, the faint haze that marked the beginning of land where things could grow. He licked dry lips. "It has to be what I truly desire, doesn't it?" he replied, as straightforward as the Bedu had been. "There's no place else for me to go." "You undertake a different sort of trial when you cross that border, young Kuron," the mouth persisted, "and perhaps things will not always be to your liking. We of the desert know little of the dwellers in the marshy delta of the great Mother River, for they have little to do with us, and we have nothing at all to do with those of the seven-ringed city itself. I cannot tell you what to expect other than the advice I have already given you. It may be that you go only from one hazard to another." "But I will be free," he said softly, with one hand on Avatra's neck. "And so will she. Perhaps we need remain only long enough for her to grow to her full strength and size, and if things are not as I had hoped, well, it will be easier for us to escape again, should it come to that." The mouth's head bowed slightly. "This is so." The other stared with Vetch to that distant haze of green. "Then I can only say, your gods go with you." Kuron touched his brow, his lips, and his heart in thanks and farewell. He gave Avatra the signal, and with a tremendous shove of her legs, she launched for the sky. When he looked back over his shoulder, he saw that the mouth had already turned the camel and was heading back in the direction of the clan's encampment, which was just as well, since he had no intention of following the advice about not hunting to the letter. While he and Avatra were still in the desert, they still had hunting rights, and he was not going to assume that once they crossed into that belt of green, they would immediately find a place where he could obtain the tremendous amount of meat that she needed to sustain her. So long as he kept that green in sight, they had a goal. They had already come so far north before turning back toward Altan lands that any interception by Dragon Jousters on patrol was next to impossible. So while they would probably camp tonight inside that belt of green, before they reached it, he would be certain that Avatra had eaten her fill. When they found an exceptionally strong thermal, he sent her up as high as she could go, remembering how the first time he had been carried a dragon back, he had sworn he would never, ever set foot off the ground again. It had been an utterly terrifying experience for one who had never been any farther from the ground than the flat roof of his father's farmhouse. To have that experience while lying face down over Ari's saddle, when he had never seen either a jouster or a dragon up close before, had only made it worse. And to tell the truth, the first few flights with Avatra had been almost as frightening. But he had known very well that he should not and could not walk across the desert. So he had gritted his teeth and tried to guide her, and somehow they had learned to fly together. Only the latter half of the journey had they actually learned to hunt together, however. Their first few efforts, singly and together, had been less than stellar, and for a while he had relied on the Bedu more than he had liked. Now, though, he was actually rather proud of their ability to feed themselves. They had even worked out more than one technique, and Avatra had learned how to dive, rake with her claws, strike, and hover on commands that could be either physical or verbal. She had even learned how to tow or carry something on the other end of a rope, a hard lesson to master, when her natural instinct was to either fight it or give in and flop down at the end of the tether. This sort of desert, on the very edge of the fertile lands, had a lot more in the way of game than it might appear. There were wild camels, asses, and goats, animals that had escaped from the Bedu. There were also herds of gazelle, Avatra's favorite, and smaller game. And lions. And Kuron, he must think of himself as Kuron, had learned that he could often rely on the lions to show him where the other game was. So when, as they circled up the thermal, he saw a pride of lions trotting purposefully toward the north, far below them, he raised his eyes and looked for the cloud of dust that might be telling them where the game was. Avatra had learned the same signs, and her eyes were keener than his. Before he had seen the telltale plume of slightly thicker dust carried on the camisine wind, she made her turn out of the thermal and was gliding down in a new direction, north and a bit west, bringing them closer to the green horizon. It took 2 more thermals, and they had left the lions far behind when the herd of wild asses came into view, grazing slowly on the scrubby vegetation that hardly anything else could stomach. They must never have been hunted by a dragon, for they did not even seem to notice them in the sky above. Too bad for them, then. He got out his sling and readied his stone. One thing that had certainly made hunting easier was that the farther he and Avatra got from Tia and the wild dragons that lived and bred in the mountain valleys beyond the river, the easier it was to find unwary game. Yesterday had been unusual in that they had found 2 herds in the same day, but when the grazers weren't spooked by the dragon above them, it was almost too easy to take at least one of them down, now that his skill with the sling had improved. He picked his target carefully. Wild asses were smart and tenacious, and the last thing he wanted was to take a jenny with a foal at her side. The herd generally fought harder for one of those. He gave Avatra the signal, and she began a long, slow glide at very near landing speed that would take them directly over the herd. His chosen target actually looked up, ears swiveling toward them curiously as they neared, making a perfect target. He let fly. The stone struck the young jack directly in the middle of the forehead. Stunned, it stumbled and went down. The rest of the herd shied away from the jack for a moment, for they did not yet realize what had happened. But the moment that they worked out that this was an attack and not an accident, they could turn at bay, ready to fight for the downed member of the herd. Kuron's stomach tightened and his pulse began to race. Avatra pumped her wings, then, fighting for height, as he stowed his sling in his belt and changed his grip to hang onto the saddle with both hands, for now it was her turn. Abruptly, she did a wing over, folded her wings, and plunged toward the ass herd. Now they were spooked, if only by the sight of something so large coming straight down on them. Snorting and tossing their heads, they galloped away from the fallen one for that crucial moment as he struggled to regain his feet and rejoin them. If he somehow managed to get back to the herd, they would have lost their chance. But he didn't, and as Kuron held tight to the saddle, Avatra made her strike. The hawks of the desert took rabbits in this way. plunging down on them to strike and bind with their talons, though the actual kill was usually made with a bite to the spine behind the head. Avatra struck in much the same way, though she had 4 sets of talons, not 2. She hit the staggering ass with a force both beautiful and terrible. Chiron was thrown forward in the saddle over her neck by the impact, and only the jousting straps holding him there kept him on her back as she grasped the jack's hindquarters and chest. The jack was far from finished, however. Braying frantically with pain, he bucked and kicked, trying to shake her off. They were nearly a match in body size, and the jack actually might outweigh her. In the wild, dragons hunted in pairs at least, in order to be sure of finishing off quarry that was struck. But if Avatra did not have a dragon-hunting partner, she had Chiron. She clamped her wings tightly to her sides and threw herself over sideways, and the jack went over with her. This gave Chiron the chance to kick free of the restraining straps and roll clear of the tangle of dragon and ass. As he came up, he had one of his knives in his hand, and he waited only for a moment before dashing in, avoiding the thrashing hooves that lashed so near to his head that he felt one of them graze his shoulder to slash the ass's throat. "Avatra!" he shouted. "Loose!" And there was the true measure of her trust for him, for she did just that. She loosened her grip and allowed the ass to break free, leaping back out of the reach of his potentially lethal kick. No wild-caught dragon would ever have trusted her rider enough to let go of game she had caught on command. But the wounded beast staggered away only a few paces before going to its knees, blood spurting from the gash in its throat, pouring down its leg, and staining the ground crimson. A moment more, and it was down again for the last time, kicking out the last of its life as the herd, scenting its blood, turned and fled. And again Avatra showed the depth of her trust, waiting until he gave the signal before pouncing on the quivering carcass. The blood scent filled the Camisine wind. It would carry for miles. Avatra would need to eat quickly before the lions and jackals arrived. She might be able to take 1 or 2 lionesses or jackals, but not a whole pride or pack. Then she hunched over the body, fanning her wings out to either side in an echo of the way a hawk mantled over her prey, as she tore loose great mouthfuls of flesh and gulped them down. The metallic tang of hot blood joined that of dust and baked earth as she feasted. This was why he and Avatra were able to take down game like wild ox and ass, beasts that could break a dragon's leg or wing with a well-placed kick. Now that their hunting skill had matured to this point, she was eating nearly as much as she would have gotten in the Jousters' compound. Anything bigger than that ass, though, would have needed a different sort of attack. Chiron felt they'd mastered it, but it had been something he'd been loath to use too often. He thought that if they found the right victim, he could drop a rope over its head and neck, and Avatra could pull it tight until the wild ox choked. He'd even taught her how to pull something up off the ground with that rope attached to the back of his saddle, and he wasn't sure even Cachette had been taught that particular trick. She gorged herself. He let her feast to repletion. When she finally turned and walked away from the stripped carcass, there was not much left but the head and some bones. This was the way that dragons ate in the wild, and she had been in a compound. She might have even eaten more than this. In a compound, she would have followed her feast with a nap. Sometimes he had allowed her such a rest on this journey, but he could not today. The sun was past zenith, and there were lions coming. It was time to be on their way. He approached her and patted her neck in the signal to kneel. She turned her long neck to look at him mournfully. "I know, my love," he said apologetically, "but we need to be gone." She sighed, a long, suffering sigh, but she knelt and let him take his place in her saddle again. Heavy with her meal, however, she did not so much launch herself into the air as lumber skyward, and she made slow going until she found a thermal strong enough to allow her to soar upward with less effort. He had not eaten. He was used to that, though his stomach growled sadly and hurt a little. Water from his waterskin would have to do for now. From slow spiral up to long glide down to slow spiral up again, Avatra lazed her way over the desert, with the green belt growing ever nearer and clearer as the afternoon progressed. Kuran was keeping her working her way in at an angle, for he had decided, now that she'd had a proper meal, that it might not be a bad notion to look for signs of one of those great estates that the mouth had urged him to seek. The worst that would happen would be that they would have to retreat or even flee. But the best that would happen would be that they would be able to successfully claim the rights of an Altan jouster and dragon. Finally, he spotted what he was looking for in late afternoon, just as Avatra began to be a bit less lethargic and show more energy. He spotted it when Avatra was at the top of one of her thermals, a walled compound far too large to be that of a mere farmer. It was certainly the size of a village, though it was shaped nothing at all like a village. No streets, nothing that looked like individual houses. So it must be the great house and grounds of one of those great estates that the mouth had described. He pointed Avatra's head toward it with a tug on her guide rein. Obedient as ever, she broke out of the thermal and began her long glide in the direction of the estate. Kuran gulped back fear and straightened his back. Now, he thought, now, or it will be never. And he sent Avatra in. 2. Beneath him was a green landscape, so green that after all his time in the desert, it dazzled his senses. Still, he was able to make out what the crops were, even while he adjusted to the change. Date palms, barley fields, onions? The closer they got to the compound and the lands around it, the more Kuran recognized, and the more certain he became that this was indeed a great estate, and not a village. Villagers each had their own little plots and usually grew mixed sets of crops, so that a field was a patchwork of little bits of this and that. The great estates had enormous fields of single crops, and now he could see people working in those fields, none of whom had the look of villagers, for all were men, and they worked in teams. A villager would work his own fields with his wife and those children who were old enough to help. No, these were servants, or perhaps slaves, and it gave him a moment of hot satisfaction to think that some of these slaves might be captured Tians, laboring as he labored to the profit of someone other than themselves, owning nothing, not even the cloth wrapped around their loins. Altans did not have serfs, who were linked to the land they had once owned, for the oft-broken treaty with Tia that created the serf class applied only to those people who had once owned the captured land that they were now tied to. The Altans had been losing land, not taking it, for a very long time now, so there were no serfs inside Alta, and any captured Tians became slaves, who could be bought and sold at will. The air here smelled different, different from Tia, different from the desert. This was water-rich air, heavy with humidity, and with the sense of lushly growing plants, the scent of mud and the latas that was blooming profusely everywhere. And Kuran felt something strange stirring inside him, a feeling that made him clutch Avatra's saddle and gulp back a lump in his throat. This was the scent of home, of childhood, except that his home was gone, his family divided. No matter what that scent promised to his heart, his head knew that he was not coming home. He shook off his melancholy. Time enough for brooding later, when he wasn't about to perpetuate a fraud. He clenched his jaw and concentrated on the fields below. As Avatra's shadow passed over them, the men looked up, shading their eyes with their hands. He wished he knew what they were thinking. Not in the fields, not near the cattle, not too near the great house either. He decided to send Avatra to land in a large yard near a herd of penned goats. Goats were not expensive, and Avatra was no longer spoiled with feeding on tender beef sent to the altars of the gods. After her feed at their kill, she would need no more than one or two of those goats to satisfy her. He would not be greedy. He would demand animals that were easily replaced. As she back-winged to a landing, an exceptionally good and graceful one, and he felt a thrill of pride in her, the goats milled and bleated in panic, and a man in a striped headcloth came out of a nearby building to see what was agitating them. The striped headcloth and the fact that he was wearing a kilt rather than a loincloth marked him as someone with more authority than a field hand. As he approached, his face already creasing into a frown, Kuran slid down over Avatra's shoulder and stood with one hand on her foreleg, waiting for him. "Stand like the new Jousters," he reminded himself. "You are Kuran, son of Kuran, rider of Avatra. Raise your chin, look down your nose." "What?" the man began, and Kuran interrupted him, hoping he could keep his voice from shaking or going shrill with nervousness. "3 goats for my beast! Date wine and food for me!" he snapped. "Quickly! We have far to go!" The man reddened at Kuran's tone and looked as if he was going to challenge Kuran's right to anything, but at that moment, Avatra, sensing her rider's nervousness, stretched out her neck and hissed at him. The man paled and took a step backward. "You had better hurry," Kuran said, narrowing his eyes, feigning annoyance, though what he really felt was a tight fear in his gut that the man would, even now, challenge them. "Or she might choose for herself. She is very hungry." With 2 goats inside of Avatra and one slung behind Kuran's saddle for her breakfast, together with a skin of wine and a bundle of the presumably contained food, they launched into the air again, heading north and a little west, angling in toward Alta City. He was filled with elation at his success, almost dizzy with the relief that he had actually managed to pull off the scam, and had to restrain himself to keep from shouting his triumph as she surged into the sky. Once in the air, Kuran picked up the river, the red daughter of Great Mother River, and they followed it until, just as the sun began to set, he spotted an island. It was exactly what he wanted, mostly rock and covered with the detritus of past floods. There was a lot of dead wood there, and that meant a lot of fuel for a fire to warm the rocks for Avatra's bed. She was not at all loath to land, and waited with commendable patience while he picked out a hollow among the rocks for her, built the fire, lit it, tended it, let it die, and finally, with the stars bright overhead, tested the rocks to make sure they weren't too warm for her. Here along the river the night didn't get nearly as cold as it did in the desert anyway, and these rocks had been baking in the sun all day already. She settled right in and went to sleep, while he investigated his loot. It wasn't a princely feast by any means. In fact, it was basic laborer's food of coarse barley bread, onions, and goat cheese, and the wine was just short of becoming vinegar. Nevertheless, the man hadn't shorted him, and it was entirely possible, given where he'd landed, that this was the best there was to be had without recourse to the great lord's kitchens. It was quite a change from the diet of the nomads, however, which was mostly stringy meat and unleavened bread, and on that basis alone, he made a good meal out of it, and perhaps, as he got better at demanding what he needed, what he got would also improve. He ate quickly and settled in at Avatra's side, among her warm rocks. It had been a long, long day, and as he relaxed, he realized how tired he was. Excitement, he decided. All the excitement. Making it as far as Alta, coming out of the desert, fooling that overseer. I feel as if I've been running all day. He yawned hugely and felt his muscles going slack as the tension came out of them. He tried to keep his eyes open a little longer, but the warmth of the rocks was so good, and for the first time since he'd left the compound, he had a completely full stomach, and before he knew it, his eyes closed of their own accord. He was awakened before dawn, not by Avatra, but by a dead duck falling on his head. He had always been in the habit of coming awake all at once, a good idea, since Kefti the Fat had enjoyed sneaking up and kicking the unwary awake in the morning. The habit had stood him in good stead in the desert. Twice during their journey, lions had attempted to steal up on them in the night. Avatra had scented them in her sleep, and he had driven them off with a burning brand from his fire. But a dead duck falling on him, that was different. He jumped to his feet automatically, shaking the sleep from his eyes, and saw, All in the same moment, the duck at his feet with an arrow through it, a flight of more ducks overhead, and, coming up out of the mist, a small boat with 2 men in it, one paddling and one holding a bow. They seemed surprised to see him. He was no less surprised to see them, and was not particularly happy to note that the one with the bow was sporting a pair of enameled armbands. "You!" the archer called, with the self-assured arrogance of someone of rank. "Have you seen?" Avatra's head came up behind him. She took one look at the men in the boat. She had never seen a boat before, after all, at least not one that was on the same level with her, and snorted in surprise. The man with the armbands yelped with a surprise that equaled hers and fell backward into the boat, and the man with the paddle had all he could do to keep it from capsizing. Curon bent and picked up the duck by the arrow. "I believe," he said neutrally, "this must be yours." Yes," the archer stammered. Curon tossed it. It fell at the rower's feet. Neither man made any move to pick it up, and Avatra snorted again. "You had probably better get what sport you can before the sun gets much higher," Curon went on, hoping he sounded less nervous than he felt. "When my dragon rises, she'll probably frighten every duck in the marsh." Indeed. Pardon us," the archer said, and tapped the rower on the shoulder. The rower started, as if being awakened from a trance, and began digging at the water with his oars as if he could not get away from there fast enough. Soon they vanished into the mist again, and Curon rubbed his head ruefully. "Now I wish I hadn't given back that duck," he said wistfully. "It would have tasted fine for my breakfast." Then he remembered the fishing line in his gear, unused since it had been given to him, or rather sent to become part of his grave goods. It occurred to him that it was going to take Avatra some time to wake up properly, eat, and warm herself up enough to fly, and while she was doing so, he might just as well try his luck. He hadn't had fish since the last tea and festival. His luck, apparently, was in. With a bit of bread left over from his supper, he soon had several fish baking in the ashes of his fire, and both he and Avatra took off with full bellies that morning. North and a little west, they followed the river while it meandered in that direction, lost it as he had expected, then picked up the Great Mother River's second daughter shortly around noon. This was the branch known as the White Daughter, the middle of the 3, for there were 3, all told, red, white, and black, so named for the color of their water, tinted by the mud they carried. This time of year, the White Daughter was more of a pale green. She was shallow, shrunken within her banks, waiting for the rains to make her full again. From the Red Daughter to the White, they flew over cultivated lands that were vastly better watered and more fertile looking than the corresponding properties in Tia, and between the fields was a lattice of irrigation ditches, some of them as wide as a cart and deeper than a man was tall. This fertility was no illusion, but Curon knew it had come at a cost. Every hand of farmland had been claimed from the swamp by someone, building the ditches to help drain the land, dredging up baskets of silt from the bottoms of the ditches, and building fields, bringing in earth from the edge of the desert to do the same, or extending the reach of the river with the further network of irrigation ditches beyond the land that had been swamp. He looked down on these fertile lands and their tenders, and it came to him that he had dared the bluff twice now. Twice he had passed himself off as an Altan jouster, and twice he had succeeded. Dared he try a third time? The nearer he drew to Alta City, the less likely it seemed that his ruse would pass muster, no matter what the mouth said. And there was that saying that his father used to use, "Third time pays for all," that you might get away with something twice, but when you were caught the third time, the reckoning would be high. Safer not to try again, perhaps. And it seemed that his caution was appropriate when, as noon approached, and he knew Avatra was getting hungry, he spotted the fresh carcass of a cow washed up on another of those rock islands. He knew it was fresh because it wasn't at all bloated, and when he brought Avatra down on the island to investigate it, the gaping wound in its stomach told what it had died of. That was a crocodile bite. Perhaps it had waded in too deep for a drink. Perhaps it had been one of a herd that some farmer had sent across a ford. It could have been carried downstream by the beast that wounded it, and kicked free only to die and wash up here. For whatever reason it had gotten here, he was thankful. He let Avatra have her fill, then doze in the sun while he fished again. This time encasing the gutted fish in mud to bake in a fire until she had finished her nap. He ate one on the spot and stowed the rest. When Avatra woke, they continued their journey. He wished he had a map. He wished that he knew how far it was going to be before he reached Alta City. Going dragonback was infinitely faster than any other way to travel. But Alta was big. Tia was long, but it was narrow, with most of the population confined to either bank of the Great Mother River. Alta was wide. He had heard that if a man tried to walk it from the eastern desert to the western desert, it would take him at least a full moon, depending on the time of the year, and there were many flood-swollen streams and ditches he would have to cross. And his goal was Alta City, which lay on the coast of the great salt sea that bordered Alta on the north. He knew that he could reach it by following this, the white daughter of the Great Mother River, but how much farther would it be? Dragons flew fast, and far in a day. 2 days? 3? His luck was out as sunset neared. There were no more islands, only sandbars, and the great estates were more numerous than he liked. But Avatra was hungry again. What was he to do? It was the sight of a temple that decided him. It was a large one, and there were bulls penned for sacrifice nearby. Tian dragons were fed from the remains of Tian sacrifices. It was reasonable to think that the Altans might do the same. He signaled Avatra to land. He could hardly escape notice a temple at sunset. And he was not at all surprised that not one, but several shaven-headed priests in their white linen kilts and enameled pectoral collars hurried up to him as he slid down from Avatra's back. They looked nervous and apprehensive. "Food for my lady dragon and for me," he said shortly. One of them brightened. "You are come auspiciously, jouster," he said, "for on this feast of Abydessus, more sons of the hair gnome have become men than usual, and many cattle have spilled their blood in his honor. Wait, and we will bring it, that your great lady may eat her fill. The feast of Abydessus." He had completely lost track of time, out there in the desert. It had been one of his favorite feast days as a child, for the ram god favored children, especially boy children, and those who could afford it sent bulls to be sacrificed when their sons had their child locks shaved and became men. That meant meat for a feast to which friends and relations were invited, while those who were still considered children got honey cakes and the priest's blessings to carry them through another year toward manhood. Though the god only required the blood, it was considered inauspicious to waste the meat of the bulls that were offered to him, and in the season of the Camiseen it could not be kept for long. Some went to the homes of those new-made men for their feasts, of course, and some to the larders of the priests. But the larders could only hold so much, and anything left outside the cold magic could only be burned or dried. It was possible that such a small temple did not have anyone who could make cold magic, and in such humid weather, he had the notion that beef would not necessarily dry well. And while the scent of the burning might be sweet in the nostrils of the gods, it generally offended the neighbors downwind. The poor might get their share of the inferior cuts, but if enough bulls died on the altars, there could be a small problem with disposal. Soon enough, several acolytes arrived, trundling barrows, and at the sight of so familiar an object, Avatra actually began to dance with impatience. To the startlement of the acolyte bringing the first barrow, she shot her head out in the trick that Ari's cachette had used to pull on Curon, and snatched the top piece before the poor, shocked acolyte could set the barrow down for Curon to take. With a yell, he jumped back, and the barrow thudded to the ground, overturning and spilling half of its contents. Avatra gave the boy a very hurt look. "Peace," Curon said, holding back a laugh as he patted Avatra on the shoulder. My lady is possessed of gentleness, if not good manners. She would not harm you for the world." The acolytes said nothing, though their looks of doubt told Kuran that they would rather err on the side of caution. So Kuran came and took the other 2 barrows while Avatra polished off the contents of the 3rd, and brought them to her himself. So she ate to her heart's content, while the priests and acolytes gazed on her from a respectful distance. "If you would care to stay the night at the sanctuary, young lord," one of them called, "there is a room where your sky warrior may sleep warm. It is not often used, for we are a modest temple, but—" "You make us feel welcome," Kuran said immediately. "Our thanks, and we will stay." From the pleasure on the priests' faces, although he could not recall the ram god having any particular association with dragons, he got the feeling that the arrival of a jouster on a feast day was considered to be a sign of great favor. If that was the case, he was going to take shameless advantage of the fact. So he and Avatra were led to a roofless chamber where the floor was heated from below by fire, and although it was not the hot sands that she preferred, she settled down with a contented grunt. Then he was taken to a bathing chamber, where he was able to give himself a good scrub for the first time in far too long, given a clean loincloth and a proper, soft-wrapped Altan kilt, in contrast to the stiff, starched Tian variety that anyone of rank wore. His hands remembered how to wrap it, even if his mind didn't. An acolyte braided his hair for him, Altan fashion, in a clubbed plait down the back of his neck. Then he was conducted to the feast that the priests themselves held. And that was when he very nearly bolted, when he saw the couches arrayed around the dining chamber and realized that he was going to be a guest, and he was supposed to be an Altan jouster. Panic took him for a moment, and he sat down woodenly on his couch, expecting at any moment that someone would realize that he was a fraud. But once again his luck saved him, for the priests not only did not question him, they did not seem to expect him to be very much of a conversationalist. Or, perhaps, they assumed that no jouster would be conversant with what was, after all, merely local gossip. A few remarks were directed to him, which he answered cautiously and briefly, but most of the conversation went merrily on without him, and seemed to concern the intertemple political maneuvering here in the Nome of the Hair. In fact, the only significance his presence had was that his, and Avatra's, appearance at this particular moment was going to put this temple up a notch or two in the ever-changing pecking order, at least for a while. Probably if he had come at a time when there was no overabundance of meat, he might have been less welcome. And these men were truly only interested in what lay within the borders of this Nome. They were remarkably incurious about either Alta City or even their neighboring gnomes. All this worked to his advantage. All he needed to do was to be a courteous and agreeable guest. Yet surely before he left, he was going to be expected to make an offering to the god, and unlike a real jouster, he didn't have a lot to his name. He cast his mind over his poor possessions, trying to decide if there was anything among them that was worth offering, and then it struck him. "I have with me the captured amulets of enemy jousters," he said to the chief priest with great diffidence as the feast drew to a close. "If the god would deign to accept them as a worthy sacrifice and a sign of his power over the gods of the enemy—" "Deign?" the chief priest said, throwing up pudgy little hands in delight. He was a small, round man who was clearly fonder of the pleasures of the table than he was of political machinations. "Good young Lord Kuran, it would be an honor to offer them for you. Let me send for your baggage so that we can make the sacrifice before the midnight hour." It was with no small sense of irony that Kuran watched the priest lay out the line of fiance amulets upon the ram's god altar with a reverence more suited to objects of gold than simple glazed clay. All of those amulets sent to be Kuran's own grave offerings by the terrified dragon boys to prevent his haunting them. Still, most of them were Haris hawk amulets, sign of the jousters of Tia, and, as such, were powerful symbols of an Altan victory over a Tian, if not valuable in themselves. and, presumably, they were something no other temple within the Nome of the Hare could boast of having. They wanted to send him to the guest quarters, but he was adamant about having a couch placed in the same chamber as Avatra. He had not slept a night away from her side since she was hatched, and he did not intend to start now. He was escorted to his couch by yet another acolyte, who apologized so many times for the simplicity of the quarters that Karun was weary of reassuring him and glad when he took himself out. And if the quarters were bare, well, that was his choice, wasn't it? And besides, when the lamp was blown out, all quarters were the same. As long as they held Avatra, he could not have cared if he slept on rock or in the great king's palace. It had been a little difficult to judge accurately, but if the ram god's priests were to be believed in their guesses of how far it was to Alta City, he and Avatra would be there by nightfall at the very latest, and mid-afternoon at the earliest. He did not have much of a plan, but then, perhaps, he would not need one. His plan, such as it was, consisted of finding the Dragon Jousters' compound, landing there, and telling his story, or at least an edited version of the story. This version featured him purposefully, rather than accidentally, making his escape flight and working his way in short stages around the edge of the desert, instead of involving the Bedou. In the first place, he did not want any rumor of the Veiled One's involvement to get back to Tia, and in the second place, he did not want any rumor of Ari's involvement to get back either. Everything would be true up to the point of Avatra's first flight. Everything would be true after the point at which he crossed the border into Alta. In fact, the stories about the happenings in between would be partly true. He could tell a great many truths about learning to hunt with Avatra, the things he had taught her, about sandstorms they had been forced to fly above, about finding tiny wilderness water sources not even the Bedou had known were there. He would just be a little vague about the locations where these things had happened. He was pretty certain it would work, and if the Altans were mistrustful of him at first, that was no great loss. Avatra was not even in the first stages of jousting training, and neither was he. It would be years before he would actually be ready to fight, and by that time, he should be accepted without question. Only the acolytes were awake when he and Avatra were up and ready to fly. This was not exactly a surprise. The serious inroads into the offerings of palm wine and date wine were just being made when he had left the feast, and none of those priests had looked particularly ascetic. There would be aching heads this day, which was all to the good, since he wanted to be well away before anyone thought of any questions they wanted to ask about just why such a young-looking boy was riding a dragon toward Alta City, and why such a one would have Tian amulets in his possession that he claimed to have been captured from the enemy. Avatra ate her fill. She seemed supremely content with the chamber they'd shared, and was ready, even anxious, to be off. Perhaps she picked that up from him. With the end of the journey now in sight, he wanted it to be over. They were in the sky just as the sun crested the horizon, with the chamber heated all night long. There had been little need for the dragon to warm up her muscles before she flew. They made excellent speed. The wind was favorable, the way clear, and there was no real need to stop until Avatra hungered again. Below, the white daughter showed her true nature, the water the curious color of watered-down milk, the sandy shores as white as reed paper. She seemed a placid enough river, the shortest, and hence termed the youngest, of the three daughters. During the flood season, her waters spread out over the land gently and predictably, and she returned to her bed just as gently. In fact, the worst that could be said of her was that she was a veritable nursery for crocodiles and river horses. For along much of her length, it was easier to dig irrigation channels than to fill or drain her swamps. And if those swamps were a haven for ducks, geese, and other desirable things, they were also the chosen shelters for the two most terrible forms of death by water other than drowning itself. As he and Avatra flew over the marshes, it was easy to see the great river horses in their herds, looking like slowly moving boulders that would sometimes submerge altogether. The huge, fat beasts were deceptively placid-looking, and yet they could be more deadly than the crocodile. Like the crocodile, they could swim swiftly, hidden under water for a surprising amount of time, and in the White Daughter's murky current, they were nearly impossible to see. Their huge jaws could crush a boat literally in half, or rip a man's leg off at the hip, and if their uncertain tempers meant there was no telling if or when one would choose to attack, and for all their bulk, even on land, they could move very swiftly for a short distance. And yet they were considered fine eating in certain seasons, and in both Tia and Alta it was considered a mark of great courage to take part in a hunt. Crocodiles were harder to spot, except where they sunbathed on the banks or on sandbars. The White Daughter hid them even more effectively. The best that one could do with regard to crocodiles was to try to clear a ford with nets before crossing it. Still, except with the very largest of the beasts, it was possible to win a fight with one, if you could get its jaws clamped or tied shut, for though the muscles that closed the jaws were immensely strong, the ones that opened them were weak. But one man against a river horse did not stand a chance. Still, both tended to keep to the swamp rather than the open river. It was rare for either to attack in broad daylight. Rare, but not impossible, especially not when provoked. "We can't be far now," Charon thought, looking down at the vast swamp beneath them. The White Daughter was visible, oh yes, clearly visible, cutting her path through the heart of the swamp, but as far as he could see was nothing but a sea of reeds. The scent that rose from this swamp was perilously close to a stink. It smelled of stagnant water and rotting reeds, and things he couldn't name. This was the first of the 7 ringed city's defenses. Alta City had never permitted the swamp here to be filled in or drained, because it was too effective as a passive defense. There were only 2 ways to the city: down the White Daughter to the sea, and by ship from the port side of the city. And the swamp itself was a source of more than just defensive measures. Papyrus cutters worked here endlessly, cutting the reeds for the paper for which the city was justly famous. Geese and ducks were actually farmed here by keeping their wing feathers clipped. Wild ones were hunted. There must be 100 sorts of fish to be hooked or netted. As Charon looked down, admiring the flight of a flock of birds beneath him, he saw something else: 2 small boats of exceptionally fine design. The reason he saw them was that the gilded prows caught the light and his attention. There were 2 men in each boat. Out of purest curiosity, for he could not imagine what they were doing, he sent Avatra to circle a little lower. 2 spearmen, 2 rowers. The rowers were in Altan kilts, but the spearmen were in short, knee-length tunics. He caught another glint of gold from each of the spearmen. Nobles? He snorted to himself, and was about to give the signal to Avatra to circle back north and onward. Nobles out spearfishing? In the swamp, no less? What idiocy! He hoped the midges and mosquitoes ate them alive. But then he heard a splash and a shout, and a scream. And it was not the scream of a young man. It was the scream of a girl. Startled, he glanced down, just in time to see the huge jaws of a river horse smash down on the aft of one of the boats, crushing it and engulfing the head of the upper torso of the rower, who had been sitting there. He bellowed in agony, a cry swiftly cut off. The boat went over. The spearman, the girl, was thrown into the water, with the river horse. A crocodile would take a single victim, carry it under and drown it, then eat it at leisure. A river horse, if maddened, would take as many victims as it could get. It would not eat them, for it was a vegetarian. No, it would maim them, crush them, kill them if it could, until it was dead, it tired of the carnage, or all the possible victims were gone. And these were Altans, his people. He had to save them, or save the girl anyway. The rower was dead, or as good as, for nothing that escaped the savage jaws of a river horse lived for long. He signaled Avatra with knees and hands. She turned and circled back, her muscles tensing under him as she sensed his intention. There was another maneuver besides the strike and bind that he and Avatra had practiced out there in the desert, but not on living things that could fight back as a river horse would, only on potential prey. No matter, they had to try it now. The river horse still had the rower in its jaws, tossing its enormous, blocky head back and forth, while muffled screaming came from inside that terrible maw. The girl in the water, sensibly, saving her breath, trying to swim away from the river horse as fast as she could before it noticed her. The river horse was between her and the other boat. The spearman was cursing the rower for trying to escape, while he tried to take aim with his flimsy little fish spear at the river horse's head. Blood flowed from the river horse's jaws, turning the milky water pink. All this Kuran saw in that single moment when he gave Avatra one of her new hunting commands. "Avatra!" he shouted. "Rake!" One half-grown dragon could not hope to take down anything much larger than an ass with the strike and bind attack she knew instinctively. But the desert falcons used a different technique to drive an enemy away. They would attack with outstretched talons, but would not close once they had struck. Instead, they would leave bloody furrows across their victim's head, with luck blinding it, but at least inflicting a lot of pain, and giving it something else to think about than, say, a nest or a newly fledged youngster. Kuran had not known whether dragons used this same ploy until he'd tried it with Avatra. Apparently they did. Now she had a command word to go with the attack, but this was the first time they were using it against something that could turn on them. And if the river horse got one of Avatra's feet, too late to worry about that now. Avatra understood instantly what she was supposed to do. She folded her wings and went into a dive. Kuran leaned over her shoulder, eyes narrowed against the wind of her passage. She struck. She hit. There was no shock, as there was when she hit and bound. Instead, she slowed for just a moment, as a bellow of rage erupted just below her feet. Then she surged upward with a great beat of her wings. It sounded like thunder in his ears, each wing beat pounding the air, and the bellowing of the river horse still ringing below them. But Avatra knew she was not done, not yet. Her blood was up now, and the prey was audibly still alive. She got just enough height to stoop again, and did a wing-over that left Kuran's stomach still hanging in the air behind them, as she dove for another raking maneuver. The girl was still in the water, fighting her way through the reeds. The river horse was only wounded. It had shook what was left of the rower out of its jaws, and was peering around with its little piggy eyes to see what had hurt it so. But before it could catch sight of the girl's thrashing arms, Avatra struck again. More bellows, again that surge of wings. As they climbed, Kuran looked down again. No good. The other rower was getting away from the area as fast as his arms could take him, despite the curses of the spearman, who had somehow lost his spear. The river horse was still between them and the girl. The girl's arms weren't moving as fast. She was tiring, and there was blood in the water, plenty of it. It would not be long before there were crocodiles or worse, more river horses. They couldn't keep raking the beast. At any moment, it would understand that attack was coming from above and dive, and then it might find and seize the girl. Time for another trick. Except that the girl didn't know it, so he would have to get into the water. He signaled Avatra with hands and legs not to make a third attack, and turned her toward where the girl was. If he could just reach that coil of rope behind him. His hand found it. He pulled it off the pack and looped it around himself just under his armpits, and tied it in place. The other end was still fastened to the packs. He hoped he had fastened it securely. This would be a bad time to discover that he had not. As Avatra swooped low over the girl, who ducked instinctively, then came up in a hover and threw himself out of the saddle, tucking himself into a ball to protect his head and stomach. He hit the water with a splash that stung his arms and legs and drove him under for a moment. He unfolded his limbs and forced himself upward, tossing his head and gasping as he broke the surface of the water and looked around for the girl. Unbelievably, she was no more than an arm's length away, and before the rope could tighten around him, he had her, wrapping both his arms around her just under her arms and clasping his hands on his own wrists. "Pull!" He screamed at the dragon above him, and obediently Avatra surged upward. The rope around his chest cut into him as the dragon turned her hover into flight. The dead weight of the girl threatened to pull his arms out of their sockets, and reeds lashed his back and head as Avatra pulled them both through the swamp backward. It felt as if Kefti the Fat was giving him the worst lashing of his life, while trying to squeeze him in half and tear him limb from limb, all at the same time. And meanwhile, the weight of the girl threatened to drag him underwater. It was a total, painful assault on all senses. He couldn't think. He couldn't even see, not really. All he could do was to hold on, grim as a hungry ghost, hold on, and hope that Avatra would find somewhere solid to land. Soon. Please. Oh, gods, soon. He couldn't see. He could only feel. Couldn't let go. Wouldn't let go. Pain turned his arms and back into hot agony. His lungs burned with the water he'd inhaled. Don't let go! Hard to breathe, the rope tightening over his chest. Don't let go! The world grew darker, redder, darker, as he sobbed to get a breath, just one, just another. Then it stopped. The motion, anyway, if not the pain. He gasped for a breath that didn't have water in it. Agony burned across his chest. Thought he heard something like a curse. The wire of pain around his chest snapped, and he could breathe again, and he gasped in one large, blessed breath of air. Felt someone tugging at his arms, his poor, wrenched arms. "Get up!" said the high voice urgently in his ear. "Please, get up!" "Can't," he said thickly, and tried to shake the water, hair, and mud out of his face. He opened his eyes. Everything seemed blurred. "Orest!" the high voice called. "He can't get up! You have to help me!" He tried to move his leaden legs then. Found that they would work, a little, so that when a second person came splashing through the shallows, he was able to at least get his own feet under him. With one person on each side, they got him to the side of a boat, and he half fell and was half pushed into it. Wind buffeted them all. Somehow he rolled over and saw a blur of scarlet above as the other two clambered in beside him. "Avatra!" he called and coughed. It hurt to call, hurt to breathe again, but he didn't want her attacking. "Avatra! Follow!" he managed. "Follow!" He fell into a fit of coughing again, and his vision grayed for a moment. Small hands pounded his back until he coughed up some muddy water, which seemed to help a little, and the high voice said, "It's all right. She's following us." "And hanged if I know how he's making her do that," said a new voice admiringly. "I've never seen any jouster who could make his dragon do anything like he did. Who are you?" "Kuran," he managed, around pain-filled gasps. "Son of Kuran." "Never mind that. Never mind any of that," the young girl's voice said firmly. "You just rest. We'll get you back. You and your dragon, just rest. We'll get you help and take you to where you belong." Where I belong, he thought wonderingly, around the pain. Where I belong. And he closed his eyes, lying curled in the bottom of the boat, and let them take him wherever they were going to, because wherever it was going to be home, where he belonged at long last. 3. He must have hurt himself more than he'd thought. He'd thought his life had hardened him against any and all punishments, but apparently being dragged backward through a swamp, over submerged logs and sharp sedges, and who knew what all else, was a little more than even he could handle. Something happened to him after he was hauled into that little boat, because he lost a significant slice of time. One moment he was curled with his cheek against the reed bundles of the bottom of that boat, and the next, he wasn't. Probably he blacked out for a while. At least, that was the only conclusion his pain-fogged mind could come up with, because the next thing he knew, he was being picked up with surprising care by two enormous men, one at his head and the other at his knees, while the girl babbled and fussed at them. And all he could think was that Avatra would surely think he was being attacked. "Wait," he gasped. "My dragon will..." "Here's the healer," interrupted the boy's voice, just as the two men set Curran down carefully on a warm, rough surface that felt like stone. And it hurt anyway. His back screamed at him until he was rolled over on his side to get what was obviously lacerated skin off that rough stone. Curran blinked his eyes hard to clear them from the tears of pain. As he got them to focus, he saw he was lying on stone, on a little pier, in fact, and the mud-splattered girl and boy had been joined by two enormous men in plain, rough-spun tunics, probably the ones who had gotten him out of the boat. Bending over him was a woman with her hair hanging loose. She was dressed in a flowing white linen gown with no jewels at all, and only a soft white belt at the waist. Avatra had already landed at the very end of the stone pier and was eyeing the proceedings with anxiety. He tried to say something, to warn them that Avatra could be dangerous in this situation, but then, to his astonishment, the girl walked fearlessly up to the dragon and stretched out her hand. Avatra stared back, eyes wide, then cautiously eased her head forward, sniffing suspiciously at the outstretched palm. And the most astonishing thing of all happened. The moment that Avatra's nose touched the girl's hand, the dragon relaxed. Relaxing entirely, in fact, and went from a pose that warned she was ready to fight to looking as if she was back in her own sandpit with only Curran beside her. And she sat, then stretched out at full length on the stone. She kept her eyes fixed on Curran, but with no signs of concern at all, as if she knew that no one was going to hurt either of them. "She'll be all right now, Teftala," the girl said, confidently laying her hand on Avatra's shoulder and reaching up to scratch under her chin. Curran would have experienced a surge of betrayal and jealousy at that moment, except that was the exact moment that the healer chose to place both hands on his chest and was far too busy thinking about how much it hurt. And then, once again, he wasn't thinking of anything at all. When he came to himself a second time, he was lying in bed. It was not the sort of hard, flat couch that the Tians used. This was more like the fabric frames on low legs that the tala fruit was dried on, but much stronger, of course. And instead of a hard neck rest, there was a soft pillow beneath his head. That, and the sultry breath of a breeze that moved over his face, full of the scent of greenery and water, told him that he was not in Tia, even before his mind caught up with his wakefulness, and he remembered why he was lying on a bed. In fact, this was the sort of bed he had used as a child, when his father Curran was master of his own farmlands, and those farmlands had been in Alta, not Tia. There was a linen sheet over him, which was a very good thing, since he quickly discovered that he'd been cleaned up, which was good, but also that he wasn't wearing anything beneath that sheet, which could have been embarrassing. Well, that wasn't entirely true. His chest and presumably his back had been expertly bandaged, so he was wearing bandages. But when he opened his eyes, the first thing that he saw was that the girl that he had rescued was in the same room with him, and he was glad they had given him something to cover his nakedness. Then his second realization was that he wasn't in a room. It was a courtyard, open to the sky, which was made necessary by the fact that, his third realization, and a great relief, Avatra was also with him. She looked as pleased with herself as she could be, and she'd been unharnessed, wiped down, and seemed too contented to be hungry, so someone must have fed her. And besides the girl and Avatra, there were 3 men in this courtyard, all standing at his bedside, conversing with one another in low tones. The first had one hand resting on the girl's shoulder as she sat beside the head of Curran's cot. Since the familial resemblance between them was strong, he quickly assumed that this was her father. If so, well, from the gold collar and armbands, the fine linen tunic, the belt of gold plaques, and the gold circlet around his close-cropped hair, he was wealthy at the least. The second man was robed much like the woman healer had been, and there wasn't much else to note about him, except that he had kind eyes. And the third wore leather arm bracers and a wide leather belt over his soft kilt, and carried a leather helmet that was enough like the ones that the Tian Jousters wore to make Chiron think that this must be an Altan jouster. The first, in fact, that he had ever seen. "Oh, good," the girl said, seeing that his eyes were open. "He's awake! Chiron, son of Chiron?" "That," Chiron croaked, finding his throat strangely raw, "would be me, yes." The jouster looked as if he wanted to speak, but the man dressed as a healer held up a hand. "One at a time, please, and I believe Lord Yatirin has precedence." The man with his hand on the girl's shoulder coughed and looked embarrassed. Whatever we learn here, I wish to make it plain that for saving my daughter's life, this young man has the protection of my house. That's all." The jouster looked pained. "Lord Yatirin, you surely do not think—" "A strange, bedraggled youngster appears out of nowhere with a dragon that acts like his puppy. He saves my daughter from a river horse, and all that we know of him is that his few possessions appear to be Tian," Lord Yatirin replied pettishly. "And then you appear before he's even brought to my house. Well, what is anyone to think, except that I do not want you people hauling him off to be questioned as if he were a spy or well, I don't know what. But he's surely no older than my son, and I doubt he's a spy. The last that I heard, the Tians were hardly so desperate that they needed to send boys northward to spy for them." Chiron decided that he liked Lord Yatirin. The man might not be altogether certain of who and what he was, but was willing to protect him from less delicate ways of finding out than simply asking. I was born Altan, and made a Tian serf, and served as a dragon boy among the jousters of Tia," Chiron interrupted, taking tiny breaths often to keep his chest from moving too much. "I suppose you could say I stole Avitra from them, except that without me, she'd never have hatched at all. The rest is a long story." He eyed the strangers. The healer looked resigned, Lord Yatirin interested, the girl fascinated, and the jouster skeptical, but willing to be convinced. "If you want to hear it," the healer sighed. "Send for the chairs you wanted, my lord. I can see that my patient will be allowed no rest until this long story is told." So Chiron told his carefully edited tale, beginning from the time that his father's land was taken. A little more judicious editing with those facts left them with no real idea how much or how little land had belonged to his family. Let them assume whatever they wished to. But if they assumed that the elder Chiron had been the holder of a large estate, well, it would do no harm to his cause. It was a cold fact that a man of wealth and noble blood would look with far more sympathy on someone of his own class than he would on someone far below him, but in a similar plight. Would Ari have been nearly so friendly to him if Ari had been noble-born rather than common-born? While he would like to think yes, experience taught him otherwise. He spoke bitterly of his father's death, of the division of his family as a sop to the treaty agreements that meant that Tians could not own land they had taken outright without also caring for those to whom it had once belonged. He described his life as a serf under Kefti the Fat, and Lord Yatirin had the grace to wince more than once. He told of how jouster Ari had plucked him from under Kefti's nose, and then went on at length about Ari and Cachette. "We know this jouster too well," said the Altan jouster thoughtfully. "There were rumors that he had done something very different with his dragon. Certainly the results he has are remarkable. Most said it was magic." "Not magic," Chiron objected. "Just wisdom, study, observation, and a great deal of thought and care. And he made it clear that any man who was willing to do as he had done and raise a dragon from the egg would have the same result. Well, look." He pointed at Avitra, lying at her leisure, unbound, and calm as could be. As he had done, I decided to do. He continued and described how he had purloined the egg from the mating of 2 jousting dragons, incubated and hatched it, and raised Avatra to first flight. And edited again, making it seem that his escape had been planned, making no further mention of Ari, nor of the Bedu, except to claim he had traded with isolated clans once or twice for water rights or food. He had to pause frequently for rest, and to let the muscles of his chest relax again. He suspected there were cracked ribs under those bandages. The sun had just about set by the time he finished, and servants had come bearing torches and lamps to illuminate the entire courtyard. The jouster sucked on his lower lip, consideringly. "It is a fantastic tale," he said judiciously, "and I would have said fantasy tale if this dragon's own behavior were not just as fantastic." "She loves him, Lord Kaman," the girl said simply, the first time she had spoken since she'd announced that Kuran was awake. "She loves this boy Kuran as if he was her nestmate. When have you ever heard of a dragon who loved her rider?" "And how does she know that?" Kuran thought, startled, for the girl had spoken with the authority of someone who really knew what Avatra felt. "Never. And that alone settles it, I think," the jouster said, and stood up. "Very well. My lord, I leave this boy and his dragon in your care, though the jousters will see that the dragon's ration is brought every day, until he is well enough for me to return and enroll him. After that, his disposition will be up to you." Lord Yatiran bowed his head a little. "Thank you, Lord Kaman," he replied. "No, Tala," Kuran interrupted, a stab of concern matching that of the pain in his chest lancing through him as he realized why the jousters would be providing food for Avatra. They would assume that she needed the calming, taming effects of the Tala, and that was the very last thing she needed. "Avatra is to have no Tala on her food. Please." "No Tala." The jouster looked from Kuran to Avatra, who was now watching them all calmly, and shook his head. "Very well. I cannot argue with results. No Tala. Has she eaten since I arrived?" The girl giggled. "She told me she was hungry while the healer was with this boy, and I took care of it, jouster. I unharnessed her and wiped as much mud and dirt off her as I could manage to reach. She tells me she will want a morning feed, but wishes to sleep now." The jouster shook his head again. "And she speaks to a nestling priestess, as if she were a tamed thing. No Tala, then. I believe I can leave it all safely in your household, my lord, and by your leave I will report this to the House of Jousters and the Great Ones." The Lord Yatiran nodded, and the man rose and took himself out of the courtyard. "And you, healer?" Lord Yatiran asked. "I am satisfied, my lord," the healer said, with a little smile. "This boy is stouter than I had judged. Call upon me if you wish, but I believe my services will not be needed any more. If I, too, may go?" The Lord Yatiran nodded, and the healer departed as well. That left the girl and her father, who regarded Kuran benevolently. "Well, my young rescuer," the Lord said, "do you think you could manage to eat something? Or is that a foolish question?" Kuran's stomach growled before he could answer, and the girl chuckled. Her father smiled. "In that case, I will summon you a servant and a meal, and go about my duties. Aket 10, I leave him in your hands. Do not overtire him, but I suspect that between you there are several kilons of unanswered questions, and most of them are things that would not interest me. Good night, my children." And with that, Lord Yatiran rose and followed in the wake of the jouster and the healer, leaving Kuran alone with the girl, who still sat like a miniature oracle on her 3-legged stool. She had changed from her short tunic of the swamp into a robe very like those of the priestesses he was familiar with, although there were some differences. There was no elaborate wig, for instance. She wore her own black hair cut short, like a helmet that framed her face and skimmed the nape of her neck, and the robe was not pleated tightly to her slim body. It hung loosely from her shoulders, and was confined with a beaded belt. Around her neck was an enameled and beaded collar that depicted a flame with two wings, like the wings of the Harris falcon. Karan said, feeling tongue-tied. Then the one thing he really wanted to know just burst out of him. How can you know about Avatra? What she's thinking, you mean? The girl replied. I'm a nestling priestess. I have the gifts. I will have the gifts when I get older and more training, and if they come to me, but I've always had the gift of silent speech with animals. That's how they knew I was going to be a winged one when I grew up. He blinked. A winged one? You mean you're going to be a sea witch? He blurted, then blushed. That's what they call the Tians. She giggled again. She had a charming laugh, and he was relieved that she seemed to be the sort of girl who refused to take herself too seriously. I know that's silly. I know that's what the Tians call us. But no, I'm not going to be one of the magi, people that have real magic. I'm going to be the kind that can see and hear and know things that people without the gifts can't. That's what a winged one is. The others aren't really priests and priestesses at all. Magi, we call them. They serve the great ones. We serve the gods. He digested that for a moment, trying to sort it all in terms of the things that he was familiar with. He'd never heard of anyone who could speak with animals, but that might not mean anything. He wasn't exactly conversant with the ways of priests. It's a good thing you can talk to Avatra. Thank you for trying, and getting her calm. She must have been really scared. She was, but she was fine as soon as I told her we were going to take care of you, the girl said, with complete equanimity, as if she spoke to the dragons every day. Well, if she spoke to animals all the time, perhaps that wasn't such a stretch. Then she was all right, but she wouldn't be parted from you. That's why you're in my courtyard instead of in a proper room. She's very nice. A little like a hunting cat, and a little like a falcon, and I talk to those all the time. Father likes to hunt, and he relies on me to find out how his cats and birds are feeling. She looked up at the sky, now dark and filling with stars. I hope it doesn't rain. That was the least of his concerns. During Chemisine? Surely not. She laughed. Oh, of course not. You're right. So, you're Kuran, and I'm Aked 10. And you saved my life. That was terribly brave and clever of you, and I hope you realize that I really am awfully grateful, and so is my father, and we're terribly in your debt. She flushed. You really did, you know, even though I have silent speech. I can't talk to beasts unless I touch them, and I think that the river horse would have bitten me in two before I could have made it calm down. So you really did save me. She took a deep breath. Her flush faded, and she sobered and she bit her lip. Poor Larian Al. I wish you could have saved him too. He gulped, recalling that poor rower, engulfed and being shaken like a dog shook a rag. So do I. What were you doing out there, anyway? Now, for the first time, she frowned. We were sent to catch a special sort of fish for Magus Kefret. That is, I was sent, and my brother Orest wouldn't let me go alone. The nestlings all take training together, you see, so the winged ones or the magi that are teachers can give assignments to whomever they wish. He said that with my gifts I should be able to know where the fish were and get them to come to my spear. I tried to tell him that my gift wasn't that strong yet, and anyway, I wasn't sure it could be used for something like that. But he said, how could I know if I didn't try? Now she paused, and seeing the odd expression on her face, Kurun got a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. She has a bad feeling about that Magus, and about why he sent her, but she can't put a finger on what's wrong. Anyway, Father went straight to the teachers. The teachers went to the pedagogues who are in charge of all nestling and fledgling training, and they've said that there is to be no more sending of nestlings out on dangerous errands like that again. She continued, her face clearing. I mean, it wasn't as if it was time for my ordeals or anything. I'm not nearly old enough. So anyway, that was why we were out in the swamp. And I didn't realize that our boat had gotten between a river horse and her calf until it was too late, and she was charging us. He sighed as she gave him a long look. I'm glad we were there when we were, he said sincerely, and just then several servants arrived, burdened with food, and for a time he and Akhet 10 were too busy eating for many more questions. He was absolutely ravenous, but there was still time between bites to have a look at his surroundings. As a courtyard, this was a singularly austere spot. There was no ornamental pool, such as the Jousters of Tia shared, and hardly any plantings, just a tree in each corner in a big stone box. He was beneath the branches of one of these trees, an orange tree, he thought. Avatra was in the barren middle of the courtyard, surrounded by charcoal braziers, which must have been keeping her warm enough, or she would surely be complaining. The walls around the courtyard were white stone, and there was one door in the middle of each of the 4 walls, making it enough like Avatra's former pen that she probably felt perfectly secure here. The meal was delicious: spiced lamb, hot and oozing juice, and chickpea paste with herbs in it, goat cheese pungent and tangy, sharp onions and some green stuff he wasn't at all familiar with that went well with all of it. It came with a flat round of something that Akhet 10 used to scoop up the chickpea paste and wrap around the lamb and vegetables. He followed her example and found it was a sort of chewy bread. There were also dates in honey, and a much better date wine than he'd gotten from that overseer. The head of his bed could be propped up, as she showed him, even though it made him dizzy to sit up at first. It felt quite luxurious to be sitting, eating in bed with servants to wait on him. Akhet 10 quite sensibly concentrated on eating rather than chattering, which was something of a relief. From what Kurun vaguely recalled of his sisters, they had spent a good half of the time at every meal gabbing like a flock of hens. She didn't seem much like a typical girl. On the other hand, he didn't know a great deal about girls, other than the little that he remembered of his sisters. The fact was, the only females that Kurun had even seen much of, once he'd been taken into Ari's service, were the serfs, slaves, and servants in the compound's kitchen area. And most of those weren't girls, but women old enough to be his mother. He really didn't know what to expect from this one. Altan and noble and female, and he certainly didn't know what to say to her. Fortunately, he was saved from having to make any attempt at conversation by the arrival of her brother. "Father says our hero is awake," called a cheerful voice from the darkened door nearest them, and the young man himself sauntered out into the courtyard a moment later. "And so you are. Did you leave me any dates, little oracle?" "Yes, if you want them, unless Kurun needs them," Akhet 10 said. No, they are too sweet for me," he replied. The truth, since he wasn't used to anything as sweet as a honeyed date after all that time in the desert. Thank you. My brothers always gobble them up like locusts on a wheat field, and I never get my share," Orist said with a grin, helping himself to a bit of flatbread and a sticky sweet handful of dates before a servant could offer them. Orist looked like a lanky male version of his sister. They even wore their hair the same length, though he had a tunic like his father's instead of a gown, and his pectoral collar was of plain gold and turquoise beads without the winged flame. "Brothers," Kurun replied, a little surprised. "There are more of you?" "5 more boys. Akhet 10 is the youngest and the only girl, and the only winged one." Orist made a face at her. Well, if she had to be a girl, at least she's going to be doing something useful with herself and her time. Not one of those stupid creatures that spends all her time giggling with the clack of others like her. Akhet-Ten sniffed disdainfully at him. This was apparently a joke of long standing between them. She tossed her head. Whereas unless you stop skipping your lessons with your tutors, you aren't going to be of any use whatsoever. Ought to be glad I skipped today, little oracle, he retorted gaily, and turned to Karan with a face full of avid curiosity. So, just how did you get a dragon? I mean, you weren't exactly dressed like a noble or even a Dragon Jouster, so how did you get a dragon like her? She's wonderful. Avatra muttered sleepily, as if in agreement with that sentiment. I stole the egg and hatched her myself, he said, and found himself telling the whole story all over again. Not that he minded. There was nothing he would rather talk about than Avatra. This time, since the adults weren't around, Akhet-Ten asked several of her own questions, and it was perfectly obvious from them that she hadn't been in the least exaggerating her ability to communicate with animals. The things she asked proved to Karan that, if she wasn't actually speaking in words as such, she was surely getting the general tenor of Avatra's thoughts. And that could be very, very useful, he suddenly realized. In further training, he wouldn't have to teach Avatra what he wanted in tiny little increments. Oh no, he could have Akhet-Ten or someone like her actually tell Avatra what he wanted. Look, he said finally, after another of her questions, I want to know something. If you can talk to the dragons, why aren't you winged ones helping with the training of the Altan Jousters? It seems as if your dragons are a lot more dangerous than the Tian ones, and if you could— Because we don't have any tame dragons, Orist answered for her. Ours are really, really wild. Maybe wilder even than the Tian dragons, because we trap ours fully grown. Truth to tell, they're more than wild, they're dangerous, and some of them have been killers when they aren't drugged with Tala. They're kept muzzled when they aren't eating. He blinked at that. No wonder there were fewer of them than Tian dragons. He digested the ramifications of such a system slowly. Fewer dragons, harder to manage, less cooperative than the wildest of the Tian dragons, which meant the jouster had to spend more time controlling his mount and less time in fighting. The only time they can be handled is when they're full of Tala, Akhet-Ten added. And then, not only is it still very hard for anyone but their jousters and dragon boys to get near them, their minds are too dull to talk to. I'd have to touch one anyway, and everyone says that's too dangerous for me to try. I don't know anyone with the gift of silent speech that can talk to an animal without being really near to it. Oh, she won't say it, but young and silly as she is, she's the one with the strongest gift of silent speech they've seen in 2 generations, Orist chuckled, poking at his sister with his elbow. She's afraid it'll sound like boasting if she says it. They expect great things from her. She wrinkled her nose. They can expect all they like, but if the gods don't put more gifts in my hands, you'll probably find me explaining to the horses in the Great One's stables why they need to pull the chariots properly in battle. But if you're in training to be a priestess, why aren't you living at a temple? Karan asked, as another question occurred to him. What was she doing here? All the girls connected with the temples in Tia were kept carefully behind the temple walls at all times, and nobody would have sent one into a swamp after fish. Because I'm a nestling, she replied patiently. Oh, if I were from quite far away, or if my parents were poor, I'd live there. But nestlings stay with their parents. That's why they're called nestlings, you see. I won't move into the Temple of the Twins until I become a fledgling. And I can't wait. I'll finally have the courtyard all to myself, and then I can have the servants build a ball court, Orist began, a teasing look to his eyes that told Curon that this was another joke of long standing between them, and it relieved him to know this was not Akhet Ten's courtyard, or at least not hers solely. "Don't you dare even think of it!" she scolded back, her face turning pink. "It's not just your courtyard, and I won't be spending all my time at the temple, and when I'm at home, I want to be able to enjoy our courtyard without having to worry about being hit with a hard leather ball every time I cross it, or listening to you and your friends playing your stupid games of court ball. Why, you might as well move a dragon in." Curon had never actually seen an idea dawn on anyone before this moment, but it was clear from their faces, and the look they exchanged, that at that moment they had the exact same idea. Orist spoke first. "Curon, what would it take to hatch a dragon egg?" He snorted. "First, you'd have to get one." But from the look on Orist's face, he knew that the young Altan lord had just had an epiphany. Orist had seen what Avatra was all about, and no matter what he said, Orist was not going to give up on his new dream of having a dragon just like her. Before his own exhaustion made him beg them to leave him in peace long enough to sleep, he knew that Orist not only wanted to hatch and train a dragon like Avatra, he was willing and probably able to do everything it was going to take in order to make it all happen. And despite all of his sister's scolding, the moment she realized what Orist meant, she was as eager for him to have a dragon as her brother was. And he knew why. Orist was the youngest son of Lord Yatiran, and the only one with no clear future ahead of him. The eldest son was the heir, of course, and spent all of his time at Lord Yatiran's side, or with his overseer, learning all that he could about managing the estates. His next oldest brother was well on the way to a sterling career as an architect and builder, working as the right-hand man of one of the most respected architects in Alta City. Although not a winged one, the third brother was very much a mystic and was already a priest, and the fourth enrolled in training to be an army officer. Only Orist had had no clear idea of where his place was in the world. Until now, that is. His one pleasure, and his single talent, was in working with animals of all sorts, though he did not have any discernible gift. He was as good a falconer as anyone in his father's service, was trusted by both the houndmaster and the horsemaster to do anything he liked with any animal in the kennel or stable, and had been thinking seriously about getting a cheetah to train to hunt as well. Being a jouster, forcing his will upon a half-drugged wild dragon, had held no appeal for him at all, but working with a dragon like Avatra. Looking at him, Curon remembered only too clearly how he had lusted for a dragon like Cachette. His last thought on falling into sleep, and his first thought on waking with the dawn, was that if the thing could be done, then he could and would help Orist to do it. The young Altan lord must have sat up half the night thinking about it too, for as a servant arrived with the dawn, leading another with a cartload of meat for Avatra and a kilt and loin wrap, at last, for Curon, he heard stirring from Orist's side of the courtyard. With the servant's help, and with much wincing, Curon managed to get up and get properly clothed. The servants did not want to get anywhere near Avatra, and given what he now knew about Altan dragons, he didn't blame them. But Avatra was on her very best behavior, as if she understood that her continued presence here depended on good manners, and she ate her breakfast carefully, slowly, and daintily, looking up now and again at the nervous servants and trying out different looks and silly little noises, until at last she startled a laugh out of them, with what looked like a full-on flirtatious wink. It probably wasn't anything of the sort, but that was what it looked like, and she repeated it until she got some sort of relaxation from them. "I think she likes you," Curon said, and the servants laughed nervously, as if they were still not quite sure if Avatra liked them because she wanted to eat them. Nevertheless, they began to relax a little more around her, and in the end they were no longer afraid when she was done to take the cart away, nor to turn their backs on her. So that was progress, and another step to making certain that Avatra would actually be welcome here for as long as they needed to stay. But as soon as the servants were gone, Orist came popping out of his door, looking as if he had not slept well at all last night. "Karan," he said without preamble, "I want to—" "I'll help," Karan said instantly. "However I can." Orist stopped dead in mid-sentence. Obviously he had been working up to a speech all last night, which accounted for his current appearance, and to have it cut short was clearly a surprise. His jaw dropped, and he gave Karan a goggle-eyed look that made Karan want to laugh. "But you don't even know what I wanted to ask you!" he exclaimed. Karan shrugged carefully and smiled. "It's as plain to me as the sun rising. You want to try hatching out your own dragon and training it. I'll help, as long as your father agrees. I could see it in your face last night, and everything you said to me just made me more certain. You want an Avatra of your own the same way I wanted a cachette of my own." Orist sighed, looking immensely relieved that he wasn't going to have to talk Karan into helping him. "You're right, of course. For a moment I was afraid you were a winged one yourself. Was I that obvious?" "Like a fountain in the desert," Karan laughed. "But what I want to know is, how do you propose to get yourself an egg?" "I don't know yet," Orist admitted, "but I know who to ask." "Well, the first person to ask is Lord Yatiran," Karan admonished him. "I've had my fill of sneaking around, trying to hide a baby dragon, and that was when there were other babies around to help disguise that she was there. Besides, you need both your father's help and possibly that of the Jousters themselves. No, ask your father first if he's willing to let you try this project and become a jouster. Then I'll help, if he says yes." Orist stuck around then, to help him give Avatra a cursory grooming, the best he could do without proper sand and oil, and he wondered how hard Akat 10 had worked in order to get her as clean as she was. Then harness her and help him onto her back. "I'm going to take her to take her out like a dog," he said to Orist. "I'm fit enough to do that much, and she needs both exercise and to keep from soiling your courtyard." "Then take her to the waste ground just past the fruit trees that way," Orist said, pointing eastward. "It will be just a hop for her. I have to go to my tutor now, but I'll be back." Avatra had been sorely puzzled by the lack of sand or a proper corner to use. She was glad enough to see the bit of waste ground, for the ashes and cinders that were dumped there were enough like sand for her to be content to use them. It was just a hop, but by the time Karan returned, Orist was nowhere to be seen. Somewhat to his shock, later that morning, Lord Yatiran himself appeared at the courtyard, just as he returned with Avatra after another short flight, so that she would not leave her droppings on the pristine stone of the courtyard. The Altan Lord watched in fascination as Avatra back-winged to a soft and graceful landing, and Karan slid off her back wincing, but not without patting her affectionately. She turned and nuzzled his hair as he unharnessed her. "My guest," called the Altan Lord, a prudent distance from both of them. "My son tells me he wishes to emulate you and hatch a dragon. Here, he tells me you can help him do so." Karan took a deep breath. "If an intact egg can be brought here warm, he should be able to," he admitted. "And I have promised to help, but only if he got your permission first." Now Lord Yatiran's expression was a curious mixture of emotions, wistful as he looked at Avatra, resigned as he looked at Karan. He would rather not see Orist becoming a jouster. Jousting is dangerous as any other fighting, but he can understand why Orist wants to do this. And if he were younger, I bet he would do the same. "Well," he said at last, and his words were an uncanny echo of Karan's own thoughts. "Though it means sending my youngest son into great danger once he is a jouster, how can I deny him the chance to try what I would try were I younger?" He sighed. All right, he continued after a long pause. You have it. You have my permission. And may the gods grant you success. 4. Of course it wasn't going to be as easy as all that. Putting a dream into action never was. Complicating this was that it soon became apparent that Orist was not the only person in Alta City to want to raise a dragon from the egg. Furthermore, once Kuran's existence was made public, he and Avatra ranked as the curiosities of the moment, and it wasn't only jousters who wished to see the curiosities for themselves. In fact, beginning that afternoon, and all through the rest of the day until the evening meal, Lord Yatiran admitted a parade of guests who wished to see the tame dragon and the boy who rode her for themselves. Avatra was on her best behavior, although she could not resist showing off, preening under all the attention. For most of her life, she had only had one person around. Nevertheless, she was still young, and on the journey she had gotten used to seeing many who would come and look at her from a near distance when they had stopped with the Bedu clans. Now, however, there were others who came much nearer, though none of them cared to touch her, and made admiring noises. She loved it. Although Kuran couldn't give her a proper grooming, he, Orist, and Akat 10 had given her a good wash, though at the expense of a fair amount of pain from his cracked ribs, and he had oiled the more sensitive skin with almond oil from the kitchen. She glowed in the sunshine as if she'd been made of jewels, the ruby of her body shading into the topaz of her extremities, her gorgeous golden eyes more beautiful than anything made by a jeweler. Some of the visitors were Alta jousters, and although all of them were interested in the concept of raising a tame dragon, for the most part their interest faded quickly when they discovered how much work was involved in tending to a dragon like Avatra. As Ari had already discovered among the Tian jousters, when the aristocratic jousters of Alta learned that all of this work had to be undertaken by the man who wished to bond with the dragon, they were very much inclined to go back to their current ways. For a very few, it was not the work that was involved, it was the fact that a man who was already fighting would have to spend so much time out of combat. 2 to 3 years before she'll be fit to fly combat, snorted one, when Kuran told him Avatra's age. We can't afford to have jousters out for that long. The old way may be hard, but no. Better to have as many trained men on the battlefield as we can. The old way works. Imperfectly, but it works. But the last visitor of the day, before Lord Yatiran let it gently be known that he was wearied of the stream of strangers and near strangers trotting through his courtyard, was not just any jouster. It was the same man who had first come to look at Kuran and his dragon. But this time he came in an official capacity, and looking so splendid that at first Kuran did not realize it was the same man. He came strolling, not striding in, at Lord Yatiran's side. Kuran had not been in any condition to pay close attention to his visitors when he had first awakened, but that had been yesterday. Today he felt 100 times better, and there was no doubt in his mind that he had better pay attention to this man. The visitor was a fine figure of a man, with a nose like the beak of an eagle, high cheekbones, deep-set eyes beneath a craggy brow, and he wore his own jet-black hair cut sensibly short to fit under his helmet. This set him in stark contrast to many of the other visitors, who wore theirs fashionably long and braided into a club if they did not sport wigs. By now, Kuran could recognize the jouster's uniform of a soft-wrapped kilt, buskins to protect the shins, wide leather belt, and a leather chest harness. This man wore a completely different variation on that uniform today. His chest harness was ornamented in bronze, and sported a medallion of a ram's head right where the straps crossed at his breastbone. He had bronze armor plates that could not possibly serve any practical function, fastened to the harness over each shoulder, and bronze vambraces. His kilt had a brand of embroidery about the bottom, and the leather helmet he carried was gilded and ornamented with bronze plaques that matched the one on his chest. It came to Kuran, then, that one of the subtle oddities that had been nagging at the back of his mind was that thus far, Everyone he had met had been several shades paler than the Tians. He had been used to being the freak among the darker dragon boys. Now, neither his longer hair nor his lighter skin marked him as different. This then was the man he had to impress, and his stomach tightened with tension. "Chiron, rider of Avatra," said Lord Yatirin as Chiron made a low bow to both of them. "I would like to make you formally known to Lord Kaman Thetis, Lord of the Jousters and responsible for their training and that of the dragons." Lord Kaman Thetis was not paying any attention to Chiron. All his attention was on Avatra, who knew a true admirer when she saw one. Chiron's tension eased a little. If their welcome here rested on Avatra's shoulders, then there was very little to worry about. "You know, she gets better on second viewing, when she's rested, fed, and clean," said the Lord of the Altan Jousters. "I'd like to see her after a proper sandbath and oiling, and when she's full grown she'll be amazing. I don't suppose she'll let me touch her, would she, young Chiron?" This was the first of the jousters, the first of any of the visitors save Orist and Akhet Ten, who had asked to touch Avatra, and given how positively she was acting, Chiron saw no reason to forbid the contact. "I believe she will accept that, my lord. The soft facial skin is particularly sensitive." Kaman Thetis approached confidently, but with care, holding out his hand to Avatra, who stretched out her neck and sniffed it before permitting him to lay hands on her. From his demeanor, Chiron had no doubt that this man enjoyed working with animals and was good with them, and his next comment told the truth of that. "I was a cavalry officer before I became a jouster," he said, to no one in particular, "though I was not reluctant to give over my dragon when I was made lord of the jousters. If I had a dragon like this, there would have been a fight. What a wonderful creature this lady of yours is." As she stretched out her neck so that he could reach the soft skin just under her jawline, he chuckled. "She's very like a horse in her enjoyment of being petted." "More like a great hunting cat crossed with a falcon, my lord," said Chiron diffidently. "She has much of the independent nature of both. I tended the adult dragon who was raised as she was. I found that Cachette was strong-willed and sometimes needed to be humored, and he was given to sly pranks, but on the whole he was as intelligent as a dog, but without a dog's fawning nature." "And she has the pleasure-loving nature of a great cat, too, I see." Again the Lord of the Jousters chuckled. "It is a great pity that so few of my men are willing to invest 3 years of their dignity and lives in order to attain an achievement of this sort. If I had a wing of just 10 fighters—" Chiron refrained from mentioning that the same was true among the Tian jousters, but Kaman Thetis was not finished. "However, as I have made some inquiries among the young, I have found some few who find it no hardship to become the slaves of an egg and a dragonette. Your host's son is one among them, I am told." "So he told me, my lord," Chiron agreed, concealing his relief. Well, it appeared they had been accepted, just as he had hoped, and with remarkably little interrogation. "And among the young, who would not in any case be fit to fight for almost as long as 3 years, the loss of fighting time is of no moment." Now he turned his head to look straight at Chiron, although he did not stop scratching Avatra. "So tell me, Chiron, son of Chiron, what does one need to hatch a dragon's egg?" Chiron could not help smiling in his relief. "First, my lord," he pointed out, "you need the egg." "Then come, sit, and tell me about the eggs," the jouster invited. Chiron took a stool from beside his cot and began. Carefully, in great detail, he described what kind of egg was needed, gathered and transported carefully from where it had been laid so as not to addle it, brought still warm so as not to kill the incubating creature inside, or taken freshly laid so that incubation would not yet have begun. He described the hatching sands to the best of his ability, and how the egg was mostly buried in them, yet turned at least twice daily. "The heat is brought to the sands by magic in Tia," he added. "I am told that the heat is moved from places where things are wanted to be kept cold, storage rooms for meat, for instance, or the royal residences at midsummer, and moved to the sands. I did see the ceremony by which such a thing is done, but—" he shrugged. "I am no priest. I could not tell you anything except that it involves a great deal of chanting by numerous assistants and 4 priests, and must be renewed periodically." Command Thetis said speculatively. "Well, I expect the Great Ones will be able to persuade some of the Magi that such a task would be in their best interest. We have been using other means to heat the sands of our desert dragons, but it is clear that will not be hot enough to incubate the eggs. The Magi will complain that it is beneath them, of course, so I will have to approach the Great Ones when they are in a good mood." Since there was no graceful answer to such a statement, Chiron wisely kept his mouth shut. "So, when the dragon hatches," the Lord of the Jousters continued his careful and exacting questions, and when Chiron finally answered all the questions that he could, the Lord seemed pleased. "Not as difficult as I had thought," he began, and as Avatra delivered a reproachful look, he stopped scratching and began to pace. "I believe that I can find candidates for as many eggs as I can obtain, which will be few. I must warn you that it will be difficult to collect these precious eggs of yours, but nevertheless I believe I can get more than one. Can you train the candidates and the young dragonettes if I do?" "I can try, my lord," Chiron replied, feeling stunned. "Me? A trainer? But—" "I am hoping we can learn something as you train the tame dragons that we can use to help us make our captured dragons tamer," the jouster continued, giving Chiron a penetrating look. "So, he wants to know if I really do know what I'm talking about, and if I can give him something he can use now. I can't blame him. With the Tians building up the numbers of their jousters, and the Altans already fewer, he needs help. If you think it might be valuable, perhaps I can offer you some advice on the older dragons as well," he said, after a moment of hesitation. "Now, I do not know if this will make a difference with your current beasts, but any new ones that you trap, well, there was a trainer among the Tian jousters, newly arrived, who had impressive success in treating newly caught dragons as if they were falcons." "Falcons!" exclaimed Command Thetis. "That had never occurred to us. He kept them hooded, then?" "Day and night, and fed them through the hood until they accepted the presence of men. Then he harnessed them and flew them on a rope in one of the landing courtyards, giving them food rewards until they accepted the harness, the weight, and the commands without complaint." He took a deep breath, then regretted it, as his chest muscles complained. "My lord, there were a great many new dragons being trained in this way when we escaped. Almost all of the pens were full. Mind, the Tians trap only newly fledged dragons, not the adults, which they deem too dangerous. But the pens were almost all full. The Tian king has ordered that the numbers of jousters be increased dramatically." Command Thetis frowned. "That is ill-hearing. In 2 or 3 years, then, we could see double the number of Tian jousters?" "Or more," Chiron replied. "But if you have men who train hawks and hounds and great cats, all of which this trainer had done, especially those who train hawks trapped as adults, you may have some success with adult-caught dragons." "I must see what is to be done." Command Thetis's expression had darkened. "In the meantime, if I get you eggs, hatching pens, and boys, can you show them what to do?" "Yes, my lord, I can," Chiron replied confidently, knowing that none of this would happen any time soon. "And in the meanwhile," Command Thetis eyed him critically, "my lord Yatiran, you extended the invitation for this boy to take lessons with your son's tutors. Until he is needed by the jousters, and perhaps afterward, I should like to take advantage of that invitation. Well-born he may be, and a dragon rider already, but though no fault of his own, he has been educated not at all. And if he is to take a place of authority over well-born boys, he must be able to match them." "Surely," said Lord Yatiran, as Chiron forced an impassive expression on his face. Lessons? What sort of lessons? What on earth did the Lord of the Jousters think he needed to know? He had not been here 2 days, and already someone else was taking charge of his life, whether he liked it or not. "Oh, it won't be so bad," said Orest, when he appeared with servants at sundown, bearing Chiron's dinner. "You'll have to learn to read, of course, but Father stopped my mathematical lessons now that I'm going to be a jouster, so I expect the tutor will be let go. The rest of it is mostly listening to philosophers lecture, and answering questions afterward, and asking questions yourself. Actually, it's better to jump right in and start asking questions. Philosophers are only too happy to hear themselves talking. If you can get them going again, you usually escape having to give any answers yourself altogether." Well, that didn't sound so bad. I wouldn't mind being able to read, he thought to himself, with a wistful longing. If I could read, I could properly recite the prayers for the dead. His father had one shrine now, but, well, it would not be bad to have another here, as long as he didn't end up like the boys who learned to be priests or scribes, bent over a lap desk all day, copying texts onto potsherds until he went mad. But no, that was stupid. He wanted to train jousters, not copy records or write letters. "I like lessons," Akhet 10 said, coming into the courtyard. Today it appeared she was trying to look more grown up. She had on a slim-fitting yellow dress instead of a boyish tunic. For the first time he wondered just how old she was. 11, 12? "Well, that's only because you know you wouldn't be getting any lessons if you weren't a nestling," Orest countered. "So just to keep getting them, you'd say you'd like them even if you didn't." "That's not true. And you know that Father said after the last report from your tutors that it didn't matter I was a girl. If I hadn't been a nestling, he'd have given me the same tutors as you, and I probably would have done better than you because I apply myself, so there." There was a fight brewing, and Chiron hastened to end it before it began. "The Lord of the Jousters was here," he said, interrupting it. "He asked if I could teach others how to hatch and raise a dragonette, and then said he'd get all of it organized. So I guess that's your answer, Orest. It isn't going to be just you, but at least you're not going to have to try and get an egg all by yourself." "They might just let a couple of the fighting dragons mate," Orest observed, popping a little dainty that he had told Chiron was a stuffed grape leaf into his mouth. Chiron had tried them himself. They were spicy, but good, full of chopped meat and breadcrumbs. "That would be the easiest." "No, it wouldn't," Akhet 10 countered. "In fact, it would be stupid and dangerous. The easiest would be to tie out one of the female fighting dragons and let a male come to her. That's how they trap the males already anyway. They just don't let them mate." "And just what do you know about it?" Orest asked heatedly. "I read," she shot back. "I've been reading about dragons all day, in fact, which you could have done if you hadn't been spending all your time telling your friends what a great jouster you're going to be and how your egg is going to hatch out the biggest dragon there ever was." "Oh, you read all about it, did you?" Orest, his ears getting red. "And just who let a nestling back into the restricted scrolls?" "The librarian of the Temple of the Twins, of course," Akhet 10 said primly. "The temple has just as many scrolls as the Great Library, and no nestling is ever restricted from reading any of them, so there." She folded her arms over her chest and gave him a look of triumph. "I probably know more about dragons than anyone but a jouster. I could probably be a jouster if I wanted to." "No, you couldn't," Orest said, with such a look of smug superiority on his face that his sister flushed. "They don't let girls be jousters." "I could go in disguise," she retorted, and looked hurt when both Orist and Kuran laughed at her. Well, I could. The jousters train and bathe together when they aren't fighting, Orist said. They wrestle naked and bathe naked. So how are you going to disguise what you don't have? It's a stupid rule, she said, going from triumphant to sullen sulk all in a moment. I could raise a dragon just as easily as you. No, you couldn't, Orist and Kuran said together. They exchanged a look, and Orist nodded. Dragonettes eat lots and lots of raw meat, Kuran said. Piles of it, and hearts and livers and lungs. Akat-10 was looking a little green at the thought, and he drove it home. The dragonettes need bone in with all of that, so you have to break up the bone so they can swallow it, and you would have to feed the baby this stuff by hand yourself, or she won't bond with you. By the time I got done giving Avatra her first feedings, I was bloody up to the elbows. It was in my hair, under my fingernails. All right, she interrupted, looking as if she was going to be sick. But her brother hadn't had his say yet. And then, the bigger the dragon gets, the more it eats. And you have to clean up her messes, too, because you don't want anyone else in the pen until she's bonded to you. You don't even like to clean out the cat's sand pan. So how do you think you'd manage with a dragon? All right, she said forcefully, hot anger making her flush, her queasiness forgotten. You've made your point. But I still know more about dragons than you, she added, glaring at her brother. Girls, Orist muttered under his breath to Kuran. Kuran just nodded slightly. She is just not going to give it up, Orist added, with a resentful glance at his sister. Kuran nodded again. He remembered enough about his sisters to be on Orist's side this time. Girls just got onto a fellow and wouldn't let him alone if they got an advantage over him. He needed to distract Akat-10, or she was just going to keep on baiting Orist. All right, then, since you've been reading all morning, Kuran said, deciding to pacify her and learn something at the same time. I know about the Tian dragons. Tell me about the Altan ones. Where are they trapped? Well, Akat-10 bounced a little in her seat, once again looking very well pleased with herself. You know that dragons need heat to hatch their eggs. We have two kinds of dragons, actually. We have some that use the hot sand in the desert, like yours do, and we have a smaller kind that makes a big mound of rotting plants the way the crocodiles do to bury their eggs in. Those are the swamp dragons. They're easier to trap, so they're the ones we have the most of, but we have some desert dragons too. In fact, we have a couple of Tian dragons that lost their riders and that we managed to catch. Both of those are female, and when the jousters want a wild desert dragon, they take one of those two females and stake her out at the edge of the desert and wait for another one to find her. A female will come to fight her, a male will come to mate with her. So the smart thing would be to take both of those females out and let them mate. Kuran mused. You wouldn't have the risk of losing a mating pair, and you might even be able to trap the male after the mating is over. What about taking swamp dragon eggs, though, from wild nests? You'd have to drive off the mother somehow, and instead of sand, you'd have to come up with a place that was hot and damp to incubate the eggs, Orist said. That wouldn't be hard, though. There are lots and lots of hot springs around here. Or you could use rotting reeds like the dragons do themselves. It's taking the eggs that would be difficult. Even if you took a lot of people, trying to drive a mother dragon off her eggs could get them killed. A trapped dragon is bad. A mother protecting a nest is 10 times worse. The swamp dragons may be smaller, but they aren't that much smaller. He scratched his head in perplexity. I don't know. Maybe at night, when they're torpid? Trying to do it at night would be worse, put in Akat-10. At night, both parents come and lay on the nest. They might be torpid, but there would be 2 of them. It would be in the dark, too, when the river horses come out to feed and the crocodiles, too. If the dragons didn't get you... She shivered. Kuran was just grateful that it wasn't his problem. "If I was going to choose, I'd stake out those females," he said. "The one mating I saw was in the sky, but I bet they don't always mate that way." "Was that Avatra's parents?" Orist asked. "I know you told us that you'd taken an egg from one of the jousting dragons. What happened?" "Partly it was not enough tala in their food, and partly it was the stupidity from the dragon boys and the jousters both," he said with scorn. "Nobody bothered to notice that they were." He glanced at Aket 10 and modified the rather coarse language he had been going to use. "Getting interested." Finally, during a practice, everything just went bad at once. The jousters were new and kept missing strokes, and finally, when one connected, because the female chose that moment to turn the practice into a mating flight, the male's rider hit wrong. He knocked the female's rider out of his saddle, and another jouster, Cachette's rider, caught him before he hit the ground and got killed. Meanwhile, the female was flying free now, and the male's rider lost control, and they went into a full mating flight. He couldn't get control of his dragon until the mating was over, and when the female tried to fly off to the hills, Cachette and his rider managed to herd her back. That was a very dry version of the whole incident that had been both tremendously exciting and terrifying at the same time. If he closed his eyes, he could still see the horrifying plunge of the injured jouster out of his saddle, and the incredible dive that Cachette made to catch him, saving him from a certain death. "I wouldn't have wanted to be the male's rider," Orist muttered, his eyes round. "You wouldn't have wanted to be either of them," Charon corrected. "The female's rider almost died anyway. Would have, if there hadn't been a healer there quick, and by the time it was over, both of them had their dragons taken away and given to other jousters. They were sent back down to train all over again. The overseer was very angry, and so was the general in charge of the jousters." "Glory!" Orist exclaimed, seriously impressed now. "But how did you get the egg?" "Because after she was mated, she got aggressive, and her dragon boy actually walked out rather than tended her." Once again, Charon allowed his voice to drip with scorn. "I'll tell you the truth. He was an idiot. He was at fault and in trouble in the first place for letting her go without a full tala ration, and for not noticing she'd come into season. Then he decided she was trying to kill him, when all that was really wrong was that she was hungry. He got so hysterical over it that he had every other dragon boy in the compound standing around him by the time he walked out. The overseer was so angry, he swore he'd see to it that the boy never got an apprenticeship with anyone, but he'd made the others so frightened before he was done that nobody wanted to take her. So I said I would, as long as they took all of my other duties off my hands, and it turned out that the fool had been short-feeding her all along. If he didn't feel like carrying as much food as she wanted, he just didn't, and let her go hungry. So she wasn't getting enough food or enough tala. As soon as she realized that I was going to haul enough food that she could eat until she popped, if that's what she wanted, she stopped being aggressive, and the tala took care of the rest. I figured, so what if she got fat? She wasn't going to get a rider until she'd laid those eggs, and while they were waiting for that, they weren't going to get a new dragon boy for her either. Or at least not until I'd civilized her again. So I knew when she'd laid the eggs, and I stole the first one. There was an empty pen next to Cachette. They liked to keep dragons separated by empty pens before they started getting so many, so that was where I put the egg. And you know the rest." "That was smart," Aket 10 said admiringly. He shrugged. "I had a lot of time to think about what I would do if I got the chance." "Well, we won't have to do all of that," Orist said with relief. For the first time since he came here, he had a moment of resentment. "We won't have to do all of that" didn't even begin to cover all of the back-breaking work he had put into caring for the breeding dragon, Ari's Cachette, and Avatra. Orist was soft and spoiled. A nice boy, who probably didn't know he was spoiled, but spoiled. He had never been beaten, Never gone hungry, never been worked so hard he staggered with fatigue. You haven't got the first idea of what I went through, he thought, as Orist and his sister argued about whether it would be better to have swamp dragons or desert dragons. He thought about the long process of getting Avatra's mother to accept him, about watching her anxiously for the first of the eggs to appear, then agonizing over whether it would be better to take the first laid or the last laid. The night he stole the egg was still vivid in his mind, slipping into the pen in the darkness, trundling the egg in a barrow down the corridor and praying that no one would happen to come along just then, and that no hungry ghosts would choose that moment to appear. And only then did the real worries begin, of hiding the egg from anyone who might glance into the pen, of keeping it safe from the strange storms that the Altan Magi had sent, of the ever more difficult task of hiding and feeding the hatched dragonette, and, of course, of pulling double duty, tending not only to Cachette and Ari, but to Avatra on the sly. He hadn't had a sound night of sleep, frankly, until his first night with the Bedu clan. No matter how hard Orist and his friends worked for their dragons, they would never match the effort he had put in for Avatra. "So, how sore are you still?" Orist asked, breaking into his brooding. "Sore enough," he admitted, though the fact was that getting around at the moment often hurt as badly as if he was being beaten by Kefti the Fat, and he found himself sleeping a lot. It was quite strange, actually. Though he didn't actually remember it, all he could guess was that he had hit a great many obstacles in being pulled through the water, and had probably broken several ribs in the process, and perhaps he dislocated his arms at the shoulder as well. His joints ached enough for it. The reeds had certainly lacerated his back. He'd seen the rags left of what he had been wearing. Fortunately, the healer had made those cuts close over. Evidently, dealing with broken bones took longer. It was equally fortunate that his body had protected Aket 10, or she would have been as injured as he was. And he was glad he had an Altan-style cot, rather than a tea-in bed that would have required him to sleep on his back. He could lie on his stomach to sleep on the cot, which was the least uncomfortable of all the possible positions. "I don't believe I will try that sort of rescue again," he thought. "Or at least not quite in that way." Orist sighed. "I was hoping you might be able to start lessons tomorrow," he said mournfully. "I was supposed to have read some wretched scroll today, and I didn't. And if you were getting your first reading lesson, my tutor, Riton Senes, might forget I was supposed to have read it. Or maybe I'd get a chance to read it while you were getting the lesson. That's what you get for spending all day next to the round pool telling your friends what a great jouster you're going to be," Aket 10 said smugly. "Look," Orist burst out, "just how do you know what I did all day?" "I have ways," Aket 10 replied, looking superior. "And don't try to deny it, because I know. And I even know who you were talking to and when." Orist crossed his arms over his chest. "All right, then," he said belligerently. "Prove it." "Right after your reading lesson you met with Leto. After Leto, but before luncheon, you talked with Cafet and Picatus. Then your Mathematica tutor caught you and dragged you off to lessons, and must have passed you directly to your philosophy tutor because you didn't get back to the pool until after that. But then—" "Stop!" Orist cried, and threw up his hands. "You really can't have used the Far Watcher gift yet, and I know you didn't bribe anyone who does." "Because I wouldn't," Aket 10 said, scandalized. "That is a sacred gift, and not to be used for things like sneaking a look at a bad brother." "So who told you?" he demanded, ignoring her outrage. "No one. I have ways," was all she said, looking smug again. But Kuran had an idea that the library that she had said she used all day probably stood right near this pool that Orist seemed to favor as a meeting place. Altan buildings were not at all like the Tian ones with few windows, but with slits parallel to and up near the ceiling to allow cooler air inside. But he would bet that some of them were. Such slits were very good under some conditions for conducting sound inside a quiet room from the outside. a quiet room such as inside a library, for instance. But this time he was not going to help Orist out. He liked Orist a great deal, but he already had the impression that Orist was a bit of a shirker when it came to doing his work. If he thought that his sister had some special means of knowing where he went and who he talked to, and even what he said and did, he might get into the habit of being a little more diligent. Chiron did not intend to nursemaid Orist through the hatching and raising of his dragon, and he especially did not intend to help him by doing the tasks he had forgotten because he wanted to go socialize with his friends. But he wasn't going to say that, at least not yet, and he might never have to if Orist thought that his sister was able to tell what he'd been up to and was apt to tell tales to their father. Orist frowned at her. She sniffed. "I'm not going to tell on you this time," she warned. "But you'd better start being more serious if you expect to be a jouster. The scrolls I read said that the joust masters are allowed to beat shirkers, no matter how high-born they are. With staves," she added wickedly, "like a slave." "What?" Orist exclaimed, taken strongly aback. "So if you don't start to act serious about your studies, you could find yourself with a set of stripes like a slave," she continued. She ate a last grape then and stood up. "Good night, brother mine," she said. "Consider yourself warned. Good night, Chiron. I hope you're less sore in the morning. I think you'll quite enjoy reading when you've learned to." Then she turned to the dragon in her circle of braziers. "Good night, Avatra," she said fondly. The dragon opened one eye and sighed gustily. Akhet-Ten laughed and padded across the courtyard to the door that must lead to her rooms. Orist looked after her, baffled. "Where does she find out these things?" He asked no one in particular. Then he looked at Chiron, who shrugged. "But if she's right about those joustmasters, she's also right about getting out of the habit of slipping away from lessons whenever you feel like it," he pointed out. "Look, I've been a serf, and I know what a real beating feels like. I'll show you my back at some point. Kefti the Fat left scars. It's not something you want to find out for yourself." Orist groaned. "Oh, you're right. And I know you're right, but, well, a fellow likes to talk to his friends now and again." "Maybe, but all day? Or most of it, anyway?" Orist couldn't be much older than Chiron was, but somehow Chiron felt as if he was as old as Ari, and Orist was as young as that newly liberated serf taken from Kefti the Fat. Younger. He hadn't needed encouragement to do his duty once he wasn't being abused anymore. Orist was certainly spoiled, and it was time for him to start picking up his responsibilities. "But there was you, and Avatra, and the dragon egg idea," Orist protested weakly. "Everyone wanted to hear about it." "And tomorrow, and for a lot more tomorrows I am still going to be here. And so will Avatra, and so will the dragon egg idea." It was utterly ridiculous on the face of it, that he should be acting like a mentor, an elder, to one no older than he himself. But Orist had gotten his own way quite enough, not enough to make him into an overindulged monster, but enough that he was too careless and carefree. And Chiron, I've lived through 100 times more than he has. Maybe I'm right to feel old. "How would you feel if you forgot to feed your dragonette because you were chatting with your friends and she became ill with hunger?" he demanded. "Or worse, you weren't looking in on her and something bad happened to her. She could tear a wing membrane and bleed to death. She could break a wing bone and cripple herself. She could even wander out of her pen and into the pen of one of the jousting dragons and be killed and eaten." Orist hung his head. "I know," he mumbled. "I know you're right. It's just, a fellow likes to have friends." "Well, if they can't adjust to you working harder, they aren't friends worth having," Chiron replied. "You don't want friends who will encourage you to be a layabout if you want to raise a dragon and be a jouster, Orist. You want friends who will say, 'Listen, why don't we get together after you've done what you need to do?' Those are the ones worth hanging on to." Orist raised his head and smiled wanly. "You sound like one of my tutors. So why do I like you so much?" "Maybe because I want you to have a dragon, and I want you to be a jouster, at least as much as you do," Charon replied warmly. "And maybe because I might be the right kind of friend." "That might be the answer. Good night, Charon. If I'm going to be virtuous, I had better get my sleep so I can read the blasted scroll over breakfast." Orist stood up and motioned to the servants to clear away the remains of dinner. "Good night, Orist," he replied warmly, and once he was alone again, he got up and went to his cot, which today had been placed behind a woven grass screen for a bit more privacy, and beneath a canopy for shelter from weather. As he lay down on it, he wondered at the strength of his feelings for Orist, and yes, even Orist's rather overbearing little sister. He liked both of them a very great deal, liked them in a way that he had not felt for anyone except perhaps Ari. Was this what it felt like to have a good friend? If so, well, it was a good feeling. And with Orist and Akhet-Ten, he didn't have to worry about much of a difference in age, the way he had with Ari. And as for difference in rank, well, maybe he hadn't been born into the noble class, but the mouth of the Bedu had said that having a dragon conferred nobility, and what the Lord of the Jousters said seemed to confirm that, so there wasn't any real difference there either. He still didn't own more than he could pack onto Avatra's back, but possessions weren't everything. Look at all that Ari had owned, and how he had just given away the gold of honor as if it were nothing more than a lot of cheap clay amulets. If only Ari could have come along. The regret was just as much of an ache as the pain in his shoulders, and just as real. The latter would heal. Somehow he doubted that the former ever would. 5. Orist was as good as his word. He awoke, or rather had his servant awaken him, as soon as the meat was delivered to Charon to feed Avatra. By that time, of course, Charon was already up and dressed in yesterday's tunic, for there was no point in putting on a new one that was only going to get blood on it, and Avatra was stretching her wings and making inquisitive noises in the direction of the barrow. Orist made a great deal of noise himself, groaning and grousing about it being so early, though by Charon's standards, he'd been sleeping quite late of a morning, and Orist was positively lounging about. The thing was, in Tia, it had been easy to tell when dawn was coming long before it actually arrived. The air changed. The bitter cold of desert night lost its edge. Here there was no change of that sort. The night never got that cold, and so it was the light, and not the change in temperature, that woke him. This place was softer than Tia, with softer air and softer beds. The scents were softer, too, but heavier. They wafted in and clung. Perhaps that was because of the humidity. And there were more of them. He wondered why it didn't bother Avatra, but perhaps dragons had a different sort of sense of smell. By the time Charon was ready to bathe and change into a clean tunic and loin wrap, the servants had brought breakfast, and a sleepy-eyed Orist was eating with one hand while he read his scroll with the other. Charon hastened to get himself clean while the bread was still warm enough to be at its best, tender and not tough. At least Tians and Altans both shared proper ideas about bathing. He'd sorely missed his twice-daily baths in the desert, and here, if he'd wanted to, he could have a bath 5 times a day. "What's that about?" Charon asked, joining him. The servant had even brought a table and stools. How strange to be waited on, rather than being the one doing the serving. "It's sacred poetry," Orist said, making a face. "All about Teoth, the god of the scribes. 15 stanzas, if you please, on the glory of the god and on the superiority of those who master language and writing." "Maybe your tutor is trying to tell you something," Charon suggested, slathering honey onto some bread and taking a bite. "He's telling me that sacred poetry is a dead bore. That's what he's telling me," Orist complained, reaching for more grapes. "But at least he isn't making me memorize it. All I have to do is tell him in general what it's about." He sighed. "I hate memorizing." Maybe now that you're going to be a jouster, he'll assign you those scrolls your sister was reading yesterday about dragons, instead of the things you have been reading, Curran pointed out. Where is she, by the way? Up and out before dawn, and hanged if I know how she can stand it, Orist replied. The nestlings don't have to attend dawn rites, but she does, and she's wretchedly perky about it, too. He glanced at the sun, then at a series of lines carved into the courtyard paving. It was only at that moment that Curran realized they were the marks of a sundial that used the shadows of the courtyard walls to mark the time. The whole courtyard was one enormous sundial. No wonder the courtyard was bare. And no wonder Orist had his rooms here, if he required a reminder of the time that was so impossible to ignore. Well, if you're done, we might as well go take our punishment. At least you'll be there to share it with me. With a great deal less trepidation than his new friend, Curran rose and left the servants to clean up after them. Servants, he marveled as they left. What wonderful things servants are. No wonder everyone wants them. Oh, he'd had people to bring him food and clean his table back at the Dragon Jousters compound, but in everything else, he had been the servant. It was quite a different matter to be the one who was waited on. He'd taken the precaution of having the servants bring a large kapok-stuffed leather ball, a couple of enormous leg bones, and one of the bells that were often used as wind chimes to leave with Avatra by way of toys. I'll be back later, love, he called to her as he left. She gave no evidence that she was concerned by him leaving her alone, but then she was used to being left alone by now. In fact, she seemed more interested in the leather ball than in his leaving. He hoped that she would play with it and not rip it to bits. They didn't have to go far. Orist's tutor, Aridon Senes, was waiting for him in a large, airy room with good lighting from a southern-facing window that was just off the next courtyard. There were 2 small carpets in front of where he sat on a leather-padded stool, with a cushion on each little carpet, a lap desk in front of it, and a jar of scrolls beside it. His appearance surprised Curran. He wasn't Altan or Tian. His hair was yellow and curly, and his eyes were blue. He was astonishingly handsome, and far more athletic-looking than Curran had expected a scholar to be. His good looks were only slightly marred by the sardonic smile he wore when he saw Orist entering first, and reluctantly. He was also clean-shaven, and his hair was cut even shorter than a jouster's. Curran wondered if he was a slave, but if he was, he certainly didn't act like one. He acted like a lord, actually. Well, Orist, he drawled as they entered the room. Curran noted a faint accent there, different from his own. I suppose I can count on the fact that you read your assigned scroll. He sounded as if he meant the opposite, that he could count on Orist not having read the scroll. It is 15 stanzas in praise of Teoth, the god of scribes, and the bringer of writing to mankind, Orist replied, taking his seat on the cushion and settling his desk on his lap. Curran followed his example, a little awkwardly. There are 2 initial stanzas about Teoth specifically, several on how much a blessing writing and being able to write are, several more in praise of the profession of scribes, and contrasting that profession with the misery of all others. I did notice that the author did not mention either jouster or counselor to the great ones as being inferior to the position of scribe, however. Ah, but a jouster is a sort of soldier, and a counselor to the great ones has had to learn the craft of the scribe, so they are implied, Arit retorted. Orist shrugged. The final 2 stanzas praise Teoth for being the god who most consistently blesses mankind. All during this recitation, the tutor's left eyebrow rose until it had climbed halfway up his forehead. Well, he said, when Orist was finished, I must admit I am pleasantly surprised. If this new diligence is as a result of your association with my new pupil, I'm going to revise my initial negative expectations of his influence on you. And as a reward— Here he bent down, removed the jar of scrolls that had been at Orist's side, and replaced it with a different one. Here is literature you will find much more to your liking, Pick any of the three. You'll be reading all of them and more eventually. I want you to read and then copy each of them. And since you will be needing them in your new career, I suggest you be more careful than you usually are in your copying." At that, Orist eagerly plucked a scroll out of the jar, unrolled it, and began scanning it. His face lit up. "Tekana's Natural History of Swamp Dragons! Thank you, Master!" "Don't thank me. Thank your sister," said the tutor. "And the Lord of Jousters. She's the one who suggested that you would probably be more attentive if you were to concentrate on this particular subject, and she is the one who ran over after Dawn writes with these scrolls borrowed from the temple librarian. What is more, by this time she has already spoken to the Lord of the Jousters about getting the loan of more scrolls. I fully expect him to agree. I believe he will be charmed by her audacity, which is just as well, since he is a man whom I would not care to cross." "Nor I," Huron murmured, earning himself a glance of approval from the tutor. Orist's face was a study in shock and chagrin. "I guess I owe her my thanks," he said slowly. "And an apology," Huron muttered, feeling as if Akat 10 was due more respect from her brother than he had seen. He had been very patronizing last night, even if she had been acting like a know-it-all, and this was how she had responded. "You owe her more than that. You owe her the courtesy of being diligent from now on. Now, get to your work." The tutor made an impatient gesture. "And remember, when it comes to your copying, if you mar the original, you have father's permission to beat me," Orist said, with an air of having heard that before. "No, I have the temple librarian's orders to beat you until you will have to stand to eat," the tutor said grimly. "She said, 'A boy's brains are in his buttocks. He learns better when beaten.' I suggest that it would prove wise to take extra care and not force me to prove that theorem." Huron was very glad that he'd had so much practice in keeping his feelings from showing, or he would probably have destroyed this new friendship by laughing at the expression on Orist's face until he was sick. But now it was his turn, as Orist bent over the scroll and the tutor turned to him. "So, boy, what do you know?" "Nothing, Master," Huron replied truthfully. "Or practically nothing. The little script I know is Tian." "Ah, chicken scratches." The tutor dismissed Tian writing with an airy wave of his hand. "Just as well. Then you have nothing to unlearn. Well, here is your scroll, and here is a box of potsherds, and this is your pen. Take your scroll and lay it out before you with the weights." It was a very short scroll, and fit perfectly across the top of his lap desk. The weights were handsome ones, carved pale brown soapstone images of such a coincidence, the god of Teoth, in his bird-headed human form, his long, curved ibis bill poking out from beneath his wig. "That's right," the tutor said approvingly. "Now take your pen in your hand, as you see Orist doing. Good. Dip it in the ink. Not so much that you will drip, not so little that you will make an unreadable scratch." That was a little trickier. The reed pen had to be dipped several times before the tutor was happy. "Now," he said, pointing to the first symbol on the scroll with a longer reed, "this is Ot." Slowly the tutor took Huron through the signs of hieratic shapes for the sounds of words. There were a great many of them, but fortunately the signs were all things that were easy to recognize, pictures of things which began with the sound in question, and the hieratic shapes were each a kind of sketch of that picture. Slowly, and with infinite care, he copied the hieratic shapes onto his potsherds, over and over and over. When he came to the end of the scroll, he was required to go back to the beginning and copy again, forming the sound in his mind as he did so, melding shape, picture, and sound in his head. When he ran out of potsherds, it came as no great surprise to him that the tutor had another box ready for him. Bits of broken pottery were the logical thing to use to practice on. There were always plenty of them, and they served much better than precious papyrus. It was harder work than it sounded, and by the time the lesson was over, he had a much greater respect for scribes than he had ever had before. Such a lot of shapes. He was certain he would never get them all right, and somehow he was going to learn how to put those shapes together into words, and words into meaning. Well, if Orist could manage, so could he. Now he understood why the work of scribes was so important. Words, written words, must be magic. It took so much effort to set them down correctly. And he wondered, did scribes define the world and keep it from spinning off into other shapes with their hedge of words? He was absolutely so mind-weary by the time the tutor declared that they were finished that he felt as if he had just done a week's worth of work in a mere morning. But there were, it seemed, to be a new set of lessons to replace the mathematical lessons that Orist had so despised. As Orist carefully rolled up his scroll, and Curran capped his pot of ink, the tutor addressed them both. "This will be something new for both of you, I think. You, Curran, should have no difficulties, even injured as you are. But it is the opinion of the Lord of the Jousters that you, Orist, are in need of conditioning before you undertake to tame a dragon. Therefore, you are both to follow me now, and I am to deliver you to the Kimnasi." Now Curran had not the faintest idea what the tutor was talking about. This was an Altan word that he had never heard before, but Orist looked considerably happier at that moment, so Curran assumed that whatever it meant, it was not going to involve more scrolls and pens. The tutor marched them out of the room, through several of the house's public rooms, and straight out the door. This was the first time that Curran had been outside the Lord Yatiran's house, for the ash pit where he took Avatra was well inside the garden walls. This was certainly the first time he had seen Alta City except for fleeting glances as he glided Avatra in that tricky bit of a hop, and he had to stop dead in his tracks and just look for a moment. Lord Yatiran's home was evidently in one of the outer rings of the city, and stood, like its neighbors, on the top of a ridge. The ground sloped away toward the canal from this point. From here, Curran got a good look at the area surrounding this. Well, it was a minor palace, apparently. It stood among other fine homes. To the left was another palace like it, and to the right was a temple surrounded by a walled garden. He suspected that this was the temple to which Akhet 10 was attached as a nestling. These structures all stood along one side of a spacious avenue wide enough for several chariots to pass side by side. Beyond the avenue was one of the 7 canals that ringed the city, and on the other side of the canal were more buildings, which seemed to be a bit smaller and crowded more closely together than those on this side of the canal. But beyond that, in the distance, was the heart and core of the city, a hill upon which the palace of the Great Ones stood, as well as the great temple of Hum, the Lightbringer, and several other important buildings and temples. Built of alabaster and limestone, they shone in the sunlight as if they were gilded. And Curran suddenly understood in that moment that no matter how big Memphis had been, Alta City was 10, 100 times bigger. "Come along," the tutor said, a little impatiently, but not without a look of understanding. Curran followed down the stairs of the villa to the avenue, feeling dwarfed and altogether insignificant in the throng of humanity swirling around him. The thick walls of the villa had kept out the noises of the traffic and the hum of hundreds and thousands of voices, but now it all surrounded him, and he, for just a moment, he found it a little hard to breathe. But it appeared that this segment of the ring was a little city unto itself, for once they got past the next-door villa, there were markets with shops and craftsmen, so everything that might be needed was here, within reach, and from the way people were acting, they were anything but strangers to one another. "All right, then," he told himself. "This is just like a lot of villages all running into another one. It's not just a giant hive." And some people recognized either the tutor or Orist as they passed, and smiled or nodded a greeting. Still, there were a lot of people. It looked as if, where the population of Tia was strung out along the Great Mother River, the population of Alta was mostly concentrated here. He was going to have to think about that, and what it might mean. Meanwhile, they continued their brisk walk down the avenue, with the occasional cart or chariot passing by, and plenty of people being taken here and there in covered or even enclosed litters. There were 100 scents in the air, and few of them were unpleasant. The ever-present scent of water, of course, and various cooking odors and hot stone and fires, and the scents of flowers that Kuran couldn't identify. Most people seemed to be wearing perfume as well. There were differences from Tia, but truth to tell, Kuran would have said there were more similarities than differences. The accent and some of the words differed, of course, enough that he had to think to understand people, though Altan was the tongue of his childhood, and he was falling back into the accent far easier than he would have thought. They passed a cook shop, with a beer shop beside it. There were a couple of men arguing heatedly over something, while several bystanders listened as if their debate was some sort of entertainment. The tutor turned into what appeared to be another temple building, and they followed. It turned out to be something quite different. There was a sort of entrance hall that they passed straight through. On the other side of that hall was an enormous courtyard, open to the sky, with a pool in the middle of it. Except for the pool, it looked like one of the Jousters' landing courtyards, but this one was covered in turf, and there were young men engaged in all manner of sports spread out all over it, and more were swimming back and forth through the water. Orist looked positively eager as the tutor summoned a white-kilted servant and requested the presence of Atalon. The servant hurried off and came back with a middle-aged man who was as thoroughly Altan as the tutor was not, black-haired and dark-eyed, with a jutting chin, stocky, and incredibly muscular. "The Aterans boys, eh?" he said, and looked them up and down. "Thank you, Master Arit. I expect they'll be able to find their way here from now on, when you're done with them for the day." "I expect they will," the tutor said dryly. "I'll leave them here with you, then. Lord Yatiran expects them back in time for the noon meal." With that, the tutor left them. Kuran shifted his weight from foot to foot, wondering what was to come next. "You," the trainer said, pointing at Kuran, "are going to do very light work until those ribs heal. I'll have you myself. But you," he continued, looking at Orist, "need all-around conditioning. See those boys over there?" He pointed to a group of boys of mixed ages, stretching and bending nearby, at the direction of another white-kilted man. "You go join them. They'll be your work group until I say differently, or the Lord of the Jousters has orders. Up!" Orist hopped, without a single word of question or complaint, running off to join the group. He stopped only long enough to explain his presence to the man in charge, then took his place among the other boys. Atalon beckoned, and Kuran followed. They went around the outside of the huge courtyard until Atalon entered one of the doorways into it. "Now don't be alarmed. I'm not the sort that's looking for a pretty boy," the trainer said gruffly. "But I have to find out just where you're hurt, and how, which means I'll be feeling you all over and pulling on you a bit to see what's wrong. Hold your arms up, stand still, and if you feel pain, that's pain, not general aches. Say so." So Kuran was felt and poked and prodded, and it was soon ascertained that the pain was in his shoulders, still, and the rib cage at his back and left side. "Good enough," said Atalon. "Dislocated shoulders that are healing, and cracked ribs that are sitting. Healers did a good job on your cuts from the look of it. You've got fine muscle, boy. You're going to need it, and we don't want you to lose it while you heal up. So since there's nothing wrong with your legs, let's see you do running rounds on the cord until I say stop. Begin at a walk, and when you feel warmed up, increase speed to a run." Kuran obeyed, although it felt very, very strange to be running without having a place to be running to, and a duty at the end of the run. Still, in theory at least, he understood what Atalon was doing. Since he wasn't undergoing the strenuous work of a dragon boy anymore, he knew that he'd better be getting some sort of exercise, or he'd lose all of the muscle he'd put on. So he ran. He wasn't the only runner. There were several boys and men doing the same thing. Some were faster than he, some slower. After a while, he began to feel a sort of pleasure in the exercise. The soft turf kept his ribs from jarring too much, and though he couldn't run as freely or as fast as he used to because of the pain, it was still good to stretch the muscles of his legs. He could even feel them loosening as he ran. Finally, the instructor beckoned to him to come into the center area where he was waiting. and then he did some strange arm movements with bags of sand in his hands. He supposed that they must be strengthening exercises, though for someone used to flinging big hunks of meat about and wheeling heavy barrows, they seemed a bit feeble. After those, he did some bending and stretching, though not too much of those because it put pressure on his ribcage. Then, carefully, some different things with bags of sand in his hands, only this time, when it began to hurt, he was to stop. Orest was doing pretty much the same sort of things, only not as long, and not as hard, and he was getting tired much faster than Kuran was. It gave Kuran a feeling of wry satisfaction. At least here he was better than Orest at something. Or he would be until Orest toughened up. Finally, they were sent to the baths, where they were bathed by yet more servants, massaged with oil with a crisp scent to it, and in Kuran's case, rebandaged. Their tunics were taken away and brought back freshly cleaned. Then they were sent home, and it was time for the noon meal and a much-needed rest, for Altans, like Tians, took a rest or even a nap after the noon meal at the heat of the day. And today, Kuran was very happy to have that privilege that he never enjoyed as a dragon boy, except during the rainy season. They took their noon meal with the rest of the household, Lord Yatiran and those of his older sons who were still living at home. Orest came in for a great deal of teasing, but some serious congratulation that he had been, tentatively at least, accepted as this new sort of jouster in training. Kuran kept very quiet and simply observed, though he caught Lord Yatiran watching him with approval now and again. Evidently, Orest's father felt that he, Kuran, was a good influence. Akhet 10 was also much in evidence, reporting with triumph that the Lord of the Jousters had promised to lend copies of every scroll of jousting training and dragon lore that the jousters possessed. Kuran sighed. This was a little bit like hearing that the cooks were preparing a feast of every favorite food one had, at a time when toothache kept one from eating any of it. He resolved to put more effort into learning to read. Finally, with stomach full and the strong palm wine the Lord favored at his table, making Kuran a bit drowsy, he returned to the courtyard where Avatra was to discover that someone had cleverly set up a box of sand where she could deposit her leavings. And before he could clean it out, a servant appeared. "Are they hovering just out of sight?" he wondered, startled. "Or are they able to know what I'm thinking?" Either way, it made him uneasy. Orest might take such things for granted, but he wasn't used to having people appear out of nowhere to take a task out of his hands before he started it. "It is by the direction of the Order of Magi, my lord, that the dragons' droppings be taken to them, as the jousting dragons are," said the servant, with great politeness, relieving him of the shovel he had picked up. "That is my assignment, and your dragon seems not to mind." "Oh, she's safe enough," Kuran said blankly. "But I thought that, well, she looks dangerous, and your jousting dragons are dangerous, so I thought—" "That we should be afraid?" the servant replied and smiled. "No, my lord. The Lady Akhet 10 told us we need not fear the little dragon. This is all the assurance we need." "Well, thank you, then," Kuran replied, and once the servant and his burden were gone, after giving Avatra a great deal of attention and scratching, he went to lie down on his cot in the shade. His dreams were full of hieroglyphs and hieratic script at first, but then the sign of Wa, which was a pair of wings, swept under him and carried him off, and the wings turned into Avatra. And then his dreams were full of flying. The afternoon was given over, as Orest had said, to listening to philosophers and historians teach, except that Avatra needed some flying exercise, though not nearly as much as a fully grown jousting dragon did. And since Orest was going to have to learn this anyway, Kuran decided to help his friend out by recruiting him to learn how to put the harness on a dragon, using Avatra, who would by far be the easiest he would ever handle until his own dragon got used to the weight and feel of it. The philosophers and historians would still be there when Avatra had been exercised. "Later I'll let you fly her, too, if she'll take you," he said, "but not until I'm healed and she's stronger, and not until I'm sure, really sure, that she'll always obey me if I'm on the ground." Orest looked disappointed, but he didn't voice it, which Kurun thought was very much to his credit. Avatra was practically quivering with excitement and the need to get into the sky. Kurun had to use a stool to get onto her back. His ribs hurt him too much when he tried to climb up the usual way, even with her lying down. Finally, he gave her the signal she was longing for, and she leaped up like an arrow from a fully pulled bow. And she jarred him so that he sucked in his breath in a hiss to keep from yelping and startling her. This wasn't going to be easy. And, in fact, until she reached the height that pleased her and found a thermal to soar with, it was damnably painful. But once she spread her wings to the warm, rising air and stopped jouncing him, he was able to look down. He found himself thinking that the view was worth some pain. The hot wind of the Camiseen held them aloft. Up here it tasted like the arid desert, a little. Avatra stretched her wings and her neck, and he could swear that he saw her smiling. From here he could see the innermost 2 canals of the 7 that ringed Alta city, and a good part of the 3rd. And from here it was quite clear how the city had grown. The first canal must have been dug around a relatively high spot in the Delta marshlands, and everything that was dug up had been deposited in the center, building up what eventually became the hill upon which the Great One's palace and all the important temples stood, as well as the minor palaces of all the most important nobles of Alta. Probably everyone in Alta City had once lived there, but eventually as the city grew, and those of rank and wealth wished more and more land, the common folk were pushed across the canal to the other side, where they promptly built themselves another circular canal to protect themselves, depositing what they dug out on the land they intended to occupy, exactly as the Altan farmers were doing out in the marshlands even now. So this second ring of houses, markets, and craftsmen also had its own hill, or rather ridge, not as tall as the Royal Hill, but certainly enough to give those who lived on top of it a slightly more panoramic view than those who did not. Then, as the nobles and wealthy grew more numerous, and there began to be divisions of rank even among the notable, the lesser nobility found themselves being pushed off the Royal Hill. They certainly would not have chosen to live among the commoners of the first ring, and the commoners had no intentions of surrendering what they had a second time. So, a 3rd canal was dug, forming the 2nd ring, where those who could not claim divine blood in their veins settled. And again, this ring had a raised ridge of its own running down the center of the ring, which was where Lord Yatiran's villa stood, as well as the temples that could not compete for status on Royal Hill. By this time, of course, Kurun could guess the next part of the tale. With nobility now living in the outermost ring, there would be a call for protection. He peered out in the direction of the 3rd canal. Although the air was much hazier here than in Tia, he thought he saw a dragon in the distance. He gave Avatra the signal to send her in that direction, which was, in any case, a safer one than allowing her to head in the one she wanted, which was to try the thermals and updrafts of Royal Hill. He had an idea that overflying the palace of the Great Ones might get him in a spot of trouble. How she read the air, he could not guess, but she seemed to be able to see thermals somehow. She spiraled up the one she was in, then began a long glide down over the 3rd canal and caught another on the opposite side. And just as Kurun had guessed, down below were the barracks of the army, the shops and cook shops and drink shops that catered to them, and the whole support structure of armories and stables, forges and supply warehouses, healers and training grounds and practice fields that an army needed. And here, too, were the temples of those gods that loved soldiers, and that soldiers loved, and the pens of animals waiting to be sacrificed. And as he expected, the Jousters' compound. It looked very like its Tian counterpart, with some differences. 3/4 of the pens had hot water wallows, not sand pits. And in those pens that had wallows, the dragons were a little smaller than those he was used to, their colors darker. They looked up as soon as they spotted him, of course, their heads weaving back and forth on their long necks. The familiar sounds of slightly irritated dragons drifted up to him from below. Well, he didn't want to make any trouble for anyone, especially not the dragon boys who might have to calm their charges if they got any more restless, so he angled Avatra away, curious though she was to look at these odd and unfamiliar relatives. The third ring did not have a hill. Whether this was by accident or chance, Curran could not tell. It might merely have been that the third ring covered so much area that the ground that had been dug to make the fourth canal was barely enough to raise it all above flood level. Then again, since the third ring was devoted entirely to Alta's military, it could be that no one had felt the need to be physically higher than anyone else. Beyond the fourth canal, it was quite clear that the land had been given over to farming, and Curran had no real interest in seeing what lay there. He knew that 3 more canals lay beyond the fourth, probably settled as farmers prospered and their sons desired farms of their own, and continued what had now become habit and custom, of building up farmland by digging out a canal that was as much for drainage as for protection. The canals were all linked by sub-channels that cut across the rings like the spokes of a wheel. More spokes were formed by the bridges that linked the roads to the rings. It was unexpectedly beautiful, and when he thought about all of the labor that had gone into creating the city, his head just swam. Other than the dragons of the Jousters' compound, no one looked up when the shadow of a flying dragon passed over them. Avatra soared from thermal to thermal above the third ring to her heart's content. There were boats out in the canals, little fishing boats, larger barges. Some were hauling cargo from the outer to the inner rings. Some were clearly pleasure boats, or the boats carrying officials about on their duties. As he watched, he even saw a species of small boat that seemed to be coming in to land whenever someone on shore hailed it. After a moment, it came to him that these boats must be for hire, to take people wherever in the rings they wished to go, like hired litters or chariots. That would be much faster than walking, though he doubted that it would be faster than driving a chariot. The sound of a gong below him startled him, and he looked straight down to discover that he was directly above one of the temples, where a ritual was just beginning, the gong being the signal for the worshippers to gather. And that reminded him that he had an appointment of his own to keep, more lessons. He sent Avatra angling back the way she had come, crossed the third canal, and soon spotted Lord Yatiran's manor, with Orist watching anxiously down in one of the manor courtyards. A servant was just arriving with a barrow-load of meat, and seeing that, Avatra was not at all loath to land. Nor, truth to tell, was Curran. Flying required a great deal of the rider, as he shifted his weight and balance to help the dragon. Between that exertion and the exercises of the morning, he was sore. On the whole, he was going to welcome these lessons, if it meant he might sit at his leisure and merely listen. Orist hurried to help him take off Avatra's harness. All of her attention was on that barrow, and when Curran wheeled it close enough to her that she could reach it, she dove in. He knew that when she was sated, she would want to sleep, so she would not miss him for the rest of the afternoon. "I was beginning to wonder if you decided to fly off again, after seeing all the lessons you were going to have to do," Orist said, only half teasing, as they made their way out of the manor again, this time going toward the temple next door. "Why, because you would have?" Curran teased. Orist made a face. "Well, yes, actually. We're going to the temple where my sister is a nestling. They hold lectures on philosophy and history in the courtyards there. Which do you want first?" Curran shrugged as much as he could without further jarring his ribcage. "It's all one to me. You pick." Orist sighed. "History, then. Philosophers go on forever unless it's close to dinner time." Curran laughed, and followed his friend in through the gates of the temple, which featured a pair of rainbow-colored wings supporting a slender golden flame. Despite Orist's glum face, he had a notion that this was going to be interesting. He was beginning to have the impression that Orist was not, and never would be interested in anything that required exercise of his mind. But Curran felt rather like a sponge that had been dry all of its life and had suddenly been put into water. Let Orist sigh and look gloomy. He was going to enjoy all this tutoring. 6. Curran remained as still as a hungry crocodile lying in wait, as Lord Camanthetus surveyed the group of youngsters before him in the antechamber of the Jousters' compound. He did not yet want to draw attention to himself, Soon enough, these boys, some of whom were actually older than he, would discover that he, Kuran, son of unknown Kuran, was to be, in essence, their trainer, their overseer, and ultimately the one who would pass judgment on their ability to raise a dragonette, or not. That was going to cause some resentment, he feared, but it couldn't be helped. In all of Alta City there was only one person who knew how to raise a dragon from the egg, and that person was not going to entrust a precious dragonette to careless hands. It was a mixed lot, drawn from every possible class. There were several boys who had been animal handlers. Kuran had high hopes for the one who had been tending to lions and cheetahs, and the one who had been taking care of some high-ranking nobles' hawks. There were, of course, quite a few nobly born youngsters, of whom one was Orist. And there was a prince. Or at least, Toreth Akhet was a prince as Kuran understood the term. Toreth and his brother had been frequent visitors to Orist, for Toreth had been Orist's friend long before Yatirin's son had the lodestone of a dragon in his courtyard. Kuran had been astonished when he learned just who and what Orist's friend was. Here in Alta, succession to rule was not in a direct line, nor was it even matrilineal as it was in Tia, where the man who married the firstborn daughter of the great king was the man who succeeded to the throne. There were several royal families or clans here, and the thrones went to two sets of married twins in the royal houses, who were the oldest when the thrones became vacant. Toreth Akhet and his brother Caleth Akhet were currently the oldest set of male twins within the royal houses, and they had been betrothed in their cradles to the oldest pair of female twins, who were actually 3 years older than they were. When one of the current set of great ones died or became incapacitated, it would mean that the rest of the group would have to step down. When that happened, Toreth and Caleth, if not already married, would be wedded and crowned all on the same day, and take over the ruling of Alta. Now it might seem that Toreth would have been forbidden to take his place among the jousters on that account alone, but if Kuran understood things correctly, the Altans had very specific requirements for their princes. One of the male twins was always to be a scribe or a priest, while the other was always to take some sort of military training. Becoming a jouster counted, evidently. If Kuran had not known that the two were twins, he would never have guessed it. He would have known they were brothers, of course, for there was that much familial resemblance there, but otherwise they were nothing alike. Both had eyes of the same deep brown and thin, angular faces, and both wore their own hair and wore it long, past their shoulders, braided with hundreds of tiny braids. For anyone other than scion of a royal family or a merchant of dazzling wealth, this little quirk would have been impossible. Such a labor-intensive hairstyle required several body servants, and was a sign that the wearer was of higher status than even someone who could afford the finest of wigs. The wig always remained perfect. One's own hair needed unbraiding and rebraiding all the time. So both had the royal hairstyle, but there the resemblance ended. Toreth was strong, tall, supremely athletic, and able to make lightning judgments. Caleth was shorter than his twin, did not give a toss for games, but was a brilliant scholar, who already read and spoke 5 languages fluently, and would ponder every question for hours before making a decision. Both were good-natured and hard-working, and generous to a fault. If Kuran had been asked to choose the people he would most trust, next to Akhet Ten and Orist, it would have been Toreth and Caleth. Nevertheless, Toreth might face failure here for the first time in his life, for he would have to impress Lord Kaman of his sincerity. Might, though truth to tell, Kuran did not think it likely that Toreth would fail.
"You are here today," said Lord Kaman, "because all of you want to be jousters. I suspect that eventually all of you will become jousters. But this is a group who will become a very particular set of jousters. You will begin your training years earlier than any other Altan ever has, and you will be raising your own dragons, literally from the egg."
There were nods all around, and some sighs. Of course, all the boys here knew this. It was why they had petitioned, begged, pleaded, some of them, to be allowed to join this group. But other than Orist and 2 animal handlers, Kuran didn't think any of them had any notion how much work was going to be involved.
"This means," Lord Kaman continued, "that you will be doing things that no jouster of Alta has ever had to do before. And I do not," he went on, raising an eyebrow at one particularly enthusiastic-looking lad, "mean what you think I mean. No, what I mean, just to begin with, is that you who win the way to a dragon egg will at least, in the first year, be doing all of the work that a dragon boy normally would perform, and doing it by yourselves. This means feeding, tending, cleaning out the pen, exercising, grooming, training, all of it. While a dragon boy or other servant will be assigned to you to bring the dragonette's food to you and tend to your quarters, you will be doing all of the work in the pen. There will be no exceptions, unless you are so ill or injured that you cannot move from your bed."
From the look of shock on 1 or 2 faces, Kuran knew that this revelation had come as a complete and entirely unpleasant surprise.
"I have it on the authority of the second of only 2 men ever to accomplish this feat that this sort of thing is an absolute requirement to achieve the goal we want, which is a tame and bonded dragon," Lord Kaman went on. "And from my own studies of animals, I am in complete agreement with him. So if there are any of you for whom this requirement is too distasteful to contemplate, please feel free to take your leave of us."
He paused and looked straight at those who had been looking the most shocked or unhappy.
"You will not be considered a failure in any sense. We will need true volunteers for this, young men who will find it no burden, will even find some pleasure in taking care of their charges' every need. Dragons are immensely sensitive creatures, and they will know and react to unhappiness on the part of their riders, especially since this group will be handled completely without the use of Tala. So if you have misgivings, please take yourself from the group. There will continue to be wild dragons trapped, and we will continue to train and recruit jousters of the old sort for some time. And this will not be the first wing formed from tame dragons, so if you decide you want to try, say next year, there will be another wing recruited. Just because you elect not to join this wing means that you will have to wait until you are older before you can volunteer to train with the traditional jousters. And if you change your minds, there will be other chances with tame dragons in the future."
There was a shuffling of feet, and then, almost as if they had read one another's minds and found reinforcement in numbers, a group of 5 separated from the main group. Lord Kaman gave them a perfectly friendly little nod, and heartened by this, they filed out of the room.
"Now, as for the rest of you, for those of you who do not know this young man, this is Jouster Kuran, rider of Avatra, who will be supervising you, guiding you, and training you."
Now Lord Kaman gestured to Kuran, who came forward from where he had been standing off to one side. He was wearing the Altan jouster's uniform now, the soft, wrapped kilt that covered a hardened leather groin-protecting loin cup, such as the ones that bull dancers wore, the leather harness with hardened leather shoulder and bicep armor, the wide, stiff leather belt, the hardened shin guards. His hair had been cut at chin length, and he carried his helmet, hoping that he did not look as young as he felt.
"Kuran, rider of Avatra, only the second bonded and tame dragon in all the world, will now describe to you exactly what your duties will be, in detail, for the next year or so. And once again, any of you who believe this to be beneath your dignity, please remove yourselves."
Lord Kaman looked them over and heaved a theatrical sigh.
"I have undertaken to supply an egg to every boy who remains and passes through the initial training. Frankly, I would be just as pleased to see your ranks thinned a little further."
There was a weak chuckle at that, and Kuran took a deep breath, reminded himself that he, at this moment, as he stood, was the equal of any of the boys here in rank. Yes, even the prince. I am a jouster, even if I have never ridden to combat. I have a dragon who answers only to me, and without me, there will be no tame dragons to joust for Alta. He was a unique and valuable weapon in the Altan arsenal. There were several pairs of princes. There was only one Kuran, one Avatra. First, he said, you're going to start by becoming dragon boys yourselves, serving dragons we already have. You will take the place of the dragon boys in this compound until such a time as you understand the serving of a dragon completely. A couple of the boys gulped. He didn't blame them. 3 of the dragons that had been here had been actual killers. They could only be handled with their jaws muzzled, which had made feeding them exciting. These 3 had been handled only by men, 2 of them at all times. There are no more killer dragons in the compound, he announced. Lord Kaman and I have had some success with retraining the dragons that are currently here using falconry techniques. Was he sweating? He hoped not. He wanted to look confident. He had to get their respect now, or he would have trouble with them later. It has taken us most of a moon, but even the killers are now on reasonably good behavior for wild-caught dragons. And that had been an ordeal. But the results had been striking, or at least it was now possible for the dragons to be handled and groomed without the risk of a dragon boy losing life or limbs. But although they are no longer killers, you must remember at all times that they are still dangerous. He swallowed, and was very glad that his voice had broken during the moon he and Lord Kaman had been doing the retraining. Having his voice crack and squeak would have done nothing to add to his air of authority. We will be handling them with choking chains, and you will never actually be alone with your charge. The current dragon boy will always be with you to help get you out of difficulty. But make no mistake about it, you will be doing the work. And once your egg hatches, you will still be doing most of the work. We have decided that the first several moons with the dragonet are absolutely crucial, and if your dragonet sees someone else, or worse, is fed by someone else, we don't know if she or he will bond properly to you. So you are going to have to be comfortable with doing a great deal of manual labor. He tried to look apologetic, but he had the feeling he wasn't succeeding. When he thought about what he'd had to go through, feeding and tending 3 dragons at once, one of them secretly, he couldn't feel at all sorry for them. So, until the eggs get here, this is how your days will go. He'd practiced this speech in front of Aket 10 so many times that he didn't have to think about it anymore. He just told them, clearly and precisely, how much work they would be doing. And although they would not be tending to the jouster as well as the dragon, nor would they be required to do all the work of repairing harness and weapons and drying tala and the rest, they would be continuing whatever studies their fathers deemed necessary. He had to hide his grin when he saw Orist's face fall at that news, nor was Orist the only one to look disappointed. There will be tutors coming here, to avoid the waste of time it would take for you to come to them. Most of us will share tutors and lectures. But not me. I get Master Arit to myself. Lord Atirin said so. He was getting a tutor all to himself to accelerate his reading ability. Lord Kaman had decided that until he knew how to read well, he would be getting the extra tutoring. Master Arit was pleased with his progress. He could read simple things now. He had a new shrine to his father's spirit, and he could read the prayers for the dead inscribed on its side. Master Arit was certain that with the full attention of a very good tutor, and his own determination, he would pass for a boy as well educated as Orist within a year. Your day will begin when you rise about dawn. This is when your dragon will rise. It will take your dragon some little time to come out of the torpor of sleep, and you will take this time to ready his morning meal. He continued describing what their days would be like. When he was done, 4 more boys decided that this project was not to their taste. That left him with 8, of which the prince, looking more eager than ever, was still 1. Kuran was surprised a little, and yet, considering what he had heard about Torith, Perhaps he shouldn't have been. He had never, ever heard anyone say that either of the princes was afraid of a little hard work.
"You're sure now?"
Lord Command said earnestly, looking at each and every one of them in the eyes.
"You're absolutely sure that you can undertake this, and that in fact you want to?"
Each of them nodded soberly, but with a glow of anticipation, even Orist.
"All right."
He looked over at Karan.
4 eggs in a clutch, you say?
That's what I was told, and that was what I observed, my lord, he replied firmly. Mature females always lay 4 eggs.
Then we'll stake out our 2 female desert dragons and hope for the best,
the Lord of the Jousters decided.
We'll wait to see if we need to go after swamp dragon eggs only after we find out what is going to happen with the desert dragons.
Karan nodded. That would be his choice, too. The swamp dragons had proved to be a bit more reptilian in nature than the desert dragons, and a bit more difficult to handle, although it had been the wild-caught male desert dragons that had proven to be the killers. Maybe because they once ate a man. That was always problematic. Once a wild dragon tasted human blood, it always knew that eating a human was an option. The 2 desert dragon females that had been taken from Jousters were lazy. Half the reason they'd been caught was that they very much preferred to be fed, rather than to hunt. Being lazy was an advantage now on a number of counts. In the past, they had proved that they were unlikely to fight their chains when staked out as bait. This meant when they were taken off the heavier dose of Tala, so that they would come into season properly, it would still be possible to handle them. They would probably not try to fight off their would-be mates, and in fact, might well be quite responsive. And when they finally began laying their eggs, they were less likely to be aggressive about defending the newly laid eggs than a more active dragon. The last advantage was that Karan knew exactly what to expect and how to incubate a desert dragon egg. Swamp dragons, that was going to be a matter of experimentation as far as he was concerned. If they could get 8 fertile desert eggs, 8 boys, 8 eggs. 9 was a good size for a wing. They could learn and drill together, learn to fight as a group. If the gods are kind, both dragons will mate, and all the eggs will be fertile, he replied.
I will be making sacrifices today and every day until hatching,
Lord Command said firmly, and cast a now steely gaze over his new volunteers.
And so should you all.
And so they did, but not before Karan put them through their first day with utter disregard for their comfort. They drew lots for which boy was assigned to which dragon. That way no one could claim that Karan had shown any favoritism in his assignments. As it happened, Orist and Torith got the 2 easiest to handle, saving only the 2 captured females, which had already gone to the edge of the desert to await their suitors. One was a huge swamp dragon that Karan suspected was actually a crossbreed, terribly lazy. The other was a small male desert dragon that, provided you didn't move too quickly and made certain he had his full ration of Tala, was no worse than any of the fledgling caught desert dragons. The rest, however, were typical Altan jousting dragons, which was to say, by Tian standards, difficult. Karan introduced the boys to their charges slowly, 1 each day, while the remaining boys watched during the entire day. He kept Orist and Torith for last, so that when they actually got their dragons, they had seen and helped with virtually every problem that the draconic mind could come up with, saving only illness and injury. They were both prepared for the worst, probably expecting that Karan had saved the worst for last, so as a result, they were completely on their guard and unlikely to let their guard down for the moon or so it would take before the eggs were laid. Of all things, Karan did not want them to trust their dragons at all. It had been his experience that injuries happened when dragon boys took the tameness of their charges for granted and became just a little careless in their presence. Perhaps they pressed their charges in a way that they would never have considered with a wilder dragon. Perhaps they turned their backs one too many times, or perhaps they made a slip when they would have been too wary to do in the presence of a more dangerous beast. It did always seem to be the ones that everyone considered the best behaved who inflicted the worst injuries.
He was far from idle himself. Besides keeping track of every one of the boys of his new wing, he was training Avatra twice a day, every day. He knew at this point that there was no choice in the matter. If he was going to train the others, he had to work out how to train them himself. He counted himself lucky that Avatra was, if anything, more sweet-tempered than Cachette. She put up with indignities from his clumsy experiments that would have left him kicking his legs as he went down the throat of a less patient dragon. And she was growing apace. He'd already had to have a new harness and saddle made for her, and it looked as if she was going to need another set of kit before 2 moons had passed. Ah, well, the old rig certainly wasn't going to go to waste. The leather workers were using it as the pattern for 8 more harnesses, and the benefit was, if the dragon fit the first harness, they'd know it was big enough to fly with a rider. It occurred to him when he'd let out her cinches as far as he could, that he was growing too. A growth spurt that had begun when he had joined the Dragon Boys and was still going. Lack of food had kept him stunted. Plentiful food had set him growing like a weed. He doubted that he would ever be very tall, but... And my voice just broke. Girls were beginning to look a bit more interesting to him as well, and he wondered in the dark of the night just how old he really was. Older than even he had thought, he suspected, or his voice wouldn't have broken already. Could I be 15 floods old now? 14, anyway? He had lost track of the floods once he'd been made into a serf. No one ever celebrated his birthday, for what was there to celebrate in another year of captivity? One day had been like another, varying only in degrees of misery. Maybe he was 15 floods old now. That would make him as old as most of the others. That would do no harm. The others would accept him as trainer and leader more readily if he was older than he'd thought. He grew to know the boys during this time, and somewhat to his surprise, there was not a single one that he was not happy to have as a friend, and that realization, made one day as he was helping Toreth harness his charge, nearly stunned him. He who had never had a real friend before, now had 8, 9 counting Akat 10. It was at that moment that he also realized that for the first time in his life, he was happy. And that revelation left him stunned for the rest of the evening. As for Orest, his first friend had truly found his passion. He had flung himself into the work with his dragon to the point where Kuran sometimes had to order him to rest. When he wasn't tending his dragon, which was so immaculately groomed that his scales gleamed like gems, he was reading about them, asking advice of the other dragon boys, and even, when he dared, querying the jousters about combat. His father, from being resigned, was now as proud of his youngest son as he was of his eldest. Where Orest was vocal and single-minded in his passion, Toreth was a little more divided. Then again he had to be. As the likeliest heirs to the thrones, he and his brother perforce spent a lot of time in learning governance. And though this was not what Kuran would have expected, mastering the tasks of dragon care came as easily to the prince as breathing. Perhaps it was his calmness, which seemed to have as much of a tranquilizing effect on his charge as the Tala did. After the first day, Toreth had come to the pens with the royal hairstyle gone. He had opted for a cut like Akat 10's, just at chin length. He said nothing about it, and nothing was ever said to him. But Kuran knew that he was serious after that day. The remaining 6 were a mixed bag indeed, but none of them was in any danger of failing his final test before they were given custody of a precious egg. 2 had turned out to be as competent as Kuran had expected. Kal and Teth, the falconer, had the most fractious of the beasts, and as a result, took longer than the others to accustom it to his hand. It even tried his immense store of patience a time or two, and he was the only one to be injured. Not badly, but his dragon had learned the use of his tail to intimidate, and Kuran finally had to get the young falconer fitted with actual boots before the moon was over. Kalin, as he liked to be called, was the smallest of the boys, thin and wiry and seldom spoke. When he did, it was in a low, soft voice. Kuran only heard him shout the once, when he got the first lash of a tail across his shins. Peatep, the cat-keeper, was Kalin's match in patience, but was his exact opposite physically. He was taller and broader than the prince, with an equally broad, flat face and a booming voice when he raised it in conversation. He had no trouble with his fractious charge, actually staring it down during their first confrontation, something he said also worked on lions. He and Kaelin were often found experimenting with minute changes in the dragons' diets to see if there was any corresponding change in their behavior, not varying the tala ration, of course, but changing the kinds of meat and the mix of meat to organs, adding things like hide and hair. Huras was a friend of Peatep, though not an animal keeper. The son of a baker, he was the lowest born of the lot, and was second to no one in his intelligence. He tore through the scrolls on dragons, jousting, and dragon-keeping twice as fast as anyone else, and anything he read stayed in his memory forever. Otherwise, he was average-looking in appearance. He probably would have run to fat if he hadn't been working so hard. Then there was Gan. Gannick at Kel Teronet would have been the highest-ranking member of their group if the prince had not been one of them. Gan was tall, lanky, and had a languid air about him that gave the impression that he didn't care a great deal for anything except perhaps food and gossip. Nothing could be farther from the truth. He was the oldest, no longer a boy, but a young man, and his airs concealed a passion as fervent as Orest's. Curon had the feeling that, like Orest, he had been looking for something for his entire life without knowing what it was, and now he had found it. Equally deceptive was Osset Ra, the peacock of the group and a friend of Orest's. He was, to put it bluntly, the most beautiful human being that Curon had ever seen, of either sex. No matter what the time of day or the task he was engaged in, he was always impeccably, flawlessly groomed and clothed. Whenever he ventured outside the compound, women flirted with him covertly or openly, and like Ari, there were even women who pursued him shamelessly. And he wore his peacock persona like the mask it was. Beneath the seeming vanity was a hard purpose, honed to razor sharpness. He had seen what Curon had with Avatra on an early visit, and he was determined to have something like that bond for himself, but not at all costs. He would have it with honor or not at all, even if it meant ruining his finest kilts to achieve it. He had already made one great sacrifice, the day after Torith cut his hair. So did Osset Ra. The last was shy Menet Ka, who never spoke above a whisper or unless he was first spoken to, who hung at the back of any group, and who seldom made eye contact. He was so successful at self-effacement that most people who knew him would have had a hard time describing him. And if there were 3 other people in the room, would forget he was there. He had never yet demonstrated why he was here, for it must have taken an extraordinary act of will for him to put himself forward, but part of it might have been that he had been one of Osset Ra's best friends from childhood, and the other was, without a doubt, that he, too, had seen the bond that Curon shared with Avatra, and wanted something like that for himself with all his heart. This was his wing, as different as it was possible for individuals to be, yet as they shared food and work, they began to forge a friendship among themselves that defied both stereotype and description. As the 8 sat together over supper, nearly a full moon into their trial period, Curon approached their table carrying a jar. They all looked up immediately at the sound of his now familiar step, even Menet Ka. He put down the jar in the middle of the table. "That doesn't look like beer or wine to me," said Gan lazily. "So what is it doing on our table, estimable wing leader?" "You are each going to draw 2 of the pebbles from that jar to determine what your colors are going to be," Curon explained. "We're going to need a way to tell each other apart in the air. The regular jousters don't do this, but they also don't fight as a group because they daren't get their dragons too close to one another. We are going to be very different, but we'll have to know who is who in order to play everyone's individual strengths. So you'll all wear your colors on your armor and harness, and we'll probably fly streamers or something." "And your colors?" asked Orest. "I pulled rank on you and chose black and scarlet," he admitted with a grin, because they go well with Avatra's colors. You'll get whatever you get, though if you really hate the combination you choose, you can swap among yourselves. I suspect I'll be forced to, moaned Osset Ra. I would rather die than be seen in colors that clashed with my dragon. The rest snickered, and Kuron laughed out loud. Ha ha! In that case, draw first, he suggested. That way you'll have the best odds for the best choices. He didn't have to ask Osset Ra twice. The handsome lad stood up and plunged his hand into the jar up to the elbow. And when he opened his closed fist, he heaved an exaggerated sigh of relief as the painted pebbles in his hand were revealed. Black and white, he said, sitting down. What a relief! Black and white go with everything. I can't even imagine a swamp dragon that those colors would clash with. Well, I won't have to kill myself after all. Orist was next to take the plunge into the jar and emerged with blue and scarlet. Well, you'll certainly be able to see me, was his only comment. Torith came up with yellow and white. Gan got green and brown. Pei-Atep's pick was black and yellow, and his friend Kalen ended up as yellow and brown. Huras got blue and black, and Manette Ka, who predictably chose last, did not seem unhappy with his green and white. So, why are we taking colors right now? Asked Gan. Why not wait to see what color dragons hatch out? Kuron grinned. He couldn't help it. He had some very good news for them. Partly because of the training games I'm going to be giving you, he said, but mostly because Lord Cummin told me today that both females have mated with 3 different males, which ought to pretty much guarantee that all 4 eggs each lays will be fertile. Heads at the other tables turned as all 8 of the wing broke into a cheer, even Manette Ka. When are they coming back? Orist asked excitedly. Their jousters are flying the ladies back tomorrow, Kuron told them, now allowing his grin to show. They'll be sequestered in their pens and stuffed full of as much as they'll eat to nourish the eggs to come. 3 males were also trapped, so there will be 3 new jousters training with them, which will allow us to try falcon training right from the start instead of having a dragon that needs to unlearn a lot of bad habits. You'll be observing that, by the way. No point in missing the opportunity. So the reason you've gotten your colors now is because you're going to draw lots for who gets the eggs in what order. He took the pebbles from each boy and put them back in the jar. This was going to be a complicated system, but it guaranteed random chance. Everyone take a pebble. If you don't get one of your colors, put it back, but don't take a new one until the next round. Only Manette Ka got one of his colors the first time. On the second round, Gan and Orist got one of theirs, and on the third, Manette Ka made the first combination. So Manette Ka, who always hung back, was going to get the first egg. It seemed to Kuron there was a certain justice in that. The jar went around enough times for everyone to be impatient before it was over. Orist's egg came in the middle, and it was Pei-Atep who would get the last of the eggs. Although everyone except Manette Ka moaned about the wait, no one really seemed unhappy, and Kuron was very proud of them all when Manette Ka offered to trade his place with any of the rest of them, and no one took him up on the offer. You're as ready as any of us, and more ready than I am, said Orist stoutly, even though Kuron knew he was afire to have that egg in his possession. So, let's go look at the pens, and get your colors up outside them, Kuron urged. Eager to put their imprint on what would be the centers of their worlds for the next several moons, they filed after him, going out into the torch-lit, open-topped corridors to a newly built section of pens. Here were 10 of the sandpit pens, one would stay empty for now, all along the same corridor, 5 on either side. Avatra's was the first, and already had a block of 4 squares of red and black inside of a lozenge outlined painted on the wall outside it. A servant with brushes and paints waited for them at the entrance to Avatra's pen. They got pens in the order in which they would get their eggs. This meant that a hatching dragon would only have noise on one wall, keeping disturbances as minimal as possible.
Karun was not sure what Lord Kaman had done, but despite initial objections, the Magi had agreed to create spells that moved the heat from one of the hot springs that created water too hot and too sulfurous to use into the sands of the pens. While the adult dragons could cope with the shifting levels of heat in sand pits, warmed by ovens or other means, hatching pens needed a constant temperature. Karun hoped he had gotten that temperature absolutely right, but the only way to tell would be if the eggs all hatched. From the beginning, these pens had been set up with living quarters as part of them. There would be no makeshift pallets for the boys of Karun's wing. Eventually, of course, the dragons would be old enough to be able to sleep alone, as Cachette did. But until then, they would need their boys, their mothers, with them, especially at night. When Lord Kaman wanted something done, apparently it got done. Here were thick-walled pens, with walls not of mud brick but of stone, with roofed living quarters, running water. Every 2 pens shared a room for bathing where, presumably, the boys would get water for their dragons. Heated sands, and a better canvas roof arrangement for the rainy season than the Dragon Jousters had. And it had all been constructed within a moon or so. The boys were impressed, and well they should be, for this was nothing short of amazing. The only time Karun had heard of construction going up faster was when a royal tomb was being built.
After the eggs are hatched, we will begin constructing more pens for the next lot of volunteers,
Lord Kaman had said to Karun.
But I do not want to chance anything that might disturb the eggs.
Well, Karun said to his new wing, will this do?
I should like to move in now, if I might,
said Torith. He looked around at the others, who nodded agreement.
I don't have any objections,
Karun told them, though secretly he was pleased. The boys were all living at their homes now. He wanted them at the compound as soon as he could get them here. The sooner they settled into their new way of life, the better. But they could hardly have gone in with the existing dragon boys. For one thing, there wasn't really room, and for another, there was bound to be tension there before long. The dragon boys were free-born, as in Tia, but they were mostly from extremely poor families, and there was not a single one from the new wing that wasn't at least from the caste of craftsmen. And as for Torith, well, Karun doubted that the prince himself would have any objections to being put in with boys from the lowest levels of society. Anyone with so much as a single drop of noble blood in his veins would probably have a fit the moment word got out that a prince was being housed with the peasantry, and the screams of outrage would be heard on the top of the great tower of the royal palace.
You could move in at any point, including tonight,
Karun told them all. Torith grinned.
Then I am sending a runner for my things. Mother has an entire herd of female relatives visiting her, and the gabble and cackle is like to drive me mad. And I believe I shall do likewise,
Gan drawled.
It's going to take me a quarter moon to get these quarters comfortable anyway, and I might as well start now.
That started the stampede, and before long, as Karun joined Avatra in their quarters, he could hear the coming and going of numerous servants, bringing the boys' belongings from their homes. He even overheard Torith generously sending his servants after the belongings of Huras, Kalin, and Priatep, who obviously had no servants of their own. And shortly after that, he heard much coming and going from Gan's quarters, and heard that familiar, lazy drawl cheerily distributing extra comforts
that there is just no room for. Hang it!
Among his wingmates. Soon there were trades going on, as what had been personal belongings or supplies pressed upon sons by anxious mothers were distributed through the alchemy of friendship across the entire group.
Listen to them. They're acting as a unit,
he told Avatra wonderingly.
They haven't even got dragons yet, and already they're a real wing.
She nodded quite as if she understood, and dug herself a little further down into the warm sands. As far as she was concerned, life was perfect, for the hot sand was a great deal more comfortable for her than the stone of the courtyard she had been using. And as the excited chatter and the other sounds of 8 boys settling into new quarters died away, Karun settled down himself for the night. It was an auspicious beginning,
A good foundation to build on. And with that cheerful thought in his mind, he allowed himself to drift into sleep. 7. 8 eggs were cradled in the hot sands of their pens. 8 anxious young men watched and brooded over them quite as if they had laid the eggs and not the dragon mothers. No longer were they playing dragon boy to the dragons of other jousters. They knew what they needed to know about the tending of ordinary dragons. With plenty of time on their hands, they were now studying every scroll on dragons that they could get their hands on in good earnest. And short of getting their hands on the scrolls in the keeping of the Magi, they had access to every other scrap of papyrus on the subject in Alta. Nor was that all, for thanks to Torith's family, there was a set of 2 tutors, one of them a noted scholar of history, who arrived every day to teach all the boys. As what they were learning was the history of the war with Tia, plain and unvarnished, and the history of mankind's use of dragons. None of them objected, not even Orist. 2 things, however, had sorely puzzled Kurun since he had begun to move about the city and get to know these people who were his own. Both puzzles seemed such an accepted part of Altan life that he was not entirely sure how to ask about them. The first was not so much a puzzle as a non sequitur. When he first realized it, it had been something so entirely alien to his way of thinking that it had come as a shock. And yet it was a simple fact. The priests of the gods were not the ultimate authority in Alta. They did not even rank as a close second. The very notion seemed blasphemous, and yet everyone here took it for granted. In Tia, even the great king consulted with the priests of the gods on every occasion, and woe betide him if he failed to heed their words. Terrible things could and did happen to one who went against the will of the temples. Kings had been toppled from their thrones in the past, and it was not always the hand of a god that did the pushing. Of course, the great king himself was a priest, and a high priest at that, but so far as Kurun been aware, he was a magicless man, and that made all the difference. The priests controlled all magic, for all those born with magic were swiftly taken into one temple or another as soon as their talents became evident. That included healers who were, in Tia, priests and priestesses of Teoth, or rather, his Tian equivalent. In Alta, healers were a separate class that included those who healed with herbs, with the knife, and with prayer, as well as those who healed with their own special magic. Things were very different here. The only magicians who were not among the priestly caste in Tia were charlatans, street performers, who accomplished their wonders with trickery and sleight of hand. Male and female, young or old, whether or not they or their families were willing, once someone showed the signs or was detected by another magician, into a temple he went. So although the priests seldom overtly exercised their power, they, and not the great king, were the ultimate authority in Tia. But here, it seemed, things were very different. There were those who went into the temples who had certain gifts and callings, the ability to see the future or what was happening at a distance, to hear the thoughts of beasts, like Akat 10, or even the thoughts of men. There were rumors of those who were able to speak with the dead who went into the temple of the twins. And that was the end of priestly magicians. All the rest of the priests were entirely without magic, either devoted by reason of avocation or having more in common with the scribes than the magicians. As for the healers, they stood apart from all and served no one god, but served all of them collectively. Their enclaves, something like temples, but with less than 1/10 of their space devoted to a sanctuary filled with images of every god and goddess in Alta, were distributed all across the city. And that was a shock all by itself. It was hardly to be thought of that one didn't run to the temple of Teoth when one needed a healer. But there was a greater shock as far as Kurun was concerned, because not only did the practitioners of magic not belong to the priests, they had their very own caste. And in its way, the caste was even more exalted than that of the rulers of Alta. They were the Magi, those Tians called sea witches, since so much of what the Magi had once done involved the sea and water magic. That was no longer the case, it seemed. A magus was one who worked, well, magic. The Magi used spells to work their will upon the world, to channel strange powers. Spells that were chanted over incense, sung from the tops of towers, or murmured in hidden chambers in the bowels of the earth. Spells that did things, like the spells that called up the fierce storms and flung them down the great Mother River to drive the dragons and jousters of Tia to earth and ravage the countryside. There were rumors of other spells that they had not yet unleashed, spells to call up fire from the earth or down from the sky, spells that not only repelled the hungry dead, but compelled them to serve or to haunt those the magus indicated. The curse of a priest was potent, but in Alta the curse of a magus was doubly so and doubly feared. For the curse of a priest relied on whether or not his god was moved to implement the curse, but the curse of a magus depended only on his own power and his own will. It was the Magi, and not the priests, that the great ones of Alta listened to in council. Oh, there was a high priest sitting on the council as well, taken by lot from among the priests of all the temples once a season. But he was one, and the Magi were many. Unless he had a foretelling from one of the winged ones, he might as well keep his mouth sewed shut when the Magi spoke. And according to Akat 10, there had not been a winged one with a truly powerful ability to foretell the future in a very long time. This revelation rocked his world to the foundations. He understood it, but it still came as a shock. Perhaps his village had been so remote and so provincial that none of this had reached him as a child. Or perhaps everyone had known this, and he had simply been too young to understand. After all, to a child, all figures of authority are equally powerful, and anyway, the Magi never left the safety of Alta City, so there were never any Magi to rival the priests for power in his old village. Then again, how would such a thing concern simple farmers near the border? Even if they had known, it would scarcely have affected any of them. No matter who ruled or made the decrees, the seasons would come and go, and some humorless official would arrive after harvest to collect the taxes, and it really didn't matter to a farmer where those taxes went after he turned them over. The great ones could have been a family of goats on the thrones for all he cared. But for Kurun, steeped as he had been in the Tian hierarchy, it made no sense at all. And the more he learned from the scholar, the less sense it made, for in the past, the great ones had bowed to the will of the priests, just as in Tia, and all those who had any pretense to power had been within the temples. How had this come about? It was such an accepted part of life now that there seemed no way, and more importantly, no one to ask. But that was only a puzzle, and although it sometimes kept him lying in bed, trying to understand it, the situation affected him no more now than it had when he had been a serf called Vetch. The jousters had nothing to do with the Magi, except on the rare occasion when they were asked to perform some magic like warming the sandpits. Otherwise, the jousters were as far removed from the Magi as the sea from Tia. But the second thing that sorely puzzled Kurun was an attitude, and that affected him. Now, Alta had been losing land and villages to the Tians steadily, for as long as he had been alive, and yet, although there was outrage, and every Altan in the city wanted revenge and their lands back, there was absolutely no fear that the Tians would ever come here. It was as if every Altan knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the Tian army could not approach any nearer than the outermost canal. Surely they weren't expecting the canals to hold their enemies at bay. They knew how many jousters the Tians had. All it took was for the jousters to command the air, and no matter how the Altans tried to prevent it, the Tian forces could and would bridge the canals one by one. All it took was time and boats, and you had a floating bridge that could carry armed men straight into the heart of Alta City. How could they not be afraid? Was it simple, blind arrogance, a false sense of surety that they could not be conquered on their home ground? or was there something that they knew that he did not? He never got an answer to the question of why the priests and the magi were two different castes, but he finally got the first clue to his second question one day when he was listening to the historian scholar. For once, the subject was not the current state of the war, but the beginning of it. Although it was interesting to hear the story from the Altan perspective, as he had already gotten the tale from Ari from the Tian point of view, it was nothing new, until the moment that the scholar said,
"And then, of course, the Magi created the Eye of Light, and then the direct threat against Alta City was ended, and—"
That was when he woke up. The Eye of Light. What in the name of all that is holy is the Eye of Light? He couldn't imagine. Was it some sort of far-seeing eye that any magus could use that allowed them to keep the land around Alta City under constant watch? But what good would that do? By the time he gathered his wits, the scholar had finished his lecture, and it was time to feed Avatra. She was putting on another growth spurt of her own, and was constantly hungry, and he knew that he didn't dare delay her dinner for even a single question. So he hurried off, his curiosity afire within his belly, his thoughts circling around that tantalizing bit of information. At least now he had a name for the reason why the Altans did not fear invasion of their city, even if he did not know what that name meant. However, he was, by the gods, going to find out.
"The Eye of Light," Orist said, and blinked. Actually, I don't know what it is. I mean, I know what it does, but I don't know what it is. No one knows what it is except the Magi. It's up in the Tower of Wisdom, and no one is allowed up there except the really powerful Magi."
Karan sighed. "All right, what does it do then?" he asked.
Orist licked his lips. "Mind you, I've never seen it myself. The Magi don't show it off all that often. By the gods, they don't have to. But Father has, and... You know that stretch of slag glass right by the Harris Bridge over the Fourth Canal?"
Karan nodded. It was a strange feature, following the line of the canal itself, a slab of black vitrified earth about as wide as a chariot and as long as 3 dragons nose to tail. He'd wondered if it was the remains of some terrible fire.
"The Eye made that,"
Orist said, with lowered voice and a sidelong glance, as if he feared being overheard.
"Father said this beam of light came down out of the top of the Tower of Wisdom. That's the high tower in the middle of the Palace of the Magi, and just burned it there. They say it can reach all the way to the other side of the 7th Canal and do the same thing there. There's supposed to be the burned footings of a ruined bridge they took down out there. I don't know. I haven't gone to look."
Karan stared blankly at his friend. If he hadn't known that Orist wasn't any good at deception, he would have expected this to be some sort of joke.
"Nothing can do that," he objected. "I've never heard of anything that can do that." "Well then, nothing melted the earth right where you can go and look at it yourself," Orist snapped, nettled. "I can tell you this. It's the reason why no one crosses a magus. Once every few years, they decide to put on a show with the Eye, just to make sure that everyone remembers it, and let everyone know it still works. And that's why, when you deal with a magus, you are very, very polite. If they can do that, what else can they do?"
Karan licked his lips, picturing to himself a beam of light moving across the earth, burning everything in its path, or across the sky.
"Can it be moved up?" "Can it cut a dragon and a jouster out of the sky, you mean?" Orist asked. "If they don't get out of its way, I should think so."
Karan thought about the dragons, ranked in their wings, and a light beam sweeping across the sky. Well, no wonder no one in Alta City was afraid of invasion, and no wonder the Magi were, in their way, the silent rulers of this land. He had to wonder if anyone in Tia knew about this thing. Surely they did, with all the spies and agents they had, with the Altans demonstrating it very publicly every few years. Surely they knew about it. It was very strange, though. that in all of the time he had been in Tia, he had not heard even a rumor of such a thing. So, why not? Why was it that the thing that had terrified people most was only that the Magi could send storms down on them? Maybe because the great king and his advisors know that as long as they stay on the other side of the seventh canal, the eye can't reach them. So unless they find a way to get rid of the eye, or the Magi, they won't march on Alta City. And maybe the reason the storms scared them was that if the Magi could send storms, maybe they could reach past the seventh canal after all. Not that it mattered what they thought, at least not to him, except that he had a very uneasy sensation in the pit of his stomach, knowing that the eye could reach anywhere inside Alta City.
They've been trying to make another eye for years, one they could put on a wagon or something and carry around, Orist went on. All the great ones have asked them to, so they say. I mean, obviously, if we could put another eye out there, maybe even with the army, it would change things completely. But for some reason they haven't been able to. He shrugged. You should ask Akka 10. She'll know 10 times more about it than I do. I should think there isn't a scroll in that temple she hasn't read twice, and she's not shy about asking to read any piece of papyrus that crosses her path. Besides that, she's very good at not being noticed. She sat in the same room with dozens of important people around, listening to things she had no business listening to, and no one ever noticed she was there even though she was in plain sight. He sounded rather cross about that. Kurun guessed, with some amusement, that his little sister had more than once been listening in on him in that way. And of course, she had also found her secret listening post as well. Not that Orist was doing any lounging about these days. Still, this business of the eye. He got the feeling that Orist went through life not listening to much, whereas Akka 10 listened to everything, so she might well be the person to ask. Perhaps I will, he said slowly. He still found the mere idea hard to believe, and yet there was physical proof that the thing existed, and what it could do. It gave him cold chills to think about. This was like one of the weapons of the gods, and there were plenty of tales about what happened when ordinary men got their hands on those. Most of those tales ended badly. Even more chilling was the thought that the Magi had made sure to demonstrate the thing within the limits of the 7 canals, proving it could be used on chosen targets inside the city, as well as against invaders. A potent means of silencing troublemakers who might want to know why the Magi had so much influence. A reminder that such a thing was possible. Yes, he rather thought he would have a word or two with Akka 10 as soon as he got the chance. The chance came sooner than he thought. It was the beginning of the season of the rains, the welcome relief from the Camiseen. As in Tia, runners had been sent around the compound last night to warn of the coming rains, and everyone had dutifully pulled the canvas covers over their dragons' sand pits, except for those who had swamp dragons, who would be perfectly happy to have rain pouring down into their pools of warm, sulphurous water. They'd have been even happier with mud, but wet dragons were hard enough to harness. Muddy ones would have been impossible. Once in a great while they were allowed a mud wallow, but it wasn't often, and they were cleaned off almost immediately afterward. Last night they had all gone to bed feeling the weather bearing down on them. The wind had changed direction, coming from the sea and the north, rather than the desert and the west. It was a slow, heavy wind, bringing yet more humidity to this city surrounded by marshes, and it carried a chill with it. Kurun was happy to roll up in a woolen blanket tonight, and Avatra, born amid the rain, was so buried in the sand she was nothing more than a hummock in her pit. The sound of thunder rolling continuously overhead was what woke Kurun. He waited for it to stop, and waited, and still nothing happened. He opened his eyes and rolled over with a groan. There was light out there in Avatra's pen, but it wasn't very bright. Either the clouds were thicker than he thought, or it was just dawn. Both, perhaps. It was cold, a penetrating cold,
and he knew he was going to need a woolen tunic today beneath his rain cape. The thunder continued to growl overhead, yet there wasn't any rain pounding down on the canvas awning. That struck him as very odd, and it roused his curiosity enough that he decided to get up and have a look around. Besides, he was awake now. Until the rain started, he wasn't going to be able to get back to sleep. There was such heavy tension in the air, waiting for the storm to break, that dozing was impossible. He pulled on a kilt and a tunic and tiptoed past Avatra, who was still sleeping. In fact, given how cool the air was, he doubted she'd be very happy about being awakened. Not that he blamed her in the least. If he hadn't been so curious, he would be back in his cot, under the warm woolen blanket, thank you. Once he got out from under the canvas and into the corridor, he still couldn't see anything, because the Altans sensibly had the same canvas roofs over the corridors that they strung over the dragon pens. He would have to get somewhere that was open to the sky, like the landing court. No one else was awake and moving, though, which made him think that the continuous thunder was considered perfectly normal by the Altans. That was a bit of comfort, anyway. He padded his way along the stone of the corridor, barefoot, until he came to the entrance into the landing court, and as he approached it, he saw in the sky above the walls lightning, not striking the ground, but crawling across the base of the clouds, like veins of fire across charcoal-colored flesh. It wasn't like any lightning he'd ever seen before. This was reddish, and didn't seem at all inclined to strike the earth. Gingerly, he eased himself out from under the scant protection offered by the canvas and looked up to see that the reason why the thunder didn't stop was that there was never so much as a heartbeat of time when there wasn't any lightning crawling across some part of the sky. Well, that certainly explained the thunder. He moved out into the courtyard so he could see the whole sky, including the tops of the buildings on the central island. After a moment of watching it with the same fascination of a bird watching a snake, he noticed that it was all emanating from a central point. That point was just above the tip of the Tower of Wisdom. The clouds there were darker, much darker, completely black, in fact, and swirled around that center point in a slow, somehow ominous vortex. And even as he watched, a single lightning bolt, not just red-tinted, but as red as blood, cracked upward from the tip of the tower into the center of that vortex. Then it vanished. It seemed to Kuron that the clouds were spinning just a little faster. There was one thing he was not mistaken about. There was a heaviness to the air, a drowsiness, warring with his sense that something was going to break loose at any moment. He had thought he could not possibly get back to sleep, but now he felt as if all he wanted to do was to get back into his bed. This storm, it's strange, he thought, and he wondered if there was anyone else but the Magi awake at the moment to watch this. Or was it just so commonplace for the Magi to control the storms of the rainy season that no one even thought about it? Or had the Magi done something to ensure that all the citizens of Alta City stayed in their beds while they did their work? The heaviness in the air felt as if it was weighing him down, as if he could and should just lie down here in the courtyard and go back to sleep. And that was not right. At that moment, he knew that this was exactly what the Magi wanted. They did not want anyone to see what they were doing. He had been at the mercy of someone who did not want others to know his secrets. Kefti the Fat had many secrets, and he knew the signs. He shook himself awake just as he felt his eyelids drooping. "Oh no," he thought, clenching his jaw. "If you don't want me to see this, then that's exactly what I want to watch." And so he did, watching with grim determination not to miss a single moment, as the thunder rolled and the lightning raced across the sky to the horizon, and as the clouds spun faster and faster, until the moment when a final bolt, a black bolt scarcely visible against the clouds, arced upward. A deafening avalanche of thunder threatened to flatten him where he stood. Then the heavens opened up, and the rain poured out of the sky, very nearly managing to flatten him, which the thunder had not. He scrambled back under cover of the canvas, and after standing there, dripping and cold, gazing out into the sheeting rain and listening to the now ordinary peals of thunder, he decided that whatever it was that he was not supposed to watch was over. The rains had begun, and he might just as well go back to bed. And yet, it was as if there was something that he ought to do. He just didn't know what it was. After a moment of indecision, he decided that he wasn't going to be able to get back to sleep anyway, so he might as well put on a rain cape and see if he couldn't find Akhet 10. She always attended the dawn rites at her temple, so he knew that she would be awake. He hadn't seen her since Orist got his egg. He had the feeling that she was tired of hearing about what might be inside it. He went back to his quarters, checked on the sleeping dragon, who was insensible as a stone, decided that he ought to change into something drier than he was wearing, and finally, with the compound still sleeping around him, went out into the rain. Everyone in the city slumbered just as heavily as the Jousters' compound, as far as he could tell. Then again, who would want to go out in this rain? He had the streets all to himself at any event, and he bent his head to the pounding water and sloshed barefoot down the road toward Akhet 10's temple. The temple was devoted to a pair of twin deities that were unique to Alta as far as he knew, the goddess Bechet of the far-seeing eye, and the god Anat, the spirit walker. Bechet presided over the winged ones who had visions of the future, of the past, of events at a distance. He was the patron of those who spoke with the dead, but also those who could act at a distance, who did not have visions of things far away, but who could, in spirit, travel there and perhaps act on them. Between the two they oversaw everything, save magic, that a winged one might do. Other than that, Kuran didn't know a great deal about the twins. Their rites were secret, reserved for the winged ones, the fledglings, and the nestlings. Interestingly, though their rites were secret, the temple was one of the most open in the city, with lectures and discussions going on in every open spot and corner, and all through the gardens every day. There were even little side chapels devoted to some of the lesser deities, the patrons of lovers, of mothers, of luck, and, hardly surprising, one to Teoth, the god of writing. Only the sanctuary itself was closed to the public, and then only during the rites. The water sluicing off the crest of the hill toward the canal was ankle-deep at times, and cold enough to numb his feet, but it would have been no use to put on sandals. Not only would the rain have ruined them, but the leather soles would have been slippery. Better to trust to his feet, which were harder than leather soles after all those years of going barefoot anyway. It was just as well that he knew where he was going, since the rain was so heavy it was like trying to peer through a waterfall. The rain cape kept most of it off him, but there was a steady drip through the seam of his hood down the back of his head, trickling down his neck. It was with benumbed gratitude that he finally made out the bulk of the temple he wanted, and splashed his way up the 3 steps into the forecourt, where he shook out his cape in the torch-lit gloom. He stood there uncertainly for a moment. Not that he didn't know the layout of the temple, just that he wasn't sure where to begin looking for Akhet 10. When he heard the sound of feet running lightly toward him from behind, and turned quickly. And before he had time to react in any way except to recognize that the runner was exactly who he was looking for, Akhet 10 careened into him. She had been looking back over her shoulder with an expression of absolute terror, and hadn't even noticed he was there. He expected her to scream or at least gasp, but she must have recognized him the moment she touched him, for as he fought to keep his balance, she grabbed his shoulders with both hands. "Kuran!" she whispered, frantic with fear. "Help me! Hide me!" He didn't even think. He just flung the folds of his rain cape over her, disguising her completely, for it was made for someone his height, and it covered her down to the floor. Then he led her into a side chapel where he pushed her to her knees in front of the little image of Ataroth, goddess of lovers, and knelt beside her, taking both her hands in his. Just in time, too, evidently, for a moment later, he heard heavier footsteps out in the forecourt. He wasn't worried. The only trace that had been left was the water dripping from the rain cape, and there was no way to tell whether it had been left by one person entering from outside or 2. He was wet enough to have come here without a cape. The steps stopped for a moment, then moved toward the chapel. Akhet 10's hands trembled in his, and he was astonished. He would never have imagined her being afraid of anything or anyone. Yet clearly, whoever this was, she was petrified of him. And that was enough to put a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the storm outside. He heard the steps stop again, just outside the entrance to the chapel. He did not turn around, and he clamped his hands down hard on Akhet Ten's to keep her from moving. In the dim light here, with both of them kneeling, there was no way for anyone to tell how young they both were, much less what they looked like. Nevertheless, he felt, rather than saw, the fierce glaring of someone's eyes, and the back of his neck prickled. There was no sound but the rain outside and on the roof, and the thunder cutting across the sound of the downpour. He was deeply grateful for both sets of noises, otherwise their unseen watcher would have been able to hear Akhet Ten's frightened breathing. Finally the footsteps began again, walking purposefully away. When there had been only silence for a long moment, he started to stand up. This time it was Akhet Ten who restrained him.
"Not yet," she whispered in a shaky voice. "Not until they're gone."
So he waited, while his knees began to ache from kneeling on the stone. Then, at long last, he heard more footsteps, quite a lot of them, in fact. They shuffled across the forecourt, then out the door into the rain. What struck him as uncomfortable and even frightening, even as he listened to the newcomers, was the lack of voices. In a group that big, someone was always talking. Even if they had been prisoners, someone would have been saying something, complaining, whispering, whimpering. Not a word, not a noise. Only the sound of feet going out into the rain, and once again the hair on the back of his neck crawled. Silence descended on the temple, and Akhet Ten slowly stopped shaking. Finally she stood up, and so did he, grateful to at last be off his knees.
"What?" he began. "That was the chief Magus and 6 of his underlings,"
she said, fear warring with anger in her voice as she pushed back the cowl of the rain cape.
"They came here to collect winged ones to assist them in sending out the storms against Tyr. Only they don't allow you to say no to them, and there doesn't seem to be anything that the chief priestess, the teachers, or the pedagogues can do to stop them, because the great ones have said that we must do this. They took me yesterday, and when they were done, I found myself back here with no memory of coming back, no memory of where I had been, no memory at all of anything other than hearing that horrible man say, 'You're finally going to be of some use,' and grabbing my shoulders."
She began to shake again.
"And worst of all, I was practically faint with exhaustion, and it took until nightfall before I could hear and see again. For a little while, it was as if I was as blind and deaf as Orist."
From the way she had said hear and see, the inflection of her voice, Kuran was pretty certain she wasn't talking about ordinary hearing and vision. He felt his mouth firming into a grim line. "Did they just take fledglings?" he asked. "Or do you know?" She shook her head.
"All the ones they collected before they got to me were fledglings, but I don't know after that. I don't have any memory of it."
He felt a coldness in his stomach, but there was as much anger in it as fear. "I think we need to find out. But before we do anything else, I am going to escort you to your father's house." He placed a finger over her lips before she could object. "I know you don't live there anymore now that you're a fledgling, but I think you should stay there for a while, at least until the Magi are done doing whatever it is they're doing with the storms. I don't think even they would dare take a girl out of her father's house, but—" He shook his head. "Let's find your father, and see if we can come up with a plan." She nodded, and he wrapped the rain cape around both of them, and they went out into the downpour. They found Lord Yatirin just breaking his fast, with a scroll spread out before him, and a steaming loaf beside him.
"Young Kuran!" he exclaimed, getting to his feet. "It is good to see you. And Akhet Ten, forgive me for greeting you in this state, but this rain seems to have made me oversleep."
Then he peered at Akhet Ten, and must have seen the fear in her eyes.
"Daughter, what is wrong?"
he asked softly. She took a deep breath.
Yesterday the Magi came and took several of the fledglings to assist them in their work, she told him, her voice trembling only a little. I was one, and I have no memory of what happened.
Well, daughter, the need for secrecy, the Lord began, but sounding a little doubtful.
And, she interrupted, her voice going a little shrill, when I returned, I nearly fainted, and my powers did not work, nor did they return until almost sunset.
Lord Ytirian opened his mouth, closed it again, and looked thoughtful and worried.
I like this not,
he said finally.
I can do nothing against the Magi to protect any of the others, but you, my daughter, I can shield. I believe that until the rains are over, you are going to be ill, quite ill. Something of the female nature, I think. We will have my healer friend Akenem here to give weight to that claim. You will remain confined to your bed.
At Akhet Ten's stricken look, he chuckled.
My dear, the servants come and go at will.
If one of them happens to look like you, well, I doubt anyone will notice. Just keep away from the temple until I tell you it is safe to return.
She relaxed visibly. Far be it for me to interfere in this, my lord, said Kurun quietly. But I must ask you to consider that this may not be enough. The Magi may insist upon examining her themselves. Perhaps, he hesitated, perhaps before that can happen, Akhet Ten should be sent to some friend or relation to recover from her illness. And a new young slave should enter my household. A wise plan. Surely no one looks twice at a slave.
And a slave can pass to and from the temple without being noticed either, Kurun pointed out, so Akhet Ten can continue whatever instructions she needs from the winged ones. They exchanged somber looks. Akhet Ten still looked wan and frightened. Her father looked angry.
Thank you for bringing her here, Jouster Kurun, the Lord said, turning to Kurun. You were quite right to do so. There is something about this that is deeply disturbing, yet where the Magi are concerned, it is dangerous to probe too deeply, too quickly. Then he smiled. If I am able to take the measure of a man, I would venture to say that you have decided to find out just what the Magi are doing with the fledglings, eh?
Red-faced, Kurun admitted that was exactly what he had been thinking of doing.
Give a father leave to make his own attempts first, Lord Ytirian said gently. Gold is a potent weapon, a loosener of tongues. The Magi have servants. Give me time and I will find the one who can tell us what we want to know.
Kurun sighed, nodded, and bowed his head.
Unsatisfying as it was, Lord Ytirian's plan was the better one of the two.
I will, my lord, he said. And if Akhet Ten wishes to go about the city, I will undertake to escort her, if she likes, just in case. Akhet Ten's cheeks began to glow, but she didn't look displeased with his offer, nor did Lord Ytirian.
Now that is an offer that I will be pleased to accept. Thank you. And now, I believe, I should escort my poor, ailing daughter to her quarters?
Well, that was as graceful a dismissal as Kurun had ever heard. He bowed and took his leave. But though he left Akhet Ten and her dilemma behind him, it was still very much in his mind as he returned to the Jousters' compound, and a sleepy but hungry Avatra. 8. 3 days later, Orist was intercepted at breakfast by a servant with a message from his father, and Kurun saw him going about the compound shortly after with a worried face.
Orist!
He called, intercepting his friend at the entrance to his pen. What's wrong?
Father says that my sister's been sent to Aunt Rekaron in the farms beyond the 7th ring because she's ill, Orist told him. I don't understand this. Akhet Ten's never been ill a day in her life.
It didn't take more than a moment for Kurun to figure out what was going on. So, the Lord Ytirian had taken his advice. That was extremely satisfying. But either the Lord learned something, or he discovered that the Magi were going to be impossible to refuse. That was not so satisfying. Orist looked torn between wanting to run back home to find out what was wrong and staying with his egg. Kuran knew what the truth was, but it seemed that Orist hadn't been taken into his father's confidence. Do I tell him or not? Kuran weighed the decision in his mind. No, I don't think I had better. If Orist's father hadn't chosen to tell his son what was really afoot, it was not Kuran's place to enlighten him, though perhaps the problem was that Lord Yatiran had taken thought for his son's chattering and loose tongue. There was no telling who among Orist's friends, including the other boys here, might talk to someone that they shouldn't. Kuran folded his arms over his chest and gave Orist a knowing look. You know, I've heard that sometimes the female fledglings have a lot of difficulty when they first become women. He actually had heard that often enough around the temple, though possibly Orist hadn't paid any attention to that sort of thing. He could be very single-minded, could Orist. Some might call him dense, but not Kuran. Orist could be absolutely brilliant when he chose to exercise his mind. The problem was convincing him of the need to do so. If Orist had a fault, it was that he concentrated only on what interested him and ignored or carelessly forgot everything else. What do you... Orist began, then, to Kuran's amusement, flushed a deep and painful-looking scarlet. Yes, that might be it. I've heard the same thing. Well, maybe he does pay attention once in a while. But of course your father wouldn't have put it that baldly, Kuran continued, as bland as cream. Of course he wouldn't, and that must be it. Embarrassed though he might be, Orist must have been grateful for the explanation, for he seized on it with evident relief. I hope she feels better, but if anyone can make her feel well, it will be Aunt Ra. She's almost a healer. She knows so much, and Arket 10 loves the farm. Orist returned to the vigil over his egg with the air of someone who has had a great deal of concern lifted from him. Kuran, for his part, went to check on Avatra, who was not at all interested in stirring from her warm sand, so that she looked like a heap of rubies half buried in it, and then went for a walk in the rain. After that first torrential downpour, the rains were no heavier than any ordinary rainy season. But rumor said that things were otherwise in the kingdom of the enemy. With exquisite timing, the Magi had, so it was claimed, arranged for terrible storms to lash the Tian countryside, coinciding with the highest point of flood coming down the Great Mother River from the lands of the cataracts. The result, supposedly, was going to be a flood of epic proportions. Not only farmlands would be flooded, but whole villages, towns, even parts of the great cities that were too low to escape. If this was true, Kuran felt unexpectedly sorry for the Tian farmers and villagers. The mud brick used for their homes could not stand against rising waters. People would return after the waters had receded, only to find that their houses had melted away in the flood. This was going to cause a lot of hardship, and it wouldn't be to the people who were waging this war. It would be to the poor farmers and craftsmen who just wanted to get on quietly with their lives and didn't give a toss about where the border was. In fact, it would impact the poor serfs on captured Altan land the most. Their Tian overlords could escape the flooding, but they would have nowhere to go. It seemed a very unfair way to wage war, when the people who were responsible for it were not the people paying the price. And he knew very well what others would say about that. It was too bad for those farmers and serfs, but that was the way that war went, and maybe it was, but it still seemed very unfair to him. It had seemed a fine thing when the Jousters of Tia were grounded by storms that hadn't affected anyone else so much, but this war on those who weren't even part of the fighting was wrong. In fact, everything he had learned about the Magi in the last 3 days had that same faint aura of wrongness about it. Not that he had been able to learn much. The Magi kept pretty much to themselves, up there in their palace of wisdom, or whatever they called it, as if they were the only people in all of Alta to have a true grasp of wisdom. That seemed a case of monumental hubris to him, but you didn't see a Magus out beyond the first canal very much. People said they were doing important things, too important to leave their stronghold. Kuran had the feeling, though, that it was because they didn't care to mix with those they felt were beneath them. It also seemed to him that they cultivated mystery and secrecy to the same extent that the winged ones eschewed it. There was one time and place where he was seeing them, though. Every morning in the pre-dawn, collecting winged fledglings. Every morning the fledglings lined up like a column of ants and marched silently out into the rain under the guidance of 4 magi. By mid-morning, they were returned, only they looked drained. Blank-faced, pale, and stumbling with exhaustion. Kuran had a notion that this was exactly what they were, drained, that is. Hadn't there been a tale going around the Jousters' compound in Tia that the sea witches had found a way to combine their power to send those new and powerful storms down on Tia? Well, it looked to him as if the Magi had indeed done just that. With one small addition to the story, it didn't look to him as if they were troubling themselves with the small detail of cooperation and willing partnership. If the returned fledglings felt as bad as they looked, if this was what had happened to Akat 10, well, he didn't blame her one tiny bit for not wanting to be taken away a second time. As he crossed the bridge from the 3rd ring to the 2nd, he had the road mostly to himself. No one wanted to be out during the rains, except perhaps the swamp dragons. He wondered what being drained day after day was going to do to these fledglings. It might make them stronger, but somehow he doubted it. It was far more likely to make them weaker, or burn them out altogether. Perhaps it was ungenerous of him, but nevertheless he had the feeling that such an outcome was not going to displease the Magi one bit. If the Magi had any real rivals for power and influence at all, it was the winged ones. Weakening the winged ones would only make the Magi stronger. As for the rest, the only way to really find out anything was to get into the Magi's stronghold. As if I am likely to be able to get away with something like that, he scoffed at himself, hunching his back against a gust of cold, rain-filled wind. No, Lord Yatirin is right. Silver and gold will loosen tongues, and I don't have much of either. What he did have, however, was a reason to go see Lord Yatirin. Not overtly to find out about Lord Yatirin's daughter, but to report on his son's excellent progress. Although he made no similar such reports to the other boys' fathers, there was a special bond of obligation on both sides between himself and Lord Yatirin, and no one would think twice about Kuran going to pay a visit to his patron's household during such an idle time, in order to tell him that the son he had been concerned about was thriving and making outstanding progress. So that was what he was ostensibly going to do now. He said as much to the door servant, and his lordship's steward, and the servant who came to bring him into his lordship's presence. He was enthusiastic in his praise of Orist, which made all 3 servants smile, for Orist was a great favorite among them.
"Kuran, rider of Avatra!"
Lord Yatirin greeted him with a smile as he entered the workroom, where Yatirin was perusing a pile of letters. His lordship had a brazier burning beside his table to chase away the cold. On his table stood a fine alabaster lamp burning sweetly scented oil. The sound of the rain outside was muffled by the thick walls of his workroom, which were painted with scenes of duck hunting with cat and falcon. Kuran recalled Akat 10 telling him how she spoke to her father's cats and birds to make sure they were in good condition for just that sport.
"Come and sit, and tell me how my son gets on."
It was rather flattering to be invited to sit, as if he was an equal of Yatirin, both in age and in rank. He wasn't going to let it go to his head, though. He wasn't either of those things, and he had no intention of pretending that he was. He did take the proffered chair, though, and waited patiently while Yatirin finished the scroll, gave his scribe some instructions, and sent the man out of the room.
"Orist is flourishing, my lord," Kuran began. "He is most diligent in his duties, and in his studies as well. Praise Teoth, his tutors have never been so pleased. I was beginning to despair over him until he seized on this desire to become a jouster, but it seems that being rewarded with his wish has given him the motivation he had been lacking until now," Lord Yatirin said with a smile, and without changing either his expression or his tone of voice, went on. "And you were right to be concerned about my youngest. There have been visits and pressure, which you were correct to anticipate. I was taken off guard. I shall not be so unwary again." And then, without missing a beat, he continued, "So when is the egg due to hatch? I assume that once it does, I shall not see much of Orist." Lord Yatiren's eyes flicked ever so briefly to the door. Kurun took that as a warning that there might be someone listening there. "That is quite true, my lord," he replied, as cheerfully as he could. "And I believe that the egg will begin to hatch at the end of the rains, or thereabouts. You would be welcome to visit him, of course, if your duties permit you the leisure. The youngsters need a great deal of comforting from their surrogate mothers until they are old enough to begin amusing themselves with play." "Play? Dragons play?" said Yatiren, momentarily diverted. Since dragons in general and Avatra in particular were the dearest things in Kurun's heart, he could always be persuaded to talk about them, so he waxed eloquent on the subject of how tame dragons, which were not drugged and numb with Tala, and so required things to do when they weren't fighting or flying patrols, entertained themselves. "I'm beginning to sound like Ari," he thought wryly, as he listened to himself babble. "Dragon-obsessed." But Yatiren gave him every indication of being interested and asked many intelligent questions, until finally a subtle relaxation and flicker of the eyes told Kurun that the unseen listener had gone. "Probably bored, just as well. Maybe the next time I come, he won't be so keen to eavesdrop." "Well, I have taken enough of your time, Kurun," his lordship said, signaling that the interview was at an end, which was, in a way, frustrating, for Kurun had not learned anything much about Akhet 10. "I appreciate the time you have taken to tell me of my son's progress." "It is not only my pleasure, my lord," he said sincerely, covering his disappointment. "It is my honor to do so. I am in your debt." "Not at all," Yatiren replied, as Kurun rose and prepared to leave. "And, oh, by the way," he added casually, too casually, as Kurun was halfway to the door, "I think you will find it highly profitable to pay a visit to the Temple of All Gods on this ring. The healers have a young female apprentice there who, they say, is learning to treat the ailments of dragons. It is said that she arrived very recently. My friends there are taking especial care of her, as she seems to be shy and reclusive. She could benefit from your experience, and perhaps you might find a way to introduce her to the Jousters' compound." The one place where the Magi have little or no reason to go, the Temple of All Gods. And furthermore, it was the one place that even the Magi would hesitate to invade with the intent of dragging someone unwillingly away. It was never wise to offend the healers, for you might find yourself looking in vain for help the next time you were hurt or ill. Or if the help was forthcoming, it would be the least pleasant treatment available. Healers never forgot. Kurun bowed a little, but his smile of understanding won an answering smile from Lord Yatiren. "Thank you for that information, my lord. It is most welcome. I shall seek out this apprentice immediately." He collected his rain cape from the steward and slogged out into the downpour. The temple was about a quarter of the ring away, and he was going to have plenty of time to think about his conversation with Lord Yatiren on the way there. Kurun presented himself to the servant at the temple door, blessing the fact that the door had a generous overhang that shielded him from the rain. Unlike nearly every other temple in Alta, this one had a doorkeeper, rather than being open to anyone who cared to walk into the antechamber. It was the difference between being a place where worshippers needed to be persuaded inside and coaxed to part with their offerings, and being a place where those who came to the door truly needed what was on the other side of the portal and would fling offerings at whoever would accept them. But of course, this wasn't really a temple as such. It was a place where the sick and injured were brought, and because of that, it needed a doorkeeper to ensure that the sick and injured were taken care of by exactly the right people as soon as they crossed the threshold. Actually, the place had more than one doorkeeper, as Kurun was quick to notice. There was the one that greeted him, a servant, or perhaps a slave, whose job must have been to intercept the hale and hearty casual visitor, and several more people waiting just inside,
sitting on a long bench pushed up against a wall painted with scenes of men and women gathering herbs. Every one of those waiting was clad, perhaps in deference to the weather, in practical light woolen tunics that came to calf length, and there was not a hint of a wig or an elaborate hairstyle among them. All watched the door with the look of alert anticipation of dogs about to be let loose to run. The antechamber was relatively small enough for a single brazier to keep it reasonably warm. He took stock of those waiting as he explained what had brought him here to the doorkeeper. All were young, though a little older than he was. Healers newly made, waiting for patients to be carried in for urgent summons for those too ill or hurt to move. That surmise was borne out a moment later, when a panting slave arrived with a message of dire illness and left a heartbeat later with one of the bench-sitters, rein cape-enwrapped and a box of medicines and instruments in hand. Kuran's own inquiry after the apprentice dragon healer brought a nod and an invitation to take the seat just vacated. Now he found himself facing a wall painted with scenes of more men and women preparing medicines. At least it wasn't scenes of healers working on patients. He stared at the painting for a while, then decided that he really didn't want to know what went into some of those medicines, and dropped his eyes to stare at the polished sandstone of the floor. He didn't have to contemplate it for too long, though. The slave that the doorkeeper sent off returned quickly, and beckoned him to follow. They passed through a door in the right-hand wall of the antechamber. To his relief, they did not go anywhere near the treatment areas. A dragon boy quickly developed a strong stomach, and Kuran had the uneasy feeling that this strong stomach would not be proof against some of the more unpleasant aspects of human illness and injury, and its treatment. Instead, the slave led him through the sanctuary with its row upon row of statues and shrines, none very large, but all carefully tended and each with an offering of flowers or incense in front of it. It was a bit disconcerting to see all these statues together and realize just how many gods the Altans worshipped. There were no windows here. The room was lit by oil-burning, alabaster lamps that gave off a warm glow. The ceiling was painted in the image of the night sky, and the columns as giant lotus flowers. They passed down the main aisle and through a small door on the other side of the room. It hadn't exactly been concealed, but unless you knew what to look for, it was rather hard to find, for it was in the midst of a wall painting of the door into the judgment chamber where the hearts of the dead were weighed. So in fact it looked like a door, a painted door. His estimation of the cleverness of the healers rose. On the other side were what were clearly the healers' private quarters. Quiet, dim corridors lined with closed doors, painted with a long, continuous river scene that showed no humans, only birds, animals, and fish. And finally, after much traversing of corridors, the slave brought him to a small room overlooking a courtyard with a lattice pool in the midst of it. It had a wide door standing open, and on the other side, a window through which the pool was visible through the curtains of rain. A chair stood beside the window, and that was all he could see of the room from where he stood. And seated in the chair, reading a scroll, as he might have expected, was Akhet 10. How he knew it was her he could not have said, because the lady in the chair was nothing like the girl he knew. She who favored the simplest of robes and tunics, and wore her hair short, had been, well, the only appropriate term was transformed, rather thoroughly. The wig she wore was a copy of the royal hairstyle formerly sported by Toreth, made of thousands of tiny braids, each ending in 3 beads, 1 lapis, 1 turquoise, and 1 gold. Gone was her collar of a winged one. In its place was a collar of gold, lapis, and turquoise, with no representations woven into it. She wore a light woolen robe dyed a dark indigo blue that clung to her body, and a white woolen mantle embroidered with lotus flowers pulled around her shoulders against the chill. In fact, she wore more jewelry than he ever remembered her wearing before. Earrings, a beaded girdle that matched the collar, a beaded headband over the wig, armbands, wristbands. That dress showed rather disconcertingly that she wasn't the little girl her brother thought she was. As for her face, when she looked up at the sound of their footsteps in her door, he saw that she, who had hardly the patience to allow her servants to line her eyes of a morning, now had a full set of makeup, Complete kohl lining to the eyes, powdered malachite to the lids, reddened cheeks, reddened lips. If he hadn't known, by some inner alchemy, that it was Akhet 10, he probably wouldn't have recognized her. Which was, after all, the point. If those who were looking for her took thought about what Akhet 10 was like, they just might go looking for her among the slaves and the servants, but they would never search for a fine young lady, and even if they believed that this lady was Akhet 10, they would hesitate to see someone dressed in the manner of a lady of rank and privilege. But she leaped to her feet and flung her arms around his neck the moment he entered the room, the scroll she had been reading flung aside like a bit of scrap.
"Kuron!"
she sobbed into his ear as the slave took himself discreetly out.
"Oh, Kuron, I am so glad you came. Oh, thank you, thank you."
His first impulse was to pry her arms from around his throat, but his second thought was to put his own around her and let her cry. He followed through on the second impulse.
I don't know what's been happening, he thought, as surprise turned to a smoldering anger. But Akhet 10 doesn't frighten easily, and she's scared.
He knew who it was that was responsible, of course. The Magi. Her father had said something about pressure. Akhet 10's fear told him just how much pressure there must have been. It was a very good thing that her dress was a dark blue, because the kohl lining her eyes was soon running down her cheeks in streaks, and would have ruined a white gown. He just let her cry. She had obviously been having a bad couple of days, and after a while he began to enjoy holding her, in spite of her obvious distress. It made him feel unexpectedly strong and protective and capable. It made him feel, expectedly, very angry at whoever had frightened her so. And there were some rather new and entirely pleasant sensations stirring that he couldn't quite put a name to. Finally, it was she who reluctantly disengaged herself from his arms and scrubbed at her eyes with the back of her hand, making the damage to her makeup much worse. She looked down at the mess on her hand and winced.
"Marat Ka is going to kill me," she said forlornly. "After all that work."
Marat Ka is just going to have to do it over, he replied, and steered her over to the chair she had been sitting on when he came in.
He sat her down on it, looked about for a bit of cloth, spotted a towel beside an empty basin on a little table nearby, and took it out to hold it in the rain pouring down into the courtyard. When it was soaked, he brought it in and, with the expertise of someone who had been caring for the soft and tender skin of a dragonette for a year, scrubbed all of the streaked and ruined makeup from her face, taking care to get all of the malachite and kohl from around her red-rimmed, swollen eyes. He went out again for more of the cold rain, rinsing the towel as best as he could, and bathed her eyes again. She let him, holding still beneath his hands, her own clasped in her lap, her back rigid.
"There," he said at last, looking at his handiwork. "I've at least left Marat Ka with a clean surface to repaint. Now, why don't you tell me what has been happening to make you turn into Great Mother River in a flood?"
She giggled weakly at that, which he took as a good sign.
"It isn't so much that anything happened," she said at last. "It's that Father had visitors, nasty and important visitors, asking after me, and afterward he was frightened. I've never seen Father frightened before. That was the first time they came, and it was right after you brought me home, as if they knew where I had gone."
Kuron thought privately that the reason Akhet 10 had never seen her father look frightened was probably only because Akhet 10 hadn't actually been looking, or else because Lord Yatirin had never brought himself to the attention of ruthless men before. He seemed to live a quiet life there in his villa, as remote from the world as it was possible for a landed lord to be. While the world had come intruding, it was probably as much of a shock to him as it had been to his daughter. But he said none of this to Akhet 10.
"What kind of visitors?" he asked. "What did they say, and what did Lord Yatirin do?"
He wondered if the Magi had sent someone else to do their dirty work, or if it had been some high-ranking noble acting on their behalf.
"The Magi came themselves," she replied, and shuddered. "The same ones that came for me that day you rescued me. That was when Father was frightened. I don't know what he said, but it was probably what I told him to tell them, that I was ill. The next day they came again. They wanted to know if I was there, and when Father told them I was still ill, they wanted to know how ill, and when I would be well, and what exactly was wrong with me. She flushed. I have the far-seeing gaze, and, I'm afraid I used it when I knew they were in the house the second time. I wanted to know what they wanted. He shrugged. That's only wise, he told her. Lord Yatiran probably meant well, trying to protect you from knowing what they said to him. But I don't think he was doing you any favors. It was much better for you to know just how bad things were. So, go on. What did Lord Yatiran say to them? She rubbed her eyes again. Despite his ministrations, they still looked very red and sore. I think he asked one of the healer friends for some advice on what to say. He said that it was woman's troubles, the kind of thing that got Afra Tetef sent home a few moons ago. They wanted to know why I'd never shown any signs of it before. He got irritated and said, How am I to know? I am only a father, not a healer or a winged one. Then he told them he sent me to my aunt and her husband's estate outside the 7th Canal for a rest, that maybe I would be back, and maybe I wouldn't, and it all depended on how the gods dealt with my troubles. Then he tried to ask them why they were so interested in a winged one when I wasn't training to be a magus, and that was when they got very nasty. She shuddered again. It wasn't anything that they said. It was the way that they said it. That Father must be sure to take good care of me, because fledglings like me were important to the protection of Alta, and the Great Ones took the protection of Alta very seriously, and that I wasn't just his daughter. I was a resource that he was holding in trust for all of Alta and, well, more things like that. I can imagine, Kuran said grimly, and in fact he could. Although he had never been on the receiving end of such treatment, in no small part because anyone who wanted to intimidate him was usually perfectly free to beat him bloody. He had seen that sort of thing at work. Lovely pots you have. It would be a shame if they were to all be smashed because you didn't have someone around to keep an eye on them for you. The headman of the village would really like this favor. You wouldn't want to disappoint him. You know that people have gotten into trouble over less. Such a problem your son is. All it would take is one more complaint, and who knows what would happen to him. Oh yes, he knew the silky tone, the innocent stare, the knife hidden beneath the cloth, the threat that was never implied in such a way that it was obvious to anyone except the one who was threatened. Anyway, you had warned Father already, and I was already hiding in the servants' quarters. And as soon as he was sure that they were gone, his friend smuggled me here. She sniffled. I'm supposed to be learning how to heal dragons. Actually, I am. I thought as long as I was here, I might just as well do it. He smiled at her, feeling that a pat on the head or her back would not be accepted well at the moment, and anything, well, warmer, might lead somewhere he wasn't yet sure he wanted to go. Good for you. And that gives me every excuse to come visit you. She brightened at that. It does, doesn't it? That's been the worst of it. It's so lonely. We'll just wait until the Magi have given up on you ever coming back, he told her soothingly. Then maybe we can bring you back as you and we can say that your gifts have all gone. Could the Magi tell if your gifts were gone? She frowned. Probably not. The other winged ones could, but maybe I could hide them. Then she looked as if she was going to burst into tears again. Oh, this isn't fair. I've trained so hard to develop my gifts, and now— I didn't say not to use them, he pointed out. Just don't let the Magi know you still have them. He scratched his head in thought. You know, you could say that your aunt taught you to heal animals, and we can bring you in to help with the dragons. The Magi almost never come around the dragons. I don't think they like them much. How does that strike you? She sighed. I suppose this must be my ordeal, she said sadly. It certainly feels like an ordeal, and the gods send every winged one a different sort.
Then there you are. That's probably exactly what it is, he agreed, deciding that patting her hands would probably be all right. Do you think the Magi had any idea that your father was lying? To his relief, she shook her head. They haven't got that sort of power, she said firmly. I'd know. I think that's one reason why they need us. And when he wants to be, Father is very good at lying. For her sake, he hoped so. He stayed with her as long as he could without interfering with his own duties, and when he left, she was more of her old animated self, determined to make the best of her ordeal by learning all she could about dragons and the things that could hurt them or make them sick. She had admitted to him that at this point, there really wasn't anything that any of the senior winged ones could teach her about the gifts that the gods had given her. She had been told in confidence that she was not only the strongest animal speaker there was, but was likely to be the most accurate, far-seeing eye of her generation, and that what she needed more than anything was practice. I can practice here as well as anywhere else, she said after a while. Maybe better. I can always help those who heal animals by finding out what the animals are feeling. He had encouraged her to follow that path. The more she had to occupy her mind, the less lonely she would be. Akhet 10 didn't have the same knack for making friends that Oris did, but she was always willing and eager to help, and he didn't think it would be very long before the healers were protecting her for her own self, and not as a favor for her father. But there were a great many uncomfortable thoughts that occurred to him as he trudged through the rain, going back across the bridge to the Jousters' compound on the third ring. If, as he thought, the Magi were burning out the fledglings' gifts with their ruthless exploitation of their powers, that explained in part why they were so interested in getting Akhet 10 back into their hands. First, she probably represented a great deal of raw strength for their spells. Second, and this might be the most important of the two reasons, they had every reason to want to burn her out. He had, perforce, been learning more about the political structure of Alta lately. It would have been difficult not to, with a prince and the most likely successor to the current Great Ones as one of his trainees. Things just came out in conversation, and the one thing that had struck him more than anything else was that the Magi had become very, very powerful in this land. All but one of the advisory positions that had once been held by priests were now held by Magi. It seemed likely to him that the last thing they wanted was for someone who had been gifted with reliable visions of the future to become a full winged one, for that someone would be able to advise the Great Ones with no consideration for anything other than what he or she saw. That would take a fair chunk of power out of their hands and leave them vulnerable to contradiction in council whenever there were things they wanted done, actions they wanted taken, that might be contrary to what was really best for Alta. Nor was it particularly in their interest to have someone who could see what was going on in Tia and on the border reporting directly to the Great Ones, not when the Magi wanted reports of how their spells were decimating the enemy where it hurt him most, whether or not those reports were true. The very last thing they wanted was someone who could say definitively that what the Magi were doing was mostly affecting the lot of poor farmers who had very little to do with the war. No, that was not something that would make them very happy. He wished that he had someone he could confide in and ask advice of. Frankly, he wished that Ari was around. But that's not possible, he reminded himself. It's time to start thinking on your own. Well, there was one thing that he could do. He could start educating himself thoroughly in the intricate details of how things were run in Alta, how much power the Magi had, say, and how much the Great Ones were likely to let them get away with. And he had just the person to help him with that, Prince Torith, provided, of course, he could do so without betraying his feelings on the subject. But then again, he had a lot of practice in hiding his feelings. With luck, all that practice would stand him in good stead now. On the other hand, Torith has never shown any sign of being fond of the Magi, he reminded himself. I wonder if it's possible that I'll find an ally there. The Magi, Kurun began, in as casual a tone as he could manage. Torith was in the middle of turning his egg. Kurun was in the pen with him, on the pretense of overseeing him. "Just what are they, anyway?" he continued as Torith finished the quarter turn. "Besides the people who created the eye, I mean." Torith settled his egg back into the sand, covered all but the very top with hot sand, and gave him an opaque look. "Why are you so curious about the Magi?" "Because they don't exist in Tia, and that's where I lived most of my life," Kuran replied, trying to look as innocent as possible. "All of the magicians there are in the priesthoods of several temples. Then I come here, and there the Magi are, in their fortress right next to the Great One's palace, and—" he shrugged. "And there's the eye, of course." "Oh yes, the eye." The sour tone of Torith's voice made Kuran blink. "The eye, which, as we are told, is our protection. As the Magi have shown us so carefully, it can strike anywhere outside the first canal, so we need never fear invasion." "I must admit that bothers me," Kuran replied, feeling his way very slowly. "Isn't the point to stop invaders at the 7th canal? What's the point of letting everyone know that it can do the same damage closer in?" Torith looked at a point over Kuran's shoulder. Kuran knew what was there, the central island, and even Torith couldn't see the palace and the Tower of Wisdom peeking over the walls because the awnings had been drawn against the rain. They both knew what was there. "Oh, yes," Torith breathed softly. "And my cousins are so dependent on the Magi and their wise counsel, the counsel that has caused us to lose more land to Tia every year. The counsel that tells us to close our doors to outside trade because trade brings change, and the Magi want things in Alta City to remain the same. The Magi who demand so much and give so little in return." "But the eye," Kuran ventured. Torith laughed harshly. "They have never used it to defend the city. They have never succeeded in creating a second one. They claim the old one can't be moved. And yet—" his voice dropped to a growl, "and yet half the city's taxes goes into the coffers of the Magi." That was a shock. Kuran stared at him, not quite believing what he had just heard. "Surely not." "Surely," Torith contradicted him. "And whenever someone sues for peace, or an advisor suggests that it might be time for the Magi to have a little less of city's revenue, the Magi are in the Great One's ears, whispering, reminding them of past wrongs, persuading them of future glory, egging them into a patriotic fever. Oh yes, I have been there and heard it for myself." "But they do work for the good of Alta," Kuran ventured. Torith stood straight up and looked directly into Kuran's eyes. "Do they? I have seen no evidence of that. These storms they send down into Tia, are they actually weakening the Tian forces? Or are they merely making people miserable and increasing their determination to crush us? Others have suggested that it would be more effective for the Magi to accompany our army. Never have I seen a single magus in the ranks. Oh, the Magi do strive most vigorously for the good of the Magi. And of late I have heard uncomfortable tales of visits to the Temple of the Twins." He lifted an eyebrow. "But perhaps you know more about that than I." "Come to Avatra's pen," Kuran said, making up his mind on the instant. "I would like to discuss some things with you." Torith smiled. "I rather hoped you would." 9. Kuran moved the brazier closer to their corner. He did not light a lamp, however. "The Great Ones do not rule in Alta," said Torith bluntly, when he and Kuran had settled into the corner of Kuran's room of Avatra's pen, a corner where it would not be apparent that the room was even occupied. "The Magi do." They had each taken a cushion and had settled with their backs to the wall. Rain drummed on the roof, and far-off thunder rumbled. Inside, Torith had dropped easily into the scribe's erect, kneeling posture, while Kuran crossed his legs under him and put his back against the wall, the better to look the prince in the face. There wasn't much light coming from the door and the ceiling-height air slits, but it would have to do. While this statement did not come as a complete surprise to Kurun, the knowledge had a bitter edge to it.
I think I had begun to see the shape of this, he admitted. Nevertheless, it is ill-hearing. How long do you think?
Torith grimaced and shrugged.
It is hard to say when. Rot never sets in all at once. The tree in your garden looks a bit seedy, but you think, oh, it is just this or that, and it does not really concern you until the storm comes and it smashes the roof of your house, and you see that it was all hollow inside, eaten away. It probably began before my great-grandfather was born. I will tell you something that you, who are new come to Alta, did not know. The great ones that currently sit in the twin thrones are well over 70 floods in age.
That old? Kurun exclaimed, shocked. In his village, the oldest person was no more than 50 when he died. Most were fortunate to attain 40. Wedded at 14 or 15, they would certainly see the first of their grandchildren born, and what more did anyone need?
Torith nodded. And the great ones before them were nearly 80 when they died, and the ones before them were 90.
But Kurun's brow wrinkled as he tried to recall dim memories of adults talking about other adults, marking the generations, saying, "And old man so-and-so must have been. The oldest man I ever heard of was no more than 60, and—"
The prince leaned forward intently. And what would you say if you were a ruler, and a magus came to you and said, I can make you live to see your great-great-grandchildren? What would you grant a man who could offer you that? A position as advisor? A council seat? The post of vizier? Positions for his friends? And if these people were the same who created a weapon that absolutely meant that this city could never be taken by enemies, what would you give him then? If all he wanted was to take some of the burden of rule from you, and leave you to deal with only the pleasant aspects of the twin thrones?
Kurun blinked. Is that the way of it, then? He asked softly, feeling dread steal over him. Torith pinched the bridge of his nose, as if his head pained him.
I have no proof, he admitted. I have not even a rumor. But at some point 300 years ago, the Magi began to live to see 80, 90, or even 100 floods. And about a generation later, the great ones of Alta did the same. Calith has searched the records, and from the time that the great ones began to see such long years, the Magi have had greater and greater say in things, until now. He shrugged. What does any man want if you ask him and he answers without thought? Wealth, power, and a long life. The great ones have always had the first two. Now, for the last 3 reigns, they have the second, and all they had to give up, his voice turned mocking, was a little responsibility. Kurun tried to reckon up the years in his head. Torith, does it seem to you that the war between Alta and Tia began about that time? Torith's eyes narrowed. As a matter of fact, he said slowly, it does. There is a thought in your head. What is it? The Magi can take heat from one place where it is not wanted and put it in the sands of our pens, he said, feeling his way to the heart of the thought. But where does one get extra years of life, except that in war? Torith rocked back on his heels, eyes wide. I like that thought not at all, he said, and though it was a whisper, the shock in his tone made it as loud as a shout. Nor do I, Kurun replied grimly, but it is one way to profit from a war. There are others, Torith said after a long silence. Yet were I to examine things closely, I doubt not that I should find the Magi's hands outstretched there, too. They are wealthy men, wealthy enough to be above such things as mere noble blood. And when one has the ears of the great ones, there are many ways of obtaining more wealth. Theirs is shadow power, but the shadows can hold many things.
Kuran thought silently of all the ways that one could profit from war. The making of weapons, certainly. The supply of tents, of food for the army, of horses, of other gear, from cooking pots to the linen for bandages. And he wondered. Certainly the Great One of Tia was a man of no more than middle years, and there were no magi as such in Tia. But had he not heard of a certain adviser, a little man, a crafty man, a man to whom the Great One listened more often than to others, who had remarkably served in the same capacity to his father and his father's father? How long before that adviser whispered in the Tian's ear, and was heeded and believed, being in fact his own best evidence? He could not be sure. The thought made him ill. It also had a terrible logic. How else to explain something as senseless as this war, unless someone profited by it? I wonder who began it. A peal of thunder punctuated the question. He did not realize he had said the words aloud until he saw Torith shrug. I do not think that it matters now, Torith replied. The question is, how to stop it? The words hit Kuran like a hard brick and stunned him nearly as thoroughly. Once again he spoke without thinking, as his mind put handfuls of bits of disparate thoughts together. So long as the Tians have more jousters than we, there is nothing Altans can do to stop it. If the war were fought man to man, then they could advance no farther, and might be driven back. Torith nodded approvingly. Caleth thinks that if the Tian jousters' advantage could be nullified, so that we could say to our people, there is no more to fear from the jousters of Tia, let us have a truce, then no matter what was whispered in whose ear, the Altans, common and noble alike, would support a truce. The priests would support a truce. No few of them have lost brothers, fathers, and children to the armies. If the priests were united, and the Great Ones fostering it, even the Magi would not dare to oppose it. And he believes that if the Tian Jousters no longer ruled the skies, that they could no longer descend upon a village and terrorize it, then the Tians would begin to think on the possibility that it might soon be one of their villages that is served the selfsame dish, and support a truce. But what of those who poison wells and burn fields by night? Kuran asked reluctantly. Torith sighed. We had not thought that far, he admitted. But we have a start. And the Great Ones are old. They grow no younger, and stolen years are not healthy years. They only prolong life, not turn back the sands of time. Eventually, Caleth and I will take their places. And then, his eyes gleamed, then the Magi had best look to themselves. We will not be gulled by promises of stolen years. We are not greedy. We will content ourselves with power and wealth, and let the gods send as long a life as they may. And in the meantime? Kuran asked. The prince tilted his head to the side and shrugged. We think, we plan. We gather friends to support us when the time comes. Friends of all sorts, he added meaningfully. Once again Kuran felt as if he had been stunned as the pieces came together. Like a wing of a new sort of jouster? He asked dryly. Am I the last? Torith laughed, although it was a laugh with a great deal of irony in it. Ha! No, not quite. Is Oris to be trusted, do you think? With my life, yes, he replied honestly. With my secret, I am not so sure. Torith shook his head with mock sadness. Gossip's worse than a girl, that one. Perhaps raising a dragonette will steady him. Right now, I would sooner trust his sister. And I wish that she were one of us. She has sense, that Akat-10, and she is as good a scholar as my brother. And if she grows into the promise of her powers, I could do far worse than have a far-sighted winged one who is not afraid to speak the truth as an adviser. I hope she recovers from her illness and returns to the city soon. It was on the tip of Kuran's tongue to tell the prince the truth about Akat-10, but he bit it back. This would be a bad time to spill someone else's secret. Nevertheless, I might find someone as useful, he said instead. A healer, perhaps. I have a friend in the Temple of All Gods.
Trust your wife with the household, your brother with your purse, and a healer with all.
Torith quoted the old proverb.
A healer would be a good addition to our cadre.
Well, I will wait and speak with her, and perhaps bring her to you. Karan decided to commit to no more than that.
Oh, a she, is it? You sly young jackal.
Torith grinned and winked. Karan blushed, which only made it worse. Fortunately, Torith was not the sort to pursue it any further, except to say,
Well, if she has a sister or a pretty friend, think on me. And you are a betrothed man,
Karan chided. Torith shrugged and grinned further.
I do not prevent my betrothed from seeking things she finds pleasurable, and she makes no demands upon me. Which is just as well, since I would pay no heed anyway. It was our parents made the arrangement, not us.
That seemed to be the end of the dangerous revelations, but Karan was perfectly satisfied to leave many more questions unspoken and unanswered. He had more than enough to think on as it was. Looking back on that conversation a few days later, he could point to it as the moment when his life took another unexpected direction. He seemed to have passed some sort of test and had been accepted into a fellowship that he had not, until that moment, known even existed, a fellowship of which Torith and Calith were the tacit leaders. Nevertheless, when it came to the dragons, he was still the trainer and the leader, and if anything, the others tendered him even more respect. Perhaps that was because he was earning it. Knowing that he would have to show them what to do, even in the midst of the rains, he was training with Avatra. She did not like it, not in the least, but he still insisted that she fly in the rain and learn to handle the tricky currents of the storms. He would not fly her when there was lightning, or up into or above the clouds, but otherwise they were going up once a day at least. With Torith's plan already in his mind, he was looking for all the advantages he could find. The Tian Jousters did not fly in the rain. Therefore, Altan Jousters would learn how to, beginning with himself and Avatra, for every tiny advantage was something to be snatched. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that no one could force even the most heavily drugged, wild-caught desert dragon into the sky in the rain, but the tame ones? Well, that was another story. And in this, at least, the Altans were better equipped, for the swamp dragons found it no hardship. He had figured that he could coax Avatra into it, for certainly even the desert dragons living in the wild had to fly and hunt no matter what the weather, so the thing was possible. And Avatra complained, but cooperated. He did make sure to reward and praise her lavishly whenever the task was done. Lord Kaman was astonished, but a handful of the riders of swamp dragons watched them with speculation, and soon began taking their mounts up for short practice flights as well. Rain flight was dangerous, everything was slippery, leather straps stretched and loosened, and the wind was hard to read. Sudden downpours could leave you blinded at a critical moment, and the really important thing was to make sure to get the dragon back down before she was chilled, or she would start to weaken, and a chilled dragon could sicken, even die. Rain flight was miserable too. It was not possible to wear a rain cape, of course. It wasn't hard to remember to get the dragon out of the sky before she chilled, when the rider was getting numb in the fingers and toes before that point. Still, it was an advantage, and the riders of swamp dragons were able to go out on patrol and even thwart some Tian raids by being where they shouldn't be. Lord Kaman was pleased. The swamp dragon riders were more than pleased. Finally, they were getting their own blows in. And though the victories were small, the effect on morale was enormous. Karan was now getting the respect of the older jousters that he had not gotten before. First, his training, or in some cases retraining suggestions, using falconry techniques, had made intractable dragons a bit easier to handle. Now it was clear that his tame dragon was not spoiled, since she was doing for him what no other desert dragon was willing to do. He had, with his experiments, given them victories at last. And he was taking the punishment of riding in this miserable wet weather, learning how to do it all the hard way, since there were no other examples. He sensed this new respect in the changed ways that the older men looked at him at first. Then the demonstrations went from covert to overt. Someone would have their dragon boy waiting in the landing court with a flask of hot wine when he came down. The best table, the one nearest the kitchen, was left open for him and whoever cared to sit down with him at meals. Greetings went from a cool nod to a slap on the back and a hearty, "Saw you up today. Good flying, boy." These were, after all, veterans, and men as much as 10 or 15 years his senior. They were hardly going to socialize with him, and he didn't expect it, nor particularly want it. But the respect, after all those years of being kicked and beaten and regarded as low as the lowly weed he'd been named for, that was victory for him, and it tasted as sweet as the victories over the Tians. And by extension, the boys of his new wing got some of that respect too. If they didn't have the background required to savor it as much as he did, they still appreciated it. He had proved that they were not some crazed experiment doomed to fail, and some of those older jousters who had come to see him and Avatra when they were recovering in Lord Yatiran's villa were now speculating enthusiastically about the day when there would be enough of the youngsters up and flying that these old veterans could afford the time to raise a tame dragon of their own. Well, he thought, when he first overheard one of those conversations at mealtime, I will make it a point of seeing you get a fine egg on that day. He watched the prince watching these scarred veterans, and now that he knew Torith and Calith's long-term plans, he could see Torith weighing the men in his mind. At some point, the prince's cadre would have to expand beyond the dozen or so of his peers that he had taken into his confidence, and the logical place to start was here, among the jousters. Of all the inhabitants of Alta, these men were the ones who had the least to fear of the Magi, and possibly the most, though carefully veiled, contempt, though Kuran suspected that if one was to investigate, probably most soldiers felt the same. And of all of the fighters of Alta, these were the men who saw the most combat. Frontline troops would face Tian troops for short periods in pitched battles. Altan jousters faced Tian jousters every day outside the season of rains. And this had been going on for generations, while the Magi sat safely in their tower and did what? They said they were working their spells against the Tians and protecting Altans, but how could you tell? Until recently, that is. There was no doubt with the new storms that they were sending that they had hit upon something that obviously worked. But still, they were safe in their tower while they did it. There were probably few fighting men who could view that with less than contempt. So the prince's plans would probably meet with a great deal of approval here. But not now, Torith said calmly, as he, Gan, Kalin, Osset Ra, and Kuran gathered one night in Gan's pen. It was no kind of formal planning session, but whenever any of the cadre got together, talk tended to drift toward the future, and often a good idea or two came of it. It was Gan, not Kuran, who suggested seeking support among the older jousters, and Torith met the idea with approval. But not now, he repeated. First we have to prove ourselves. All we are this moment is mother hens, sitting on our eggs. Kuran hasn't even proved himself yet, except as a flyer and someone who knows his dragons. Until I am a fighting jouster, and can talk to them as an equal, I won't have respect that I've earned for myself. But you have the rank, countered Gan, with the unconscious air of superiority of the noble-born. Kuran wondered when he would see how much that rankled those who were of more humble birth. That he would, eventually, Kuran was sure. That languid manner covered a keen mind. That demands respect. You cannot demand the respect of the common man, Gan, said Kalin, from where he sat in the pool of light cast by Gan's lamp, stitching a giant version of a falcon's hood for use with new-caught wild dragons. You can demand obedience and get it, and deference, surely, but you can't demand respect. You have to earn it. Actually, that's how Torith earned my respect. He looked up with a lazy smile. At the age of 11, He and Caliph had already figured that out, and came to where the hawks were mewed, working side by side with me, learning how to care for, tame, and train young falcons exactly as I had, thus earning my respect. Clever lads.
"Say, rather observant," Torith replied. "Having a father who is a commander of hundreds with a low level of patience makes you observant rather quickly."
He pitched his voice to a growl.
"Boys, princes you may be, but until you are great ones, I can whip you from here to the 7th Canal if you don't care for that hound properly."
"Oh, I recall another bellow altogether," said Gan, and put his voice into the same truculent tone.
"I will drown you in the 1st Canal with my own hands if you do not return my seal ring."
"And just what were you doing with your father's seal ring?" asked Osset Ra, amused.
"Trying to forge letters making us captains of 10s, of course,"
Torith replied, "with chariots of our own, plumed helmets, and honey cakes in perpetuity." Gan choked on his beer, laughing, and Kalen had to pound his back until he stopped coughing. Sometimes Kuran could only marvel at the prince's patience, working out plans that could not possibly come to pass in less than a decade. First, he would become a jouster, while his brother insinuated himself into an administrative position where he would have access to the kinds of documents that would, in Torith's words, "map out the rot and tell us how far we have to burn." Then he would make sure that no matter what else happened, the jousters were built up until their numbers equaled or bettered those of the Tians, so that when he and Caliph rose to the thrones, they could call for that truce without sacrificing the safety of their people. Meanwhile, Caliph would be collecting information, finding out who among the powerful and the noble could be counted upon to back Torith against the Magi, and slowly revealing to them some of their plans. Not the end of the war, however. That was to remain a carefully guarded secret within the inner circle until Torith and Caliph were securely in the twin thrones. Then would come the overthrow of the Magi, and the signing of a truce with Tia. The farther into the future, of course, the vaguer the plans became, until they were goals rather than plans. But for the near term, Torith and his twin had a great deal already mapped out. Perhaps especially given their suspicions about the long lives of the Great Ones. Other young men would have been plotting the overthrow of the current Great Ones, not a peaceful transition, not Torith and Caliph.
"That would undermine everything, and probably get us caught and strangled,"
Torith confided to Kuran later that evening. "No, we will have the thrones legitimately, in our time. The only thing that anyone will ever be able to prove, even if someone betrays us, is that we wish to restore some of the power that the Magi took back to the priesthood. There is naught wrong with that, and much that would be considered pious." "Have the Magi tried to cultivate you?" Kuran asked curiously. He did not imagine the Magi not trying so obvious a ploy with the next in line to the throne. Torith laughed aloud, and the others glanced up from the game of hounds and jackals they were playing. "What?" asked Gan.
"Have the Magi tried to cultivate my brother and me?"
Torith asked aloud. Osset Russ snorted.
"Like experienced old whores sidling up to drunken sailors," he replied.
Once again, he exercised his talent for imitation, somehow making himself look both haughty and oily at the same time.
"Is my Lord Torith and in need for my humble services?"
he oozed.
"A spell to catch a young lady's attention, perhaps? A talisman for gambling luck, or one against drunkenness?"
He flared his nostrils delicately.
"Or perhaps you, my Lord Caliph. I have some scrolls you might find of interest."
He pretended to unfurl a scroll. Torith mock-gagged.
"I tried to play the cocky and none too bright, spoiled brat who is so certain of himself that he mocks the very idea of needing any arcane help. I hope I didn't overplay it. Caliph simply looked myopic and horrified. He was horrified, and properly so. As erotic scrolls go, that one was singularly awful."
Kuran managed to find time to visit Akhet 10 twice more during the next half-moon. He actually wanted to visit her more than that, but he was afraid that if he went too often, he would draw unwelcome attention to her. As it was, he took care to pick a time when the rains were particularly heavy enough that he had the bridge and the streets to himself. Furthermore, he took the precaution of stopping in a very popular food and beer shop on the way. If anyone was following him, they'd be hard put to distinguish which of the patrons of the place he was when he came out. As a jouster, he was paid just like any other soldier, even if he hadn't actually fought yet, so he had some money in his pouch. That allowed him to stay just long enough to have some duck sausage and hot wine, and when he left, it was at the same time as 2 other men. Once again he presented himself at the door of the Temple of All Gods, but this time the slave took him into another part of the private quarters. A library, of course. Niches lined the walls, scrolls piled in them, and characters written on the wall beneath each niche told the category. Care for these precious objects was a constant battle between damp and fire, so there were not open windows or open flames here. All the lamps were carefully shielded, but the lack of windows meant that there had to be a great many of them. The girl who was seated at a distant table, bent over a scroll, looked a lot more like the Akat 10 he knew, though the woolen gown was enough like the one she'd been wearing the last time to be its charcoal-colored sister. And it clung to her young body in a very interesting fashion. Again, as he watched her before she became aware of his presence, he had to think she was not Orist's little sister anymore. The slave went to her and whispered in her ear. She looked up, and this time, both to his relief and his disappointment, she did not leap up and fling herself at him. She took the weights off the scroll and let it roll itself back up, stored it in its niche, and only then did she rise to greet him. She did hurry toward him, though, her face alight with pleasure at seeing him, and she seized both his hands and squeezed them as soon as she was in reach.
"Where's the disguise?" he asked.
She was wearing more makeup than usual, but not as much as the last time. He thought she looked very pretty this way.
"One of the Akkadian healers, my friend Heclatus, is also a magus," she said. "He didn't tell anyone about it until I arrived, though, because he didn't like what our magi were doing, and he didn't want to have to put up with them trying to get him to join them. He gave me an amulet that he says will make their spells slide off me, and he says that as long as I don't leave the temple without a physical disguise, they won't find me."
She made a face.
"I don't understand all of it. Magic works differently from what a winged one does. Father gave the temple money to buy me a body slave and a fan-bearer, so when I go out, I'm all wigged and painted and escorted. It's such a bother that I only did it once." She sighed. "Still, it's not a loss. Kefru does wonderful massages, and Taket is useful running errands, so most of the time they're working for the healers."
"Are you able to practice your skills?" he asked, knowing how strongly she felt about her abilities. The panic in her voice when she had described being temporarily without them made him think that not being able to use them would be very like being cut off from some essential part of her, or having her soul cut in half. "Is it safe?"
"Heclatus says it is," she replied, and shrugged. "Certainly no one has come running here looking for me after I've used them, though I haven't dared to see what the Magi are doing, or to see the Temple of the Twins. I'm afraid that—" She bit her lip. "I'm afraid that if another winged one feels me watching, the Magi will be told."
Would the winged ones actually betray one of their own to the Magi?
"You think it's that bad?"
he asked soberly.
"I don't know," she replied, looking profoundly unhappy. "I just don't know. Someone is allowing them to take the fledglings every day, and as far as I can tell, no one is objecting to it."
Her brows came together, and she looked as if she was holding back tears.
"And even if the reason they're letting this happen is not that they're on the Magi's side, but that they're afraid of the Magi and what they can do, it doesn't make much difference in the long run. People who are afraid would tell on me, too."
Now it was his turn to squeeze her hands, as comfortingly as he could manage. There was hurt in her eyes as well as unhappiness, and that lurking fear.
She's been betrayed by the people she thought she could trust the most, and now she is not entirely sure what the truth is, or who she can trust.
And a little thought followed that.
But she trusts me. Oh, gods, my thanks. She trusts me.
I wish there was something I could say or do to help, he said aloud. I wish I could visit you more often. But Akat 10, not only have I work I can't neglect, but if I come here too often, when I never did before, someone might take notice. She nodded and smiled wanly.
And I haven't sent for you for the same reason.
I'm keeping busy. The library is where I spend a lot of time. I've mostly been helping the animal healers, though, and just trying to see that Father is all right. He seems all right. I don't think they've done anything to him. I'll check on him myself on the way back, he promised, and tried to move the conversation to a more cheerful note. Well, this looks like a place after your own heart. You don't seem so unhappy as you were last time. She brightened and looked more like her old self. I'm not. The library here is wonderful. I haven't run across more than a handful of scrolls that I've seen before. When I think of something I can do to help, I try to do it, and the rest of the time I stay out of the way. I'm learning what I can about the dragons. Then her jaw jutted a little, stubbornly. I still think I could be a jouster. Think of how easily I talk to Avatra. I wish you and Father would have let me hide with Orist. He suppressed a snicker to avoid hurting her feelings. Let's find somewhere warm where I can dry off. I want to tell you something. Do you remember Prince Torith?
I think so,
she said, leading him out of the library and back to her room. Someone had put up tightly woven reed screens up in the window, which darkened the room and cut off the view of the garden, but which also cut off the draft. The brazier had made the place comfortably warm. She lit a splinter at it, then went around lighting all the lamps until the room was filled with a warm, golden glow. He hung up his rain cape to dry. Then both of them took stools on either side of the brazier. And he told her about Prince Torith and his plans. And he spoke about you, actually, he finished. He said that he would much rather have you in his cadre than Orist, because Orist's tongue is a bit too loose, but that you are sensible and intelligent, and he thinks it would be no bad thing to have a far-sighted winged one who is not afraid to speak the truth to advise him. Oh, she exclaimed, putting one hand to her lips in surprise. I am not certain what to say. At the moment, you're supposed to be on a farm beyond the 7th Canal, so you don't need to say anything, he reminded her. There is no way you could know this if you were where you were supposed to be. That's true, she admitted. I want to think about this. She paused. Did you mean that? About my becoming a healer for the dragons and going to the Jousters' compound once the Magi stop being interested in me? As long as Lord Kaman and your father agree, he replied. We don't need a healer for the dragons much, but it would be very useful to have a far-sighted winged one about, and it would be very useful to have someone who could talk to the dragons. You might get somewhere in soothing the wild-caught ones, now that we've got them to where they can actually be handled safely, and you can help us train the little ones. She frowned in thought. I need to think about this, she repeated. He decided it was time to drop the subject, and instead went on to tell her about flying in the rain, and the sorties that the swamp dragons were doing. Their dragons are smaller than the desert dragons, and I think it's the first time some of them have gotten a taste of victory, he concluded. If there were more of them, it would be all right, because 2 of them could take a rider on a desert dragon, but being outnumbered and riding smaller beasts makes things hard for them. You're making a real difference, then, she exclaimed with pleasure. Oh, how wonderful! I wish I was doing half as much. And what is it you always told Orist when he started fretting about not being a soldier? He asked her with a raised eyebrow. The job of a student is to be a student, she sighed. I suppose I'm a student all over again, then? You might as well be, he agreed. But why don't you tell me why it is that the healers do not care for the Magi? Because, obviously, they don't, or you wouldn't be safe here. She pursed her lips and rested her chin on her fist. I don't know, she admitted. I never thought to ask. Then why don't you ask? He suggested. I'd start with that Acadian you talked about. All right, she agreed. I will. The remainder of the visit was confined to inconsequential things, and he left her feeling much better about her situation than he had when he had seen her the first time. As he had promised, he looked in on her father on the way back, and with a few carefully chosen words and glances, Lord Yatiran indicated that he thought there was still a spy in his household, but that no further pressure had been brought to bear on him to produce his daughter. The second time he went to visit Akhet 10, he had no news other than that, but she had enough information to make up for it. "I've asked about," she told him, "though I have tried to be, circumspect, and all I've gotten were hints as to the quarrel the healers have with the Magi. Very mysterious hints, too, with a lot of anger in them. I did find out one thing, though. Partly it's because the Magi are at least half responsible for the war with Tia, and you know how healers feel about war." Actually, he didn't know, but he could well guess. You could not be a healer without feeling a desire to cure the sick and repair the injured so deep it often ran counter to self-preservation. So war must be entirely offensive to a healer, at the same deep level. Especially this war, which, the more he learned about it, seemed less understandable. As far as he could tell, it did not serve a purpose now for either side. The Tians could easily expand to the south, going up the Great Mother River instead of down, and the Altans did not seem to have any real interest in the land outside of that needed to support their city. "How did you find that out?" he asked. "I've been reading some of the personal commentaries and diaries that got stored in the library," she replied. "I mean, at least they were more interesting than recipes for curing impotence and spots. I found an entire rack of them rolled up in jars at the back of the library, and it turned out that each jar held the personal accounts of each chief healer here for, hundreds of years. And right in the middle of one of them was a long tirade against the Magi, because the Magi had managed to persuade the Great Ones to use some trivial border incident as an excuse for war." So, there it was. Part of the speculation that he and Torith had made had been borne out. "Who was in the wrong?" he asked. She shrugged. "There was no telling. It was in a border village, and by the time it was over, anybody who might have known was either dead or too frightened to talk. The Magi blew it up into a treacherous attack on one of our patrols, unprovoked, of course, and the irony is that they must have been looking for an excuse too, because their declaration of war was delivered to us about the same time as ours was to them. But it was quite clear from the tone of the scroll that the chief healer was certain that if the Magi hadn't been egging on the Great Ones, it could all have been smoothed over." He rubbed his ear thoughtfully. "Are there other reasons?" "I think there are," she told him, "but no one will tell me. They hint at it, and it has something to do with something that the Magi are doing either with or for the Great Ones. But they won't tell me. They act as if, well, partly I think it's that they aren't entirely sure that what they think is happening is what is really going on. And partly it's that if what they think is happening is the truth, it's so horrifying to them that they don't want to think about it. If I'm making any sense." "Oh, you are," he said, and paused. "Should I tell her?" He stopped, tried to clear his mind of all of his notions of what Akhet 10 was, and tried to look at her objectively. It didn't take more than a moment to come to a resolution. He wasn't going to help her by protecting her from things he thought she shouldn't know. She had been growing fast in the time he had known her, and that had been accelerated by her recent experiences. "Torith and I have been talking about this," he said slowly, and outlined the whole nauseating scenario. The war was an excuse to cut lives short, the stolen years from those who had died. Akhet 10's eyes got bigger and bigger as he went along, and her face grew paler and paler. When at last he was finished, she was as white as a lily. "That's worse than necromancy," she whispered. "But it makes a horrible kind of sense." "And if that is what the healers suspect," he persisted, "it would explain a lot." She blinked, as though her eyes were stinging, and now he knew she was trying not to cry.
This is really horrible, you know. I don't think you have any idea how horrible this would be to a winged one.
Or a healer, he agreed. No, I don't. And really, he didn't, perhaps because so much of his own life had been stolen from him that, well, stolen years, a stolen childhood, a life spent in bondage, they all seemed equally wretched. Men died in fighting all the time, whether it was in war or in a fight over a woman. That someone would plan for so many deaths was sickening, but so were poisoned wells, burned fields, and jars of scorpions tipped into granaries.
I suppose you couldn't, she said, swallowing. Well, it's hard to describe. But to someone like me, it seems like the most horrible and vicious sort of rape.
He nodded. That made sense. To her, it would be much worse than theft. He could see that. There's even more to it than that. I think there's something else being stolen by the Magi. I think that they are getting the whatever it is they put into their magic to send the storms against Tia.
I think they're stealing from the fledglings. I think that is why the fledglings come back drained and exhausted. I think that is why they wanted you so much, because whatever it is, you have a lot of it.
Now she looked angry as well as sick.
Heclatus, the Acadian, hinted as much, she admitted, though he wouldn't come out and say so. But why don't they just ask?
That last came out of her in a kind of wail.
However the war began, we're loyal Altans. If they just ask, we'd do whatever was needed.
Probably because they aren't the sort of people who ask. They're too used to taking, he said bitterly. Oh yes, I know that type. Anyway, taking is easier. Asking requires that you admit that you need something. Taking means you're the strong one, and you can have whatever it is that you want. But this was getting him angry, and that was counterproductive at this moment. He forced himself to calm down. Anyway, now you know. Or at least you know the best guesses. You might want to see if you can't get something more out of the healers. Letting them know that you have some idea of what's going on might loosen their tongues. If the healers have some proof that this is what's going on, well, as the next in line to the twin thrones, I think Torith has a right to know.
I intend to, she said grimly. It is better to have a scorpion out in the open than under the bed.
She quoted one of the proverbs that he remembered his mother using.
True, he agreed.
But it's better still to have it dead beneath your sandal.